High above, among sharp, frozen mountains, there is a place of harsh ice and snow. A lonely area called the White Snowfield, where, from huge snakes that move through ice cracks, to giant animals hiding under the frozen ground. The White Snowfield is a place where many top predators are born, each one scarier than the one before. Among them, the white bear monster, called the Earthquaker, shakes the ground itself, while other strange and ugly creatures come out from deep below. And as if the land wasn't enough, ugly rat-like creatures make the oceans around this frozen land dirty. But even with all these scary creatures, an old emperor, who once ruled the White Snowfield, said something frightening. The monsters are not the most dangerous things in that place. For in this empty place, a figure covered in a soft purple light stands, showing a power much greater than any animal, a quiet sign of the real, hidden dangers. The real danger is not in teeth and claws, but in a force that moves with wild, uncontrolled energy, a power that goes against what we call a monster. Indeed, the most dangerous beings in this frozen land are not the creatures that hunt in the snow, but something much deeper and scarier. The White Snowfield, a desolate expanse of ice and jagged peaks, becomes the arena for a clash. Suddenly, an unseen force slams into Keatle, sending him reeling back as he barely manages to utter, "Looks like we have an uninvited guest." From the swirling snow, the monstrous entity emerges, its eyes burning with an ominous purple glow, its massive form lunging with terrifying speed. A devastating blast of icy energy erupts from the beast, engulfing Keatle in a maelstrom of freezing power, shattering the very air around him. The relentless assault continues, Keatle caught in a blinding torrent of frigid light, each particle a shard of pain. The sheer force of the impact sends him hurtling backward, slamming him into the unforgiving snow, a cloud of powder erupting around his battered form. Grimacing, Keatle clutches his face, the pain evident in his strained expression, but a flicker of defiance remains in his eyes. The monstrous entity, sensing victory, lets out a triumphant roar, its purple aura flaring with renewed intensity, declaring, "Grah!" The beast's power surges, the purple energy around it growing denser, crackling with raw, destructive force, preparing for a final, crushing blow. The ground beneath it begins to fracture, unable to contain the sheer magnitude of its power, as the purple glow intensifies to an unbearable brilliance. But before the monster can unleash its full fury, Keatle, with a surge of his own, intercepts the attack, his fist glowing with a fierce purple energy, delivering a thunderous counterblow that echoes across the snowfield. Woof! His powerful strike drives deep into the beast, the impact rippling through its massive form, a testament to his unyielding will. Keatle continues his assault, his movements a testament to his strength, even as an unseen observer mentally labels his actions as typical, brainless barbarian behavior. Greta observes the ongoing fight, remembering a recent slight, and quietly questions if a barbarian's mind is truly as simple as some suggest. Dismissing the thought with a sigh, she focuses back on the immediate danger. Without warning, the purple glowing monster attacks, moving swiftly with its mouth agape, poised to strike. The monster's assault lands with a sickening sound, injuring Keatle and causing him to bleed. The monster, surrounded by its eerie purple aura, speaks, reminding its opponent of a previous warning and stating that he is now in its way. Ignoring his wound, Keatle strikes back, landing a solid hit on the monster with a forceful impact. A pained sound escapes the monster as it stumbles back, its purple energy reacting violently to the hit. Greta, observing the escalating conflict, cries out to Keatle, warning him that he is walking into a trap and should not proceed. Meja, standing with Greta, expresses her disbelief, questioning the seriousness of the situation. Keatle, still fighting, lets out a strained grunt, his face contorted with exertion. As the monster suffers from Keatle's attack, its face contorts in pain, and it surprisingly calls out Greta's name. Keatle lay on the ground, recovering from the monster's attack, as the large purple creature stood over him. From a distance, Greta called out, telling him to get out of the monster's way. Keatle, however, could only clench his jaw, his focus entirely on the creature before him. Suddenly, the monster moved, grabbing Greta and lifting her into the air, causing Keatle to cry out her name in shock. Seeing her captured, his face contorted in a silent scream, a wave of shock washing over him. Yet, amidst the chaos, a thought emerged, a quiet acknowledgement that this was not what he had wished for. His thoughts drifted to the past, to a time when he walked alone through snowy landscapes. He had once desired a fantasy world, a place filled with dreams and magic. This longing had led him to quit his job and begin a journey of discovery. He had conquered the highest mountain in the world, pushing his limits to reach its summit. He had traveled to the ends of the earth, exploring distant lands and oceans. He had even journeyed to the southernmost point, standing alone and looking out at the vast ocean. As his mind reeled from the abduction, Keatle's thoughts drifted back to a time when he yearned for a different life, a time when he believed in the magic of a fantasy world, only to find reality was far from his hopeful dreams. Every night, he had prayed for an escape, a desperate plea echoing in the silence. And then, in a blinding flash of cosmic energy, that prayer was answered. The swirling vortex of light promised a new beginning, a gateway to the world he had always dreamed of. But the reality of that world was a relentless, clattering journey through frozen wastes, a heavy armored vehicle grinding its way across an unforgiving, snow-swept landscape. The biting cold was a constant companion, eliciting a frustrated groan from one of the travelers. Ugh, damn, it's freezing. Keatle, bundled in furs, listened as his dark-haired companion challenged him. Why yourself? You want to die? To which he simply replied, that's exactly what I'm doing. The dark-haired man, his face etched with concern, tried to reason. I'm not asking you to do it alone. Don't take a whimper. But the determined companion cut him off. Shut it. You all agreed to this. Keatle, gripping his staff, conceded the point. Yeah, but we didn't expect it to be this bad. The harsh reality of their situation was palpable, as the dark-haired companion shivered uncontrollably, a frustrated tisque escaping his lips in the bitter cold. An older attendant looks down with a concerned expression, a soft groan escaping him. His gaze shifts to a young woman, and he asks if she is all right. The young woman, seated on the ground, dismisses his concern with a defiant humph, insisting she is perfectly fine and unharmed. Meanwhile, the attendant looks out a window at the falling snow, muttering about the ill-mannered brutes responsible for their predicament. The young noblewoman, Mylina, reassures him not to worry, proudly declaring herself Mylina from the Akasha household. The attendant, still looking at her, suggests they bring the others inside. A long time ago, in a stark contrast to the current scene, Keatle and his companions struggled through a brutal, snow-swept landscape, the biting cold a constant, harsh reality. Back in the present, the attendant firmly rejects the idea, reminding Mylina of the dire consequences of leaving the battlefield. Mylina, her expression now somber, ponders if monsters are truly the cause of their troubles. She stands by the window, watching the relentless snowfall, her thoughts lost in the swirling white. The flashback continues, revealing Keatle as an emperor, a powerful figure who once desired to conquer the entire world, now caught in an eternal winter's snowfell. Even in his barbarian guise, he led countless soldiers and workers, a testament to his ambition even in the most desolate of circumstances. He had once been a conqueror, an emperor who had claimed the entire world for himself, his vengeance leading him to an undiscovered realm. But after losing countless warriors and barbarians, he returned from that journey completely alone. Appearing weaker than before, it was as if he had lost his strength. Yet, the most important thing he gained from that difficult experience was the knowledge that there were no monsters there. No, what truly existed were only barbarians. They lived in a hellish land from which no one ever returned alive, a frozen wasteland of eternal snow. And it was there, in that desolate place, that they made their home. Meanwhile, an older attendant dismisses the very idea of such a place, saying it's probably just a legend. Mylina, reflected in a mirror, looks on in surprise as the attendant declares, by the Emperor's order, I've come to take you. The attendant, a knowing smile playing on his lips, continues, but no one's ever confirmed seeing a barbarian. Mylina, her expression thoughtful, acknowledges the truth of his words, agreeing, that's true. Despite numerous expeditions into uncharted territories, concrete information regarding the rumored barbarians remained elusive, even to this day, as Mylina observed the vast, snow-covered landscape before her. Abruptly, a voice commanded a halt, causing her companion to pause and inquire about the reason for the interruption. With his eyes focused on a vague form in the swirling snow, the older man commented on the poor visibility. However, with a confident tone, he affirmed the sharpness of his vision. A troubling thought then occurred to him, as he prepared to convey unfortunate information. His vision, despite its clarity, had indeed detected something concerning. The distant form, still somewhat hidden by the snowstorm, started to become clearer. As the figure became clearer, the older man's voice, now urgent, alerted his companions that it was moving towards them. His expression, marked by fear and surprise, showed the seriousness of their sudden discovery. The approaching shape, now clearly human, appeared from the snow, leading to a surprised inquiry from the group. It was Keatle, his distinctive ash-blonde hair and strong build visible, his expression determined as he moved through the harsh snowstorm. A guttural roar echoes through the frozen air, followed by a sickening crunch. As he stands over a freshly defeated beast, its form obscured by the swirling snow. Looking down at the fallen creature, a barbarian having just claimed another victory in this harsh land, while a voice from the distance cries out in alarm. A faint smirk playing on his lips, his gaze sharp and unwavering. His powerful torso flexing in a silent exclamation of his strength, yet his thoughts are on the unexpected encounter. Meanwhile, a small group of travelers, including Mylina and Greta, observe him from afar, their minds racing with the implications of encountering another human in this desolate region. His expression shifting to a subtle grin, Keatle considers the fortunate meeting. Then, the barbarian, Keatle, turns fully towards the group, a confident smile gracing his features. Beginning to walk towards them, he extends a hand in a gesture of greeting, saying, pleased to meet you. Her eyes wide with surprise, Mylina questions if he is a merchant, while Greta, standing beside her, confirms his presence with a simple yes. Prompting one of the mercenaries accompanying them to step forward, addressing him. And you must be mercenaries from the merchant. Keatle hums thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the group, before responding with a cryptic, "I'm glad you came back." Keatle stands silently over the figure on the ground, the sound of impact still lingering in the cold air, as Greta observes the scene with a look of profound shock. Meja Sausch lets out a soft sound as she begins to stir. Her eyes widen in surprise. He offers a slight smile, clarifying his statement. Still surprised, Meja Sausch can only respond with a questioning. Keatle's smile broadens, his eyes shining slightly. He extends a hand, a subtle glow emanating from his fingers. Meja Sausch looks away, her mind pondering his motives. With a hint of irritation in his expression, Meja Sausch gasps. She looks up at him, a new understanding in her gaze. Her hand extends forward. A subtle sound captures Meja Sausch's attention, causing her expression to become worried. Confirming her thoughts, Keatle nods, his eyes steady as he confirms the sound. Thinking quickly, Meja Sausch understands Keatle's desire to be a mercenary and considers her options. The decision weighs heavily on her, and she continues to think deeply, her expression serious. Keatle, seemingly aware of her thoughts, speaks directly, giving his opinion on what she should do and suggesting she avoid one choice. His words affect her, and Meja Sausch's face reveals her stress, showing the burden of her duties. Making her final choice, she decides to agree to his offer, her expression becoming firm. Having decided, Meja Sausch looks at Keatle again, prepared to tell him her answer. A quick conversation confirms their deal, and the group's journey can now begin. Soon, the three step out into the cold, with Keatle walking first through the difficult snow, making a path for Meja Sausch and Greta. With the deal made, their trip officially starts, and they move forward into the wide, frozen land. The group continued their journey through the snow, a quiet tension settling between them as Meja Sausch observed the man leading the path. He maintained a swift pace, causing Greta to remark on his great haste. However, before Meja could react, Keatle abruptly turned and pushed her backward with unexpected force, causing her to stumble and gasp. Her eyes widened in shock, struggling to understand the sudden action. He fixed her with an unwavering gaze, questioning if she thought it was appropriate to ask such things of her employee. His words served as a stern warning, his eyes narrowing with an intensity that suggested consequences for any misstep. Keatle's gaze remained sharp, his purpose clear. He was there to find what he sought. The journey resumed, the unspoken tensions still present as the three continued through the desolate landscape. Meja, still recovering from the confrontation, attempted to clarify her stance, stating she wasn't asking him to do anything. But Keatle's response was brief and conclusive, reminding her that the employer approved of his actions. Even as mercenaries, Meja felt they should at least try to stop whatever Keatle was so aggressively pursuing. His cold, dismissive tone interrupted her, his question hanging in the air, "Are you joking?" His hand, clad in a leather bracer, rests poised. As he declares his intent to demand something from an unseen presence, Greta standing nearby. "Calm yourselves," he commands, his voice cutting through the tense air. With a hint of trepidation, Greta then asks, "May I come in?" A flicker of surprise crosses his face. Before he responds with a firm, "Yes, please do." With the matter settled, Keatle strides forward into the biting cold of the snowy landscape. An older man with a mustache stands before Keatle, his expression serious and his eyes fixed on the barbarian. Greta flinches behind him, her eyes showing surprise, while Keatle stands firm, a soft thud sounding nearby. The man, trying to ease the tension, advises them to calm themselves. Keatle, speaking calmly, states that he does not wish to hurt anyone. However, the man does not believe him, asking about his plans, as a quiet observation notes that he is clearly a barbarian. The setting changes, showing Meja Sausch, with her light blue hair, looking ahead with a soft, inquisitive look. She offers a hesitant greeting, a quiet thud sounding as she encounters him. Another quiet thud is heard, as Keatle looks at her. Observing his new location, Keatle remarks on how warm it is inside. Meja agrees with him, finding it unusual to have so much warmth inside, given the snowy outdoor conditions. She starts to clarify, suggesting there's a reason for the unusual warmth. Keatle, understanding, completes her sentence, concluding that the warmth is simply how this world is. A hand gently touches his shoulder, a quiet moment in the room. As Meja Sausch turns from a bright screen, her face serious, telling him she has been searching for him. She then makes an offer, saying, "Let me protect you all." This offer, however, has a condition, as she remembers an older, formal man who had asked, "That is what I want to know." Keatle, listening closely, replies with a simple, "What?" His smile grows as he states his own terms, saying, "However, I have a condition. I want all the information you have." He stands tall, his eyes steady, waiting for her answer. Meja Sausch turns away, her face worried, as if thinking about the serious meaning of his request. Keatle, still smiling, pushes his advantage, stating, "Yes, it won't cause any harm." Her eyes show resignation as she admits, "I don't have a choice to begin with." A quiet moment passes as she thinks about her few choices. While Keatle keeps his confident, knowing smile, having gotten what he wanted. He asks her name, a slight smirk playing on his lips. She hesitantly reveals her full identity, stating she is Mylina from the Akasha household. A soft sound accompanies his introduction. "I'm Keatle," as he offers a gentle smile. He extends a friendly greeting, suggesting they get along well. He had once longed to be in a fantasy world, a stark contrast to his current reality. However, one day, he opened his eyes to find himself living as a barbarian in a snowy field. He had no time to lament his new existence. Only the cold reality and the desire to survive mattered. His life became a constant fight for survival, a desperate struggle to live. Unbeknownst to him, a significant amount of time had already passed in this world. He had spent many days trying to escape a harsh snowfield. However, an unknown force kept him from leaving. A system window appeared, showing a quest: escape the snowfield for 1,000 gold. He realized he couldn't leave because of some unknown force. When he started to lose hope, he understood something important, and it made him realize the truth of his situation. He knew that if he could escape the terrible snowfield, he would be able to reach a different world. This was not his old world, it was a fantasy world. He then received a new quest: defeat the snowfield's guardian for 1,000 gold. He fought and defeated the guardian, completing the quest. Looking at the system window, he thought that with this system, he could become unbeatable. Meanwhile, a voice declared that the kingdom of Akasha would be theirs. She gazes at the defeated creature, a soft gasp escaping her. The sight of the monster evokes a sense of familiarity, yet also unease. It was not the first time she had seen such a thing, but the magnitude of this event felt distinct. The barbarian, observing the scene, finds it unusual to see a monster like this in such a location, concluding that the barrier must have been cut by a sword. He notes that while the barrier's breach is problematic, it also allows people to go outside. A gust of wind blows past them, catching the attention of the young woman from Akasha, who then asks if they're going to move. Surprised by his question, she replies with a slight pause, asking how he knew. He clarifies that the sword had gathered the monsters that came out of the barrier, which is how he knew. A new worry crosses her mind as she asks if there is a war happening outside, and he confirms that there is. Grasping the situation, she realizes this must be why she has never been allowed to go outside, her face showing a quiet contemplation of the world she has been kept from. She confirms her understanding, her thoughts turning to Akasha, the great empire, a kingdom known for having the greatest amount and quality of mana, a realm not easily created by the world tree. This grand kingdom, which came from the world tree, acts as a protector, guarding the whole world. Her voice fades as she considers the empire and its meaning, a touch of longing in her gaze. The barbarian, curious about her words, asks about heroes and monsters, pondering what kind of tale they are living. She turns to him with a slight hesitation, asking a deep question. Ketil, do you know what a monster is? She inquires, admitting that she has never left the kingdom herself. She continues her explanation, admitting that her knowledge of the world's intricate workings is not entirely complete. As a soft green aura emanates from her, displaying an image of a world tree, she explains, there is a power that protects the entire world, known as the world tree. Her explanation then moves to the hierarchy of power, beginning with the hero grade, who are those capable of wielding the power of mana. Following them are the second rate, members of the defense force who also wield mana to fight monsters. The first class, however, hold even greater power, able to wield both mystery and mana at will. She continues, explaining that these individuals, who can wield both mystery and mana, are crucial to the world's balance. However, a note of sadness enters her voice, as she mentions that such power unfortunately belonged to a different time. She then speaks of the highest rank, the hero, and how monsters have influenced the world beyond what is understood as mystery. A hero, she explains, is a legendary being, and the fact that no one with such a name exists in this age is considered proof that the world is currently at peace. A moment of quiet reflection passes over her features, as she appears lost in thought. Then, looking up at Ketil, Maja expresses a wish, a desire to see such a hero, which causes him to make a questioning sound. Her gaze then settles on Sir Ketil, and with a new understanding, she makes a poignant observation. She feels that he is the one who is truly trapped in this place. A quiet moment passes as Ketil considers Maja's words, his thoughts turning to the immense power needed just to survive. Standing in a desolate snowfield, he acknowledges the harsh truth that all life follows the same rule. The strong survive by preying on the weak. A deep tiredness washes over him, and he feels a strong desire to simply leave this place. But then, a strong determination fills his eyes, a clear refusal of that feeling. No. His expression becomes firm, and a silent promise forms in his heart. He will make his own rules here, no matter what it takes. The power beneath his skin, the raw strength in his arm, shows he has the ability to make that promise come true, to create his own future. Time moves forward, and the empty landscape changes to a new journey. As a strong carriage travels through the snow, its wheels making soft sounds. Inside the carriage, Greta asks Ketil, Sir Ketil, are you a barbarian? It's good that you aren't yet. If you were, in your current state, it would be an insult to the barbarians from my home. She adds, with a respectful tone, it's because of the legends. Ketil's eyes widen a little, and a look of surprise crosses his face as he thinks, a legend? About me? Greta just smiles, with a knowing look in her eyes, as if asking, oh, you don't know? A brief silence settles, as the carriage continues its journey with a steady rumble. Then, Greta smiles, her voice carrying a hint of amusement as she speaks of the legends, calling him an emperor, not just a barbarian. Ketil, taken aback, quickly denies the title, stating that such stories are not true and do not exist. But her smile only grows, her simple question lingering, as if to challenge his words. As they travel, Ketil, perhaps sensing more to her words, changes the subject, asking about her interest in the snowy landscape outside, to which she simply replies, "Ah." Her eyes fall, a hint of sadness appearing on her face. And a tear begins to form in her eye, showing a sadness she had kept hidden. She starts to tell the story of her family's long noble history, now facing ruin. Their great wealth was lost due to jealous rivals, leaving them with heavy debts. This difficult journey, this selling of goods, is her effort to save her family from ruin. Ketil understands her situation, acknowledging her struggle and the reason for her travels. He considers the implications of their current situation, realizing that advancing with sheer numbers would only create more problems, particularly concerning the arming of their forces. If it wasn't the kingdom itself, then it had to be the kingdom's weapons, he muses, because when supply is scarce and demand is high, prices naturally increase. He doesn't know the exact amount, but the total value of those resources must be substantial. Someone risking their life to cross the snowy fields of the north for such a prize begs the question, does the emperor truly control the entire empire? Meanwhile, a sudden, shocking realization washes over Maja, her eyes widening in surprise. "No way," she whispers, her voice barely audible, a profound question echoing in her mind. "Who are you, really?" Her eyes glow with a faint blue light as the truth dawns on her, the impossible thought forming. Aichi. Only one of the barbarians? Nearby, an older man with a white beard reacts with similar, utter astonishment, his own exclamation of disbelief hanging in the air. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of vibrant purple energy erupts, its chaotic particles shimmering with raw power. The mysterious energy seems to coalesce around Maja's hand, as if drawn to her or emanating from her very being. The air crackles with unseen forces, a palpable tension filling the space. Ketil, now alert and serious, senses the disturbance, his gaze hardening as he acknowledges, "Looks like we have an uninvited guest." As their journey progresses, an image of a monstrous purple slime, its form appearing to writhe with dark energy, comes to mind, a creature they refer to as a black slime. The three continue their journey through the desolate, snow-covered landscape, their conversation shifting to the unusual threats they have recently faced. A look of grim determination settles on Ketil's face as he ponders the situation, while Maja Sausht shows an expression of wide-eyed disbelief. Her eyes, wide with concern, show the unsettling reality of their discovery, as she asks about the nature of this black slime. Ketil, always practical, gives a thoughtful answer, confirming the name and recognizing its unusual characteristics. Maja Sausht, still thinking about the information, asks if there are any existing records, her curiosity stirred by the unusual situation. The image of the glowing purple monster appears again, highlighting the power of these creatures, as Ketil explains that strong individuals have met them before, but there are few records. Greta, listening carefully, suggests that they might be more familiar with these slimes than they think, a hint of recognition in her eyes. Ketil confirms her thought, stating that they are quite common, and can even be a good meal. Maja Sausht's eyes widen even more in shock and disgust, completely horrified by the thought of eating such a creature. Ketil, unaffected, offers her the chance to catch one herself, but Greta quickly steps in, refusing the offer for her. A heavy thud echoes through the snowy landscape. As Maja Sausht recoils in disgust, a guttural growl escaping her lips at the sight of the encroaching threat. The purple monster, its form wreathed in dark energy, lunges forward with razor-sharp claws, its glowing eyes fixed on the group. Both Maja and Greta cry out in alarm, their faces contorted in sheer terror as the beast closes in. Yet, Ketil remains unfazed, a casual remark about these guys escaping his lips, even as the others panic. He reminds them of their agreement, his expression calm and almost smug. The barbarian declares his protection is only for real danger, implying the current monstrous assault doesn't quite meet his criteria. Maja, utterly bewildered, struggles to comprehend his nonchalant attitude in the face of peril. A faint smirk plays on his lips, as if enjoying the unfolding chaos. Her frustration boils over, realizing he's deliberately using them as bait for his own purposes. Suddenly, the monster is obliterated, exploding in a shower of blood and purple particles, a testament to Ketil's hidden power. Unseen by the group, a lone figure observes the aftermath from a distant, snowy ridge. As the monstrous purple creature lunges forward, its terrifying roar echoing through the frigid air, Maja Sausht can only stare in disbelief, a single word escaping her lips. Sheep? But before the beast can even touch them, Ketil's hand flares with an ominous dark energy, a chilling yes. Echoing his resolve as the monster recoils, its guttural cries already turning to agony. The dark power surges, pushing the creature back with immense force, its form beginning to disintegrate as it screams in terror, leaving a scorched trail in the pristine snow. With each passing moment, the monster's desperate cries grow weaker, its very essence being torn apart by the overwhelming force. The purple mass shrinks, its final cry a mere whisper, as Ketel's power consumes it almost entirely. Then, with a final, agonizing scream, the monster is utterly obliterated, leaving behind only a swirling vortex of dark energy. A blinding flash erupts, marking the complete and absolute annihilation of the threat. As the light fades, Ketel stands calmly, his expression unchanged, while Meja and Greta behind him are left gasping, utterly stunned by the casual display of overwhelming power. He glances back at them, a hint of amusement in his eyes, casually asking, "You guys are still alive, right?" From his outstretched hand, the last vestiges of his dark power dissipate, manifesting as black slime and straight lines before vanishing completely. Meja lets out a shaky breath, while Greta, still reeling from the shock, can only manage a resigned, "Got it." All that remains of the terrifying monster is a deep crater in the ground, a silent testament to the terrifying power of the man who just saved them. Ketel moves with great speed, his figure a dark shape against the purple energies of the monster-filled area. He jumps into the air, bringing his sword down hard, and a loud sound rings out as it hits the large purple monster. The monster cries out in pain, its body jerking back as Ketel's sword stays stuck deep inside, and purple energy bursts around the injury. Its one glowing purple eye opens wide in a loud roar, a desperate sound of anger or fear. But Ketel does not stop, continuing his attack as the monster's body starts to twist and fall apart from his strong hits. With a loud crunch, he rips through its body, and pieces of the monster fly into the air. He pulls his sword out, and the creature turns into a cloud of glowing purple dust, leaving only a faint trace of where it was. Where the monster had been, only a spinning cloud of leftover dark energy stays, slowly fading into the cold air. He lands softly, looking back at the disappearing signs of his kill, his face showing no clear emotion. But the break is short, as another huge purple monster, just like the last one, appears from the snowy mist, letting out a deep roar. From behind him, someone calls out, telling him to keep fighting and not stop attacking. Without waiting, Ketel charges again, his sword shining as he prepares to face the new danger. He continues his attack, his sword moving quickly as it strikes the monster in front of him. But a clear thought emerges. Simple attacks will not be enough to defeat this creature. From nearby, a blonde-haired companion calls out, telling him to change his approach and to run for the core inside. He shouts, his voice full of belief, "Yes." The urgent call hangs in the air, a strong message to keep fighting, a clear yes, showing their determination to win. Ketel reacts immediately, changing his target and sending out many bright blue slashes that cut through the monster's armor. Each hit a careful strike aimed at its weak spot. The air fills with energy as his sword moves quickly, cutting the creature apart with great speed and accuracy. As the monster stumbles, he gathers his power for one last, strong push, his sword shining with a bright green light, ready to hit the core. Then, with a burst of power, he pushes his glowing sword deep into the monster, a bright flash of green light bursting from where it hit. The monster's heart, a glowing red ball, breaks into many pieces, its end echoing through the cave. As the core breaks apart, the monster's body starts to disappear, its dark parts fading away, leaving only faint shadows. At last, the last parts of the creature disappear entirely, leaving Ketel's still glowing sword as the only light in the dark. From the shadows, Greta's voice shakes with relief, a quiet sound of victory as she understands. WW1. He stands over the defeated enemy, its body dissolving, while Greta observes with a look of shock and relief. Nearby, Meja Sousht, with her blue hair, says with triumph, "We did it." His gaze, sharp and focused, rests on the place where the monster had been, a quiet recognition that the fight was over. However, the peace is short-lived, as a new, large shadow with glowing purple eyes appears from the snowy landscape, causing a hooded figure to shout, "Stop!" Another monster. Without delay, the hooded warrior rushes forward, moving quickly across the snow. As a blade swings with blue energy, the figure orders, "Aim for the neck." The attack hits, causing the beast to let out a deep roar, its shadowy body pulling back from the strike. A strong hit lands directly on its neck, breaking through its protection. The injury on the monster's neck starts to glow with a dark purple light, showing its weak point. Filled with a burst of purple energy, the warrior lands a final, powerful hit, destroying the monster's core. The creature gives a last, painful cry as it bursts into fading purple particles, leaving only sounds in the cold air. Moments later, the blonde-haired captain stands with a subordinate in the calm, snowy area, giving the order, "Burn the remains, Captain." A cold wind sweeps across the desolate, snow-covered plains, stirring up icy dust as something moves through the frigid air. Meanwhile, in a separate location, the captain assures his subordinate that their chances of success are high. However, the subordinate, still feeling nervous, advises him to remain vigilant, expressing confusion over the captain's calm demeanor. A moment later, the captain's expression changes, his confidence seeming to falter as he asks if they are truly sure that the barbarian is actually strong. He is known as the monster of the snowfield in legends, but none of those stories ever mentioned his other title, the imperial legend, Ketel. To some, He is considered to be at the bottom of the snowfield's food chain, and there is a growing suspicion that he is merely showing off his skills. His subordinate responds, noting that at least the barbarian openly displays his abilities, while the captain confesses he is uncertain if it's true strength or just a performance. A soft thud sounds, breaking the quiet of the snowy area. Meja Sausht looks up in surprise, her expression showing confusion at the sudden interruption. Meanwhile, the barbarian's gaze remains sharp and focused, his determination unwavering in the harsh environment. The captain, now standing before Meja, pauses briefly before stating he has something important to discuss with her. A sudden gust of wind whistles by, adding to the tension of the upcoming conversation. Meja, surprised, asks if this is a test, and the captain solemnly responds that they are risking their lives to fulfill this request. A stark image of Ketil standing over a distressed Greta on the snowy ground appears, a reminder of their harsh reality. As mercenaries, we will do whatever you want, a voice states. This is the only way to survive, and I am always grateful. Returning to the present, Meja Sausht expresses her gratitude, saying, "Thank you. You took the job truly," referring to this request to cross the frontier. The subordinate hunter confirms the difficulty, explaining that others ran the moment they heard the details. If not for these people, I would not have even had the chance to try. Meja Sausht's expression shifts to one of concern, her eyes widening slightly. She then asks the hunter, "That barbarian isn't even caught once, right?" The hunter responds with a hesitant well. He continues, explaining their need for discretion. "We would like to keep the Emperor's observers from seeing," mentioning the special treatment he has been getting. Meja Sausht looks at him intently, asking, "Is that what you meant by a test?" Ketil's voice then interjects, his face serious as he says, "I tried to stop them, but they would not listen." He clenches his hand, a determined look on his face as he starts to speak. "So, you want to?" However, his resolve solidifies, and he states, "I do not mind. But now is not the time." Meja Sausht's face shows complete surprise, as she utters a shocked, "What?" Ketil stands in the snowy landscape, his gaze fixed elsewhere as he calmly declares, "I have something else I would rather do." Stunned by the unexpected refusal, Meja Sausht could only utter, "What do you mean?" The scene abruptly shifts to a chilling, snow-laden landscape, where two ominous, cloaked figures stand silhouetted against the darkness, their eyes burning with a deep red glow. One of the figures muses with a sinister calm, "It's been a while since I've had something so exotic." "Oh," a chilling anticipation in his voice. As the speaker lowers his hood, revealing sharp, dark features, the other figure remains shrouded, their red eyes piercing the gloom. A single foot steps forward, its movement barely disturbing the pristine snow, as if the very ground yields to their presence. Suddenly, a grotesque abyssal serpent lunges into view, its massive jaws agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and a forked tongue, its own eyes glowing with the same malevolent red light. The first mage, now wreathed in crackling blue energy, commands with chilling indifference, "Go on and dream, mortals." His companion, similarly engulfed in a vibrant blue aura, adds with a cruel smile, "The louder your screams, the richer the flavor." A sudden burst of blue energy explodes, creating a loud, tearing sound as it rips through the air. Caught in the impact, Meja Sausht flinches back, her eyes showing fear as the magical force hits her. Before the attack can fully connect, Ketil, the barbarian, rushes forward, his spear moving quickly, surrounded by a blue glow as he blocks the hidden attacker. A strong voice breaks through the noise, ordering an end to the fighting. With a firm look, Ketil states, "They are my guests," his words showing his authority. His voice becoming a low growl, he tells the serpent to leave. From the darkness, the abyssal serpent appears, its red eyes staring at him, asking, "You, why are you here?" The large creature goes on, its voice sounding old and powerful. "Have you forgotten the laws of the Elder Forest? If you leave your trap strength." Not bothered by the serpent's warnings, Ketil replies, "That's none of your concern." A slight smile appears on his face as he adds, "Don't make me laugh." With a quick, powerful move, Ketil delivers a strong blow, his spear glowing with blue energy as it cuts through the air towards the serpent. The hit sends strong vibrations through the forest as the abyssal serpent is struck, its angry cry, "I am the serpent, Barbarian," rings out, even as it stumbles from the attack. The abyssal serpent, despite the previous attack, lets out a loud roar, its challenge echoing through the dark cavern. It snarls, saying, "How dare you disrespect me, heir of Princess Bridie?" But the barbarian simply scoffs, believing its words are not even worth his time. With a sudden surge of power, he charges, a bright blue light appearing around him, moving quickly towards his foe. His attack hits with great force, a powerful wave of blue energy striking the large serpent. The strong hit creates shockwaves, the blue light covering the creature as it fights against the attack. The serpent pulls back, its scales breaking as the magic tears through its body, loud cracking and sizzling sounds filling the air. He continues his attack, the blue energy growing stronger, pushing the large creature back with great power. Even as its body is hurt, the abyssal serpent's eye glows with angry red light, showing its lasting anger during the heavy impact. The creature's body changes shape under the huge pressure, its scales breaking as the barbarian's power keeps tearing it apart. Finally, with a loud boom, the blue energy bursts in a huge explosion, completely covering the abyssal serpent in a bright flash. Nearby, Meja Sausch cries out, her face twisted in pain or fear, the strong magical blast too much for her to handle. Her eyes close tightly. She remains helpless, as a voice calls out, "Young miss," from a hidden place. The aftermath of the previous impact leaves a lingering red haze in the air. Standing over the fallen abyssal serpent, Ketil speaks with cold resolve. Some only listen after being beaten, as the creature emits a low, suffering sound. He effortlessly tosses the large monster away, prompting a voice from nearby to question, "Sir, Ketil." Despite its injuries, the serpent defiantly declares from the ground, "I'll show you how to come back." Its eye begins to glow with an ominous purple light, signaling a gathering of dark power. The abyssal serpent then slams its foot down, releasing a powerful burst of purple energy that cracks the earth. This dark energy rapidly expands, spreading across the area with destructive force. The purple aura continues to grow, rising high into the air. It then bursts outwards, creating a wide field of distorting energy. The abyssal serpent becomes completely encased in this unleashed purple power, glowing intensely. In response, Ketil unleashes his own formidable strength, a vibrant blue energy flaring around him. His blue power surges forward, expanding rapidly to meet the monster's attack. Following a powerful confrontation, a shimmering blue energy dissipates into the air, leaving behind a faint, ethereal glow. Suddenly, with a heavy impact, a surge of energy manifests, appearing as brilliant blue streaks. The intense energy briefly fades, leaving only a thin, red line against the dark background. Elsewhere, away from the recent events, Meja Sausch stands thoughtfully, her eyes fixed on something unseen within a snowy environment. A desperate voice cries out, confessing to a grave sin and pleading for help. Within a moving carriage, Greta's face shows a clear look of shock and worry, as her subordinate Hunter remains attentive behind her. The carriage continues to shake, its constant rattling sound accompanying the view of a blurred, snowy landscape. Amidst the falling snow, the carriage itself can be seen, shaking vigorously as it moves quickly. Inside, Greta utters a soft groan, her eyes cast down, as her companion also watches with a worried expression, the carriage still shaking. Suddenly, her eyes lift, a serious expression settling on her face as she considers the situation. A thought occurs to her, a sense of curiosity arising about the desperate request she had just heard. A heavy silence settled between them as Mylina, her light blue hair framing a sorrowful expression, seemed to struggle with her words, Ketil remaining steadfastly behind her. Her identity as Mylina, the last heir of the Akasha household, now known, Ketil's expression grew serious, prompting her to explain why she was sharing such personal details with him. Taking a deep breath, the words seemed to catch in her throat. Mylina paused, finding it difficult to continue her confession. Eventually, she managed to speak the truth, inquiring if her position was indeed that of a concubine, a second wife. A tear fell from her eye as she confirmed her status, explaining that her father had been used and then abandoned. Ketil listened carefully, his expression showing understanding, recognizing the unfortunate situation of her mother, a woman without true influence. Mylina went on, her voice filled with a hint of bitterness, explaining that she and her mother, despite their family name, were treated like servants, holding no real status. Turning his head slightly, Ketil reassured her of his discretion, indicating he would not speak much of what she had told him. However, Mylina's resolve seemed to strengthen, and she looked at him as she stated that she had volunteered for this trade, a statement that caused him to react with surprise. She confirmed her decision, and Ketil recognized it as a lifelong commitment, though his words suggested there was more to it. A subtle, knowing smile appeared on Mylina's face, her eyes showing a quiet cleverness as she looked up. Ketil, watching her, commented on her intelligence, a remark that seemed to surprise Mylina slightly. She continues, her voice steady, describing herself as not just ambitious, but also greedy. Meanwhile, one of Ketil's subordinates cries out in pain, having been affected by whatever power Mylina had just used. Her gaze remains sharp, showing no regret for the unintended harm, her attention fixed on the barbarian leader. Soon after, the group reaches their destination, a new area appearing before them. The barbarian looks over the area, his expression calm. Before them lies a large, green field, very different from the empty ruins they had been in. The bright green grass and mountains in the distance suggest a new world, full of fresh chances. Turning to him, Mylina shows a polite, but thoughtful, expression, thanking Lord Ketil for bringing them there. She then explains her plan, stating that they will travel through the empire, but admits that making it larger might be difficult. Lord Ketil listens carefully, watching her as she talks. Mylina, surprised by his quietness, asks what he means, her face showing a little confusion. He confirms her statement, then adds with a knowing look that she is indeed smart and very ambitious. Mylina begins to explain the dire situation of her family, stating that it was once prestigious but now faces collapse due to a lack of funds. She continues, outlining her plan that even as the daughter of a concubine, She intends to take action to save her family and become its new head in this critical situation. Her ultimate goal, she states, is to restore her family's honor. Keto listens, his gaze fixed on the young woman as she speaks. A quiet no escapes her lips, a silent rejection of her family's current state, as she acknowledges the painful reality that the Akasha household had indeed abandoned her. She then offers a cynical observation, noting that the plight of a concubine's child striving to inherit a family is a story as old as time itself. A thought crosses her mind, acknowledging Ketel's cleverness and contrasting him with less perceptive individuals. She then addresses Ketel directly, telling him that he is the kind of person who can see the truth, and if this were a play, he would be the lead actor. Looking at him expectantly, she asks if he would consider coming with her. Ketel responds, stating that he will decline for now, as there is still work left for him to do. Mylina's expression changes slightly, uttering a simple then. As she processes his answer, the scene then shifts to a close-up of an elaborate, jeweled necklace, held by unseen hands, as a voice questions its will. Mylina, her expression firm, tells Ketel that if he ever leaves this area, she will be waiting for him at the Akasha household. With a slight smile, Ketel responds that if it is a gift, he will gladly accept it. Mylina bows respectfully, thanking him sincerely. Turning to depart, Ketel expresses his hope that they will meet again someday. A clattering sound echoes, as the ornate, jeweled necklace is shown being held. Meanwhile, Ketel walks away, his back to the viewer, disappearing into the snowy landscape. A few days later, the scene shifts to the snowy plains. Ketel continues his journey across the snowy landscape, and a realization dawns upon him. Finally, all the necessary conditions have been fulfilled. The system confirms the train quest is completed, rewards distributed, and conditions fulfilled, allowing him to leave the snowy plains. A smile touches Ketel's lips, as he muses that he should work even harder now. His gaze lifts to the sky, and he declares that he is finally able to go and help Greta. Ketel, the barbarian, reflects on a past life, a distant memory of a world he once knew. He remembers the scent of grass, the whisper of the wind, and the warmth of the sun. Things he had never experienced before now feel very pleasant. A genuine smile spreads across his face, showing his appreciation for these simple joys. He savors the feeling, a contrast to his past. His thoughts drift to a desolate dawn snowfield, a place he hopes never to see again. As he walks forward, a new journey begins, a true reincarnation. He finds himself in a place he once only dreamed of, a place he thought he could never reach. This is a world of fantasy and the unknown, where even the beginning is different from what he imagined, but he decides to enjoy this world. A world filled with dragons and elves, a place of magic and swords. He resolves to savor every moment of this journey, ready for whatever comes next. He remembers the desolate snowfield, a place where he would have surely died long ago if not for its lack of monsters and the struggle for food. A stark contrast to the vibrant, green landscape now before him. As he and his companion observe a distant gathering, a sense of anticipation washes over them. The sight of a bustling village confirms their destination, a beacon of civilization. Ketel, his powerful physique on display, can barely contain his excitement, finally able to envision a civilized life in this new world. His companion, Greta, marvels at their journey, wondering aloud about the true nature of this fantastical realm. He considers his first interaction, debating between a simple greeting or an eager inquiry about the existence of elves and dragons, still grappling with the reality of this world. The promise of a normal life, free from the harshness of his previous existence, fills him with hope as he gazes upon the village. A subtle energy seems to draw his hand forward, a faint hum resonating in the air. His attention is captivated by a magnificent, glowing tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens. As his hand extends further, a revelation strikes him. These are the descendants of elves. An ancient, white-haired elf then steps forward, his voice resonating with authority, declaring the beginning of a new era. A collective gasp escapes the group as they take in the view before them, the air seeming to shimmer. His eyes wide with disbelief, Ketel can barely process the sight, saying he can't believe his eyes. The others echo his sentiment, with exclamations of wonder, Greta looking particularly astonished. Amidst their wonder, Ketel turns to the ancient figure, a hint of concern in his voice as he addresses the elder. The elderly elf, surprised by the sudden shift in tone, looks back with a questioning gaze, asking what is wrong. With a reassuring gesture, Ketel confirms that the immediate area is safe, though his expression still holds a flicker of unease. Greta, meanwhile, pores over a map, her brow furrowed in concentration, pointing out that humans are not supposed to be able to reach this place, and questioning its true safety. He acknowledges her point, confirming the general knowledge, but then his gaze drifts to the forest, a new worry emerging about the monsters lurking within. The elder explains that beyond the obvious monstrous threats, there are other, less visible entities who prefer to remain hidden, making the proximity of their settlement uncomfortably close to danger. Despite the concerns, the elder maintains a calm demeanor, assuring them there's no immediate problem, explaining that a powerful barrier has protected this place for thousands of years, woven from the magic of the world itself. However, the elder's tone shifts, revealing a critical detail. The ancient barrier, once thought impregnable, has begun to weaken, allowing monsters to emerge from the depths of the forest. He reiterates that the barrier has held for millennia, but then, with a chilling calm, adds that even if the forest monsters breach their defenses, it will ultimately be no problem. A vision of the past appears, showing a woman with silver hair and glowing green eyes, while a voice asserts that their queen is protected and the ancient barrier will endure, regardless of the circumstances. The elderly elf's voice, filled with determination, states that no one can reach their queen. The scene changes abruptly, breaking into glowing particles, as a strange energy ripples through the darkness. A hand extends into the glowing energy, and the elderly elf wonders aloud if this feeling is something he has become used to. The hand touches the shimmering magic, and he asks if he has touched something real. The vision changes once more, showing a small, blonde-haired child in a field of bright flowers, who asks how old she must be. The elderly elf, still watching this memory, stops, a moment of confusion on his face. The child's hand, glowing with a soft green light, reaches out, and a quiet sound comes from her. As the child looks up, her face becoming clearer, the elderly elf realizes she is an elf. Surprise fills the elderly elf as he confirms that she is a real elf, one of the rare few left in this world. The young elf, now a radiant woman holding a glowing orb, says she didn't expect to meet another elf so soon, calling it good luck. Back in the present, Keatle thinks about the elderly elf's words, feeling a quiet relief as he acknowledges that he is still alive. A young elf child, with light blonde hair, speaks softly, questioning her own journey and distance from home. A sudden sound draws her gaze upward, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight before her. A tall, dark figure stands over her, his voice a deep rumble as he offers a greeting. The child, small beside his leg, looks up at the imposing figure. And as his hand extends towards her, a visible wave of fear causes her form to waver. She gasps and falls backward, startled by the suddenness of the interaction. The surrounding forest blurs, and the light brightens, creating a disorienting effect. Keatle observes her descent, his expression unreadable, his hand still extended. He quickly kneels, gently taking the unconscious child into his arms, her small form cradled against his larger one. A thoughtful sound escapes him, and he notes with a touch of concern that the child has fainted before they could properly converse. Looking at the unconscious elf, Keatle considers his options, wondering if he should take her to the village. Keatle, still carrying the unconscious elf child, is advised by Mylina to proceed quickly to the village, as any delay could lead to unwanted questions. Carrying the child, he reflects on what it must feel like to be protected, a sensation he seems unfamiliar with. His face shows no emotion, lost in thought about his next move. Still carrying the child, he continues his journey through the forest. A moment of quiet passes as he moves through the dense woods. He then notices a barrier, surprisingly present in this wilderness, indicating that this area is not as natural as it seems. An angry elf elder suddenly appears, shouting at him, demanding to know his identity and how he broke through their barrier. The elder looks at the unconscious child, a look of surprise on his face, as this situation is not what he expected. Elsewhere, Mylina also wonders about the barrier, confused as to why it would be in a wild area. The elder, hearing about a crack in the barrier, expresses his shock, making the situation even more urgent. His thoughts turn to the queen, who is currently absent on important business. The elder, despite his anger, states he is not an enemy, but warns him, if the child is not returned, everyone will die, leaving Keatle to consider his options. Still holding the unconscious elf child, he faces the elf elder, who asks if he understands the seriousness of the situation, his voice firm as he speaks of the compromised barrier. Elsewhere, in a darker place, a subordinate hunter wonders when he was added to a tracking list, a thought that brings him unease. Back with the elder, a cracking sound is heard as the barbarian's eyes widen, and he feels a tremor as the elder's words sink in. The elder's voice continues, asking if they truly see him as a child, and the cracking sound is heard again, highlighting the weakness of their defenses. As the argument continues, the small elf child in his arms begins to stir, her dress making a soft rustling sound as she moves. Her eyes, wide with sudden fear, open, and her small hand clenches tightly. Perhaps sensing her fear, the barbarian gently tells her to go back to her mother, his voice soft. A quick vision appears in her mind, a memory of sunny fields, then a scary, shadowy figure appears in the darkness. The memory stays with her, making her feel completely alone in a quiet forest, with tall trees making long shadows around her. A deep chill goes down her back, and her face shows pure fear, the scary figure still making her afraid. Later, the barbarian, with Greta and Mylina, walks through the green forest, the elf child now walking next to him. He reaches down and gently holds her small hand, then softly asks if his face is really that scary, trying to make her feel better. Even in the harsh snowfields, he had always felt he possessed enough strength, a decent power to face challenges. Meanwhile, the elf elder, speaking to his people, states that he has returned the child. He makes a clear announcement: the hostage has been set free. However, the calm is broken as an unseen attacker draws a bow, and a voice shouts, "Everyone, attack!" Immediately, many glowing blue arrows fly through the air, aimed at the elf elder and his companions. Another shout of fire urges on the attack as more arrows fall, making the quiet forest a dangerous place. The elf elder, surprised by the sudden attack, looks on with worry, asking if their attackers couldn't have held back for a bit longer. A dark-haired man, his eyes glowing with electric blue light, considers a thought, reflecting a common belief, asking if traditional elves are truly kind, while a silver-haired woman with antlers questions this idea. Her face serious as she states that real elves are violent and wild, a species connected to the untamed parts of nature. With a snarling, bloody deer-like creature, its eyes glowing red, shown as a harsh example of their wild nature, unwilling to follow any empire's rules. Suddenly, the protagonist's hand glows with strong power, breaking an unseen barrier into many blue pieces, the truth of this situation appearing as a burst of energy. Now in different clothes, he stands in a forest, a thoughtful sound escaping him as he looks around, the air still buzzing with leftover energy. His gaze becomes sharp, blue energy appearing around him as he wonders about an opponent's item, insisting that the attack must go on without stopping, a strong wave of magic bursting around him. At the same time, a light-haired man, seen from behind in a fur cloak, reacts with a sound of pain to the power being used, his back facing the deep forest. With a loud crackle, a huge wave of blue and purple energy bursts from the ground, sent out by the protagonist's hand, a powerful force released against his enemies. The protagonist himself is caught in the swirling energy of his own power, a cry of pain escaping him as the huge magic threatens to overpower even him. The blue and purple energy keeps expanding violently, a wild storm of pure power, filling the whole area with its destructive glow. Finally, with a last, explosive burst, the powerful magical energy starts to fade away, leaving only the memory of its great force. As Keitel's immense power erupted, Greta and the subordinate hunter were violently thrown back, their cries of shock echoing through the chaotic air. The barrier, intended to contain such raw energy, shattered into a million pieces, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. As the purple and blue energy exploded outward, unseen figures were sent hurtling through the air, mere puppets to the destructive power. The sheer scale of the magical blast engulfed everything, a maelstrom of vibrant, destructive light. At its epicenter, Keitel's staff pulsed with an otherworldly blue glow, the source of this cataclysmic power, surrounded by swirling purple particles. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the overwhelming energy began to fade, dissipating into the very air. For generations, the world has been plagued by rampaging monsters, but now, a new force has returned to confront them. A faint, ethereal glow lingered in the aftermath, a silent testament to the power unleashed. Meanwhile, an elderly elf, staff in hand, gazed at the distant sky, his ancient eyes wide with disbelief, wondering what on earth could have caused such a disturbance. He began to speak, his voice barely a whisper, as if addressing an unseen presence. His words echoed with a profound declaration, assuring the unknown that he was not an enemy. With that, the ancient elf turned, walking away on a path of glowing scrolls, his journey continuing into the unknown. In the aftermath, Keitel, visibly shaken by the force he had just exerted, resolved to shield his allies, while Greta cried out in fear and the subordinate hunter remained on the ground. A moment later, a massive explosion of energy burst forth, accompanied by a powerful sound. The fiery blast grew larger, with a deafening sound. At a considerable distance, an elderly elf, accompanied by a child, perceived the powerful magical disturbance, his attention drawn to the far-off event. A wave of magical energy reached him, causing him to react with surprise. His eyes widened in concern as he looked at the child, uttering a name with urgency. The queen of the elf clan, Mylina Akasha, appeared, exuding a regal and authoritative presence. She was identified as the queen of the elf clan, Mylina Akasha, a figure of significant power. The elderly elf, still processing the shock, inquired about the situation, and the child confirmed that a human had initiated an attack. Mylina's eyes glowed red, indicating her prior knowledge or suspicion of the event. She quickly prepared an arrow, stating that the truce was now broken, her expression firm with determination. Meanwhile, Keitel urgently called out, attempting to stop the unfolding events, as the repercussions of his earlier actions became apparent. His voice rings out with desperate urgency, asking to be heard. Meanwhile, the elf queen, Mylina, reacts with surprise, and the elderly elf beside her exclaims, shocked by the events and the perceived wickedness of humans. Mylina, holding her bow, states with strong belief, her words a clear warning to anyone who would challenge their rule. Her eyes, now glowing slightly, narrow with anger as she judges humanity, their actions seen as unforgivable. Standing tall and determined, the elf queen of the Akasha Leaf clan states her identity, then looks at the human threat, promising quick and firm punishment for their boldness. With a burst of bright, glowing energy, she pulls her bowstring tight, the air around her shining with magic. Her determination grows, a cold promise heard in the quiet. They will pay for wanting what belongs to the elves. The elderly elf and the young child watch with worry, asking if it's wise to break the old truce, but the queen's choice seems made. From the darkness, a pair of bright red eyes glow, and a voice states, that sometimes there is no other choice. The hidden advisor goes on, their glowing eyes fixed, remembering a hard lesson from the snowfield. Real understanding often comes only through strength. With a strong pull, the elf queen shoots her arrow, a bright blue light glowing around it as it flies through the air, a sign of the battle to come. Her face firm with resolve, the blue magical energy still around her, Malina Akasha has made her decision, and the results will be significant. Which quickly expands, threatening to engulf everything in its path. But before it can strike, Ketel's eyes show determination, his fist already glowing with a strong, purple aura. And with a loud impact, he meets the incoming attack directly. The blue energy breaks apart and scatters under the strong force of his counterattack. The remaining energies of both attacks swirl chaotically for a moment, a mix of blue and purple. With the immediate threat neutralized, Ketel stands firm, his expression serious and steady, ready for whatever comes next. The air still hums with residual energy from the recent confrontation, a quiet reminder of the power that was just displayed. A loud, drawn-out sound reverberates through the area, as the final effects of the magical impact fade away with a whew. As the dust and debris begin to settle, Malina Akasha appears visibly shaken, her figure surrounded by the wreckage, the sound of crumbling stone, Thuic, emphasizing her distress. Elsewhere, Ketel, known for his emotional reactions, remains calm and collected, though a quiet gulp suggests he is carefully considering the serious turn of events. Malina's face still shows her astonishment, her thoughts consumed by the unexpected strength Ketel displayed, a gentle "Shah" sound accompanying her contemplation. She then turns to another elf and quietly states, I believe he's the Emperor, a statement that clearly confuses her companion, who asks, "What are you saying, Malina?" At the same time, Greta feels a new, threatening presence, and shouts a warning, telling everyone to get away from here. Ketel, with a tight jaw, makes a low sound, his gaze fixed on something unseen as he sharply commands his companions, "Now." With great urgency, he yells, "Everyone, run away. Fire," indicating a sudden and serious threat. Malina, still recovering from her previous failure, watches with a somber understanding, saying quietly, I just wanted to talk, but you will all die here." Ketel, with a serious look, experiences a rising sense of discomfort, a feeling that he is being manipulated, thinking, somehow, I feel like I'm being played. His feeling of unease is confirmed as a massive, multi-headed creature appears from the darkness, identified as a huge abyssal serpent, known as the guardian of ancient ruins and one of the strongest monsters. A moment of tense silence hangs in the air, as Malina's eyes widen with an unspoken realization. Suddenly, a vortex of raw, crackling energy erupts, tearing through the very fabric of reality, as a summoning circle blazes into existence with a loud shriek. A hand, glowing with arcane power, thrusts forward, unleashing a torrent of fire with a single command, Fuego. From the heart of the inferno, a monstrous, fiery bull emerges, its form coalescing with explosive force, its very presence radiating an overwhelming heat that distorts the air. The colossal beast lets out a guttural roar, a sound that rips through the silence, as its fiery aura expands, threatening to consume everything in its path. A young man, his face etched with concern, observes the unfolding chaos, muttering that these creatures from the snowfield are unlike any alien he's encountered. Meanwhile, the shadowy monster with glowing purple eyes watches from a distance, its voice echoing with a chilling resolve that they are here, and they will investigate. The fiery bull continues its terrifying manifestation, its form growing more defined, its power more palpable. The subordinate hunter, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the threat, admits to a growing fear as the monster's presence intensifies. Malina's expression shifts from shock to a deep, unsettling concern, her gaze fixed on the monstrous entity. The summoner, standing before the raging bull, urgently commands an evacuation, warning to flee immediately before it's too late. But a new voice cuts through the chaos, as an elf mage with piercing blue eyes and flowing white hair dismisses the summoner's frantic warning, declaring their efforts to be nothing more than bothersome noise. The newly summoned fiery beast, a monstrous bull wreathed in scorching flames, roars with primal power. Its very existence seems to feed on pure mana, making it far stronger than typical monsters, its raw energy beyond the scope of ordinary magic. Standing before the inferno, the summoner, accompanied by a shadowy, purple-eyed monster, marvels at his creation, never having imagined he could conjure such a formidable entity with the aid of a contract. But before the summoner can fully revel in his power, the elf mage, her gaze sharp and resolute, issues a stern command, demanding he fulfill the terms of their agreement. The fiery bull, sensing the shift in atmosphere, lets out a questioning rumble, its massive form momentarily pausing as if acknowledging the unexpected interruption. The summoner, his white hair stark against the dark, his red eyes glowing with surprise and a hint of malice, stares back at the elf mage, utterly taken aback that a mere human would dare challenge him. A monstrous roar echoes as a colossal beast, wreathed in scorching orange and yellow flames, begins to materialize from the swirling darkness. The elf mage, witnessing the terrifying spectacle, gasps in disbelief, barely able to comprehend the raw power before her. This is the first time I've summoned a beast, she thinks, turning to her companion. Is this real, Mylina? Her eyes widen further in alarm, the implications of the creature's presence sinking in. It's a human. They're in our sanctuary, she realizes, a cold dread creeping into her voice. Meanwhile, the summoner's resolve hardens, his armored gauntlet glowing with ominous power, as he declares his intent to face the legendary Keetle with everything he has. With a legend like Keetle, I'll have to go all out from the start. I've decided. His eyes, burning with fierce red light, betray his unwavering determination as he prepares to unleash his ultimate ability. I'm going to have to use my secret weapon, he states, a chilling promise in his tone. The summoned fire beast continues its furious manifestation, its fiery form expanding with explosive force, sending shockwaves of heat through the air. Glowing particles erupt from its core, cascading outwards as its power surges, the air crackling with raw magical energy. The beast's form solidifies further, its fiery aura intensifying into a blinding inferno, ready to unleash its destructive might. With a renewed surge of power, the summoner reiterates his resolve, his voice echoing with unwavering conviction. I'm going to have to use my secret weapon. The ground beneath the beast cracks and shatters, unable to contain the sheer force of its emergence, as fiery energy explodes outwards. The final, cataclysmic burst of power sends debris flying, confirming the full manifestation of the terrifying fire beast, now a formidable threat. A heavy silence hangs in the air as Keetle stands over a defeated opponent, his appearance dramatically changed, with glowing red eyes. Beside him, Greta looks on in shock and fear at the power he now wields. Elsewhere, in the forest, the elf mage gasps, realizing the immense power of the summoner's magic. Her hand reaches out, as if to stop what is coming. The large fire beast, a creature of fire, unleashes a powerful burst of flames. The flames hit with great force, burning the ground and causing cracks. Not only relying on the beast, the summoner attacks directly, his fist glowing with purple energy. He says with a sneer, I don't feel bad about beating its weak form. With a loud sound, the summoner's attack hits, creating a burst of blue energy. He then sends out a strong blast, a bright yellow energy ball that shines brightly. Another strong hit follows, the summoner's attack causing more damage. Away from the fighting, a beautiful waterfall flows, its calm appearance different from the battle. The summoner's attack reached its peak, culminating in a colossal explosion that tore through the air with a deafening roar. As fiery energy erupted, consuming everything in its path, the sheer force of the blast shaking the very foundations of the earth. The elf mage, caught directly in the inferno, let out a blood-curdling scream, her body recoiling violently from the overwhelming impact. The magical energy slammed into her with brutal efficiency, a blinding flash of orange and yellow light engulfing her form. As the dust settled and the magical particles drifted down, the devastating aftermath of the summoner's power became chillingly clear. Lying broken on the scorched earth, the elf mage could only whisper, her voice filled with disbelief and pain. What happened? Meanwhile, a mysterious magical compass began to glow with an ethereal hum, its intricate patterns illuminating the desolate landscape. The glowing artifact pulsed with energy, revealing a shocking truth that elicited a desperate cry of "No way" from an unseen observer. Back on the battlefield, the summoner strode forward with heavy, deliberate footsteps, approaching the defeated elf mage who lay helpless on the ground. Her face, streaked with dirt and pain, reflected utter despair, a silent testament to the overwhelming power she had just faced. Her eyes, once sharp and determined, were now clouded with exhaustion and defeat, the weight of her failure pressing down upon her. Standing triumphantly over her, the summoner delivered a chilling ultimatum: show mercy, no kind, leaving the elf mage to grapple with her grim fate. Having secured his victory over the elf mage, Keetle pauses, a heavy silence falling over the scene as Greta observes with wide eyes. The elf mage, lying defeated on the ground, looks up with an expression of utter shock and confusion. Struggling to process the events, she utters a soft, bewildered, "What?" Following a prolonged silence, he eventually finds his voice and speaks. The elf mage, understanding her mistake, offers an apology, admitting that he was not their foe. With her head lowered in regret, she admits, "We judged too hastily," feeling the burden of her error. He turns his gaze away, responding that he doesn't care about her reasons, while the elf mage acknowledges their grave error. He lets out a small chuckle, then adds, "It's not like I'd understand anyway," before expressing a touch of disappointment. "Still, it's a bit sad you didn't even try to hear me out." His imposing figure stands against the snowy backdrop, his words echoing in the quiet environment. The elf mage, still trying to understand, raises her head with a hint of suspicion, questioning, "Are you really not one of the barbarians chasing us?" He replies with a hint of amusement, "This is my first time being an elf," explaining that elves are unknown in his native white snowfield. Her eyes widen in surprise, and she asks, "What? What's white snowfield?" Hearing the name of his Arctic home for the first time. He confirms the name they used, a simple declaration that hangs heavy in the air. The elf mage gasps, her eyes widening in shock, a sudden realization dawning upon her. He continues, his voice carrying a hint of challenge, questioning the very notion of barbarians surviving in such a place. The elf mage, now contemplating the implications of his origin, wonders if others like him could also emerge from the mysterious snowfield. But he quickly dismisses her thought, emphasizing that his situation is unique, not a common occurrence. As the elf mage processes his words, a system message flashes before her eyes, revealing that even powerful beings like spirits cannot control certain forces. He then adds a cryptic detail, mentioning that for some reason, these beings are also called silent, though the true problem lies in the exception. Shifting the topic, the elf mage asks, her voice tinged with curiosity, if his name is truly Beast. With an exasperated sigh, Keatle corrects her, revealing his true name and dismissing the previous moniker as a lie. The elf mage's attention is drawn to glowing green particles, prompting her to question the nature of spirits. With newfound resolve, she declares her grave sin, offering to do whatever he desires as atonement. Keatle, slightly taken aback by her sudden offer, ponders the mention of a spirit with a thoughtful expression. The elf mage's face contorts with distress, sensing the impurity of the surrounding area. Yet a desperate hope flickers in her eyes, wondering if a pact with the spirits is still possible, even in this place where she was promised protection. She questions the circumstances that brought her to this unclean land, yet still holds onto the possibility of achieving her goal. Her thoughts swirl, a silent battle of doubt and determination playing across her features, her mind processing the gravity of her situation. As a voice echoes, warning her that to truly make a pact with the spirits, she must be prepared to pay a significant price. The weight of the impending sacrifice settles upon her. Amidst the vibrant, life-filled forest, where ancient trees reach for the sky, the air hums with latent spiritual energy. And with renewed resolve, the elf mage declares that if a pact is possible anywhere, it must be here, in this sacred grove. Suddenly, the summoner appears, his voice confident, reminding her that elves are not the only ones capable of controlling spirits, hinting at a broader, more complex world of magic. He concedes that such power is not normally within reach, but with his intervention, anything becomes possible, his words conveying a strong confidence. From his commanding position, he offers the ultimate gift, the power itself, but with a clear warning, it must be kept a secret, a burden she alone must bear. As if in response, the elf mage is engulfed in a bright, fiery orange aura, her eyes glowing with newfound energy, embodying a dream desired by all elves, the raw power of the spirits surging through her. The summoner reiterates the cost, his gaze intense, but the elf mage, now resolute, declares her unwavering commitment, ready to make the pact, no matter the price. With her decision made, a brilliant, golden magical energy erupts, swirling and coalescing, sealing the ancient pact and forever changing her destiny. As the spiritual energy enveloped her, a thought formed in her mind. The elf mage expressed a deep desire to trust in the power she was about to receive. "Oh, I want to believe in you." The summoner, with a slight smile, extended his hand, presenting a glowing object to the elf, a symbol of the pact. Her hand reached out to grasp the glowing orb, signifying her acceptance of the offer. At that moment, a shadowy, horned figure with glowing purple eyes appeared, its presence suggesting a powerful, otherworldly connection to the pact. The summoner offered words of encouragement, assuring her, "I'm sure you'll be able to do well on your own," and she responded with gratitude, "Thank you." The elf mage, now more confident, introduced herself, stating, "I am Marcelia Hazes Garcia, from the Leaf, tribe known for autumn." The summoner acknowledged her introduction, then politely asked, "What is your name?" With a confident expression, he stated his name, "I am Keatle." His full title was then revealed, identifying him as Barbarian Keatle. A brief pause occurred, before the effects of the pact became visible. Then, a powerful, wolf-like creature materialized, its body surrounded by bright blue energy, showcasing the newly acquired power. The summoned creature moved with great speed, its movements accompanied by trails of blue light, indicating its power. With the pact now sealed, Keatle delivers a swift strike, causing the elf mage to recoil in surprise. Moving with incredible speed, he continues his attack, the air around him charged with energy. The surrounding forest is violently disturbed, as a powerful, unseen force ripples through the trees. Even the sky above is affected, showing signs of the immense power being unleashed. Then, a massive, winged creature emerges from the sky, its form glowing as it descends towards the ground. One of its large fins cuts through the air, creating a powerful rush of wind. The impact of its descent shakes the ground, sending tremors through the area. Nearby, the elf elder and a hunter look up in shock, their expressions showing confusion and alarm at the sudden disturbance. The hunter quickly recovers, shouting orders to ring the bell and summon all the guards. The ground continues to shake, and the Balkan Territory Guard captain, his voice firm, acknowledges the situation. Meanwhile, the large summoned creature continues its descent, its massive form dominating the sky. Finally, with a firm step, a figure lands on the ground. As the colossal beast's presence settled, Keatle stood amidst the rocky terrain, his powerful form casting an undeniable shadow, his heavy steps echoing with the force of his arrival. Suddenly, two guards, surprised by the disturbance, looked up in disbelief, their faces showing shock as the sound of his approach grew louder, and they began to understand what was happening. As Keatle met their gaze, one of them stammered out a terrified recognition, the words barely escaping his lips. Why you are? A man stands alone, his attention drawn to something out of view, while a voice nearby asks, Huh? Are you serious? Calmly, he extends a greeting. Nice to meet you. His greeting is met with caution, as three armed hunters stand prepared, their figures visible against the green landscape, their weapons at the ready. A hunter comments on the low-rank hunter in front of them, and Greta, watching from afar, questions if he is an adversary. Her mind focuses on a particular detail, his notable ashen hair. Her eye shows a moment of understanding, as she grasps the significance of his arrival, stating, the summoner. Unaware of her thoughts, Keatle moves forward, walking towards the cautious hunters. His footsteps sound on the grass, as he nears the armed individuals. The hunters, visibly uneasy, call out, stop, warning him that they will attack if he approaches further. Trying to ease the growing tension, Keatle politely asks, I'd appreciate it if you calm down. He repeats his peaceful message, telling them, I'm not your enemy. The lead hunter, his expression showing suspicion and alertness, remains cautious, watching Keatle as he approaches. Standing firm against the unseen threat, Keatle holds his ground, his muscular frame showing his resolve. Meanwhile, an armored hunter, sword drawn, eyes him with suspicion, his stance showing clear hostility. As he and his companions stand guard over the city walls, a low grunt escaping the lead hunter's lips. They are clearly not welcoming visitors. Keatle looks up, the hunter's accusatory words echoing in his mind. To dare to visit your territory. His bare, chiseled torso remains unmoving, a silent challenge to their aggression. The lead hunter, still wary, presses him further, demanding to know, is that your goal? A heavy silence hangs in the air, the weight of their suspicion palpable. The hunter's voice cuts through the quiet, a stark reminder. You said visit, not pass through. Looking down, Keatle responds calmly. If possible, I'd like to ask for a while. His words trail off, leaving the duration of his request ambiguous. I'm not sure how long it's be. He faces the armored hunter, who asks for his name, and Keatle readily provides it. Still cautious, the hunter then asks if there is any way to verify his identity, to which Keatle replies that he has no such documents. A moment of silence passes, as the hunter considers Keatle's response. However, Keatle calmly repeats his name, eliciting a small sound of surprise from the hunter. With a careful movement, Keatle sets a small, golden emblem onto the table, its details catching the light. The hunter's eyes fix on the object, and he asks what it is. Keatle calmly states that it is the emblem of the Barbarian kingdom, from the royal family. The hunter acknowledges hearing of the kingdom, but admits he has never seen its emblem before. A thought seems to strike the hunter, and he asks if Keatle is the individual they know by that name. The emblem rests on the table, while the hunter recalls that the royal family was replaced years ago, and the kingdom has been expanding rapidly since then. Keatle, watching the hunter, asks if this emblem can now verify who he is. The hunter pauses, then explains that while it is an emblem of a beast, it does not originate from their kingdom, making its verification difficult. Although it cannot be directly verified, the hunter admits the emblem is still helpful and agrees to let Keatle stay, but only if he accepts a certain condition. The subordinate hunter, having agreed to Keatle's request, now asks about a specific condition. Indeed, a verification is needed, a necessary step in this unfamiliar region. As the hunter looks over the document, the gravity of the situation becomes clear. The main point is clear. Keatle must prove he is not dangerous. Keatle thinks about the offer, a single idea coming to him, a party. The hunter thinks to himself that many people don't know their own lands, and the large barbarian kingdom makes it hard to confirm identities and where people come from, leading to much uncertainty. He then states the condition, suggesting Keatle join a party, which he believes will be easier than I thought for him. Keatle quickly agrees, but the hunter senses this is more than just a simple condition. There's a hidden meaning. The hunter's thoughts continue. With many people whose backgrounds are unclear, he must use this situation to his benefit. He observes many people with unclear identities, all made to keep an eye on each other, a way to find the suspicious ones. A slight smile appears on the hunter's face as he notes Keatle's quick agreement, saying, useful. You're quite clever. Still, a doubt lingers, a question he asks himself. It's not just that. Are you really a barbarian? Keatle stands over a fallen figure, a silent question lingering. He confirms his heritage, stating, I am a barbarian. His words carry a hint of defiance, as if challenging a preconceived notion. As he muses, I thought barbarians were just a bunch of. The hunter, clearly exasperated by the conversation, interrupts. Let's end the conversation here and go. A swift transition marks the passage of time, the scene shifting. Later, the hunter sighs in frustration, muttering about the law's limitations and the wasted mana spent on individuals like Keatle. The narration reveals the hunter's true identity, identifying him as Mylina, the subordinate hunter. Meanwhile, Keatle finds himself confronted by a new figure, who aggressively asks, You picking a fight again, old man? The man, identified as thief Kazan Hark, grabs Keatle's arm, accusing him of taking out his anger and stealing his money. Kazan Hark's bravado quickly crumbles, as he suddenly pleads, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Please. A sharp impact echoes, and Kazan Hark is sent sprawling to the ground by Ketel. He scoffs, stating that a true barbarian would not have lost, and dismissively calls the self-proclaimed warrior a virgin, May. Suddenly, a furious voice erupts, shouting thief, as Kazan Hark makes his move. However, before the thief can finish questioning the name, Tyrannus, Ketel moves with a swift swish of motion. A heavy thud sounds as Kazan Hark is struck, his exclamation, "Of you," interrupted by the force. In the aftermath, Ketel's hand is visible, now firmly gripping a dagger. With another thud, Kazan Hark falls to the ground, subdued by the barbarian's strength. A clang and slash sound as Ketel's blade is seen, held just above the fallen thief. Suddenly, a whoosh of magical energy erupts, swirling with bright particles. The powerful whoosh continues, filling the area with its light. Mylina, now in a dress, sighs in exasperation, asking, could you please stop? Unfazed, Ketel holds Kazan Hark by the collar, his grip remaining firm. Mylina, her face showing weariness, laments, I don't think I can manage these people. Will there be such a day? As the portal's dimension continued to expand, revealing the precious essence of Cadesia, a haze of uncertainty hung in the air. She looked into the swirling energies, believing this was the person she was searching for. Meanwhile, within a dimly lit chamber, a solemn nun stood, looking at something unseen. A heavy door slowly opened with a creak, signaling that someone was about to arrive. Mylina's expression became serious with a mix of worry and expectation, her eyes wide as the portal's energy grew stronger. Inside the chamber, an armored guard announced clearly that one is here. A dark-haired man, with a slight smile, wondered aloud, hoping this new arrival would be a bit more normal, then told the others to see for yourself. With a heavy thud and a strong step, Ketel's foot landed firmly on the ground, showing he had arrived. Each thud of his boots echoed with power, as the barbarian walked confidently into the room. The group, including Mylina, the guard, and the dark-haired man, stepped back with a flinch, overwhelmed by how strongly he entered. Ketel, a very tall figure with a confident smile, looked at everyone, his voice loud as he asked if they were all my party members. The dark-haired man, completely shocked by Ketel's large body, could only say with difficulty, that he's huge. The immense pressure emanating from Ketel causes Mylina to question if he is truly human, while Kazan Hark reacts with visible alarm. With a confident expression, Ketel speaks to the assembled group, noting the pressure in the room. His muscular build is evident, projecting an image of strength. He offers a brief greeting, stating he will return after attending to something. A loud impact echoes, indicating a sudden event. He returns to the group, proposing they begin introductions. Looking at them, he introduces himself as Ketel, a barbarian. A slight smile forms on his face, suggesting a playful demeanor. Kazan Hark, still visibly affected, introduces himself as a thief. Alexander Vonius, identified as a paladin, then introduces himself. Ketel asks Alexander if being a paladin means he serves a deity. Mylina watches the interaction, thinking about Ketel's unusual way of speaking. A new figure, Priestess Hayes, bows deeply, introducing herself as a servant of Calarosa, her voice echoing with formal reverence. Her elegant robes sweep the ground as she offers a polite greeting, her presence adding a layer of unexpected formality to the rugged group. But Ketel, ever the pragmatist, cuts through the pleasantries, his gaze sharp as he questions her very identity, even as a priestess. Hayes pauses, a thoughtful expression crossing her face, before revealing the full truth. Her god is Calarosa, the god of light and deceit. She admits with a hint of resignation that her deity isn't exactly popular, a fact Ketel seems to acknowledge with a knowing glance. A low, drawn-out creaking sound echoes through the chamber, signaling a shift in their immediate surroundings. The scene opens to reveal a grim crypt, littered with ancient bones and decaying armor, as Ketel stands amidst the macabre remnants of past battles. With a decisive command, he signals their departure, ready to lead the group out of the eerie chamber. Alexander Vonius, the paladin, maintains a stoic expression, his resolve unwavering as he prepares to follow. Ketel and Kazan Hark stand side by side, their contrasting figures united in purpose, both looking ahead to whatever challenges await them. Hayes and Mylina, the latter with a faint purple aura emanating from her hand, also prepare to move, their combined presence adding a new dynamic to the burgeoning party. Another ominous creak echoes as the path forward slowly opens before them. A grating sound reverberates, signaling an arrival, and Ketel's expression becomes serious, his thoughts held in silence. The subordinate hunter reacts with a gasp as the dungeon entrance becomes visible, its dark opening suggesting danger, but Ketel shows no reaction. The group, consisting of Greta, Maja, Alexander, Kazan, and the hunter, advances, their steps bringing them nearer to the foreboding entrance. This particular dungeon is known to have 3 floors, its interior awaiting their arrival. Ketel and his subordinate lead the way with practiced movements, their figures outlined against the dungeon's opening. Hayes, the priestess, proceeds with a serious look, knowing that the monsters inside are not alive, but undead. With a firm exclamation, Ketel gives his order. They are to clear the dungeon and rescue the prisoner inside. A dark-haired man, cloaked in a gray scarf, flinches, looking back over his shoulder. Meanwhile, Meja, looking concerned, speaks to Keatle, her voice showing worry. The group, consisting of the dark-haired man, Meja, Keatle, and Alexander, walks along a path, one of them letting out a tired sigh. The dark-haired man pauses, clearing his throat, as if preparing to speak. Elsewhere, Hayes, looking worried, says she doesn't trust the situation and will look for the others. Back with the main group, Keatle questions the dark-haired man, asking how he didn't know about the thief Kazan Hark. The dark-haired man stays quiet, his face showing no emotion, as the accusation lingers. Keatle, with a small smile, accepts the situation as it is. With a new resolve, Keatle leads the dark-haired man, Meja, and Alexander forward, as their journey continues. Finally, the dark-haired man stands at the edge of a large, echoing chasm, its depth stretching far below, with a chilling sound coming from it. The group proceeds, with Keatle at the forefront, navigating the cold, echoing passages of the dungeon. A deep, rhythmic thud echoes through the quiet passages, hinting at a large presence in the vicinity. Greta expresses her discomfort, stating that the profound darkness prevents her from seeing anything. However, the dark-haired man, possessing keener senses, notes the absence of common traps or tricks, finding the environment suspiciously empty. His gaze sharpens, as something imperceptible to others registers in his perception. He abruptly cautions the group to stop, having sensed a monster, and reflects that this dungeon demands more than just strength. It requires an understanding of its identity. Keatle, still blind to the impending danger, inquires about the dark-haired man's sudden warning. Regardless of his enigmatic demeanor, the dark-haired man's extensive experience is evident, marking him as a veteran who has endured many hardships. The monsters in this place are aggressive, initiating attacks immediately, a species he hasn't seen since the beginning of his journey. The dark-haired man reiterates his earlier assessment. This dungeon is not merely about physical strength, but about identity, and it has consistently proven difficult for those unfamiliar with its ways. He identifies the creatures now appearing from the darkness as skeletons, their bony forms moving with an eerie purpose. He emphasizes that these are not ordinary undead, but truly formidable and terrifying monsters. He moves with a blur of greenish-blue energy, observing the skeletal figures before him. He notes that even for skeletons, these creatures are agile, cutting off his movements and shifting with unexpected speed. With their glowing blue eyes fixed on him, he senses their defensive power is quite high, making them difficult to damage. As another skeleton lunges, leaving trails of blue energy, he also notes their attack power is quite high, with one of the creatures seemingly challenging him. Meanwhile, Alexander, holding his shield, instructs Hayes to maintain their defensive position and tells Keatle to be ready for action. Back in the fight, the cloaked figure's expression hardens, deciding to take advantage of any opening that appears in the battle. He moves swiftly, greenish-blue energy trailing behind him, but the effort is taxing, as he finds it difficult to disperse the monster's power, feeling the strain on his body, and knowing he must continue to fight through it. His eyes glowing faintly with determination, he accepts the challenge and prepares to continue the fight. With a sharp sound, he shatters a skeleton's arm, blue energy bursting from the point of contact. Another powerful strike follows, and a skeleton's leg breaks apart, scattering blue particles. Keatle watches, his eyes wide with surprise, letting out an exclamation as he observes the intense battle. However, a chilling sight unfolds. The shattered skeleton begins to reform, its glowing blue eyes reigniting as blue energy pulses through its regenerating form. Alexander, witnessing the regeneration, maintains a serious and focused expression, processing this new development. With a swift, decisive motion, the masked warrior's hand begins to glow with a bright blue energy, preparing for an attack. His eyes, now glowing with the same blue light, focus intently, signaling his readiness for battle. Across from him, the skeleton monster, its bones glowing with a blue aura, raises its sword, a sharp sound accompanying its movement as it prepares to attack. But the masked figure moves swiftly, a blur of blue energy as he lunges forward, his attack striking the skeleton with a loud impact. The impact creates a bright flash of blue energy, sending the skeleton monster recoiling violently from the force of the blow. He looks down at the struggling monster, a soft sound escaping him, his expression hidden behind his mask, but his determination evident. His eyes glow with renewed blue intensity, a quiet sound of focus as he prepares for his next move. With another surge of power, he unleashes a series of strikes, the blue energy breaking through the monster's defenses. His hooded companion, witnessing the display of power, gasps in surprise, her words almost lost in the noise. Her face, showing both concern and awe, reflects the great challenge they face, even with a strong ally. Finally, the masked figure lets out a triumphant laugh, his eyes still glowing, acknowledging the advice of someone named Kazan. You were right, Kazan. Keatle, reflecting on the recent combat, observes that his enemies stop moving once their skulls are destroyed. A masked figure, watching Keatle, lets out a quiet laugh, a sound of amusement. The masked figure's thoughts clarify his earlier statement, realizing that the skeletons are simply made of bones. He continues to think about the monster's strength, observing that even a headless skeleton can be above rank 30, a high rank for a dungeon monster. His thoughts connect this monster to a previous event, recalling that this is the same skeleton that broke the Cerberus's barrier, a large creature whose head can reattach itself. Speaking aloud, the masked companion confesses he knew the monster was high-ranked, but didn't realize it was this strong. A brief silence follows, as the words sink in. Keatle, looking surprised, turns to his companion and asks, is he really human? The masked companion starts walking forward, his steps firm. With a simple okay, the masked figure agrees, indicating he is ready. A confident smile appears on Keatle's face as he gestures forward, saying, let's continue, ready to move on. The masked companion, surprised by Keatle's resolve, quickly agrees, saying, yes, you're right, with renewed determination. Keatle calmly surveys his surroundings. As his companion, the subordinate hunter nervously suggests, we don't have to rush though, right? The hunter's voice betrays his anxiety. I don't wish to die here. A faint, unsettling sound preceding his words. Keatle's eyes narrow, his expression unwavering. Just as a large skeleton monster steps into view, its bones clattering. The hunter, surprised, addresses him, Sir Keatle? As the skeletal figure advances, its presence unsettling. Keatle remains still, facing the new threat, while the hunter, recognizing the creature, exclaims, a skeleton. A real one is coming. He then inquires about their path, our way, before timidly asking, can I ask you to take a detour? In a different scene, a subordinate hunter stands over a fallen figure, his expression serious, as Greta observes with a look of shock. Greta then states, there are a few things I want to check. The subordinate hunter readily agrees. Oh, yes. Greta confirms her agreement. I also agree, and the hunter responds with a brief, thanks. Elsewhere, Keatle's eyes begin to glow with a purple light, a slight smile forming on his lips as he prepares for action. He stands before the large skeleton monster, its skeletal frame imposing against his presence. With a visible surge of energy, his hand glows with purple light, prepared to strike. From afar, the subordinate hunter and Greta observe, their expressions showing a mix of wonder and concern. Keatle, now fully empowered, speaks to the monster, very cool. How does it feel to be like that? He then releases a powerful stream of purple energy, striking the skeleton monster directly. The attack connects forcefully, causing the monster to falter and parts of its body to break. With a concluding burst of energy, the skeleton monster is completely destroyed, its pieces scattering. His eyes glowing with intense purple light, Keatle released a powerful surge of energy, the air around him shimmering with its force. A confident expression on his face as he addressed his opponent. What will you do now? The skeleton monster, directly hit by the attack, started to break apart, its bones cracking and falling away. Even its large sword could not withstand the magic, shattering into many pieces. Keatle stood victorious over the monster's destruction, its broken pieces spread across the ground. A faint purple energy still glowed from his hand, showing the great power he had just used. From afar, Greta and the subordinate hunter watched, their faces showing deep shock, stunned by the amount of power Keatle had displayed. Another part of the monster's weapon broke apart, a last sound confirming its complete ruin. Keatle's smirk grew wider, his glowing eyes showing his confidence, a quiet leaving his lips as he looked at the scene. The last traces of purple energy swirled around him as he repeated his question, and what about now? At last, the bright purple light left his hand, leaving only the smell of ozone. Greta and the hunter stayed still, their faces showing both wonder and worry, as they slowly understood the real power of the man in front of them. He maintains his grip, a silent challenge hanging in the air. As the skeletal monster, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, can only stare in utter confusion. A small, crimson mark already blooms on its skull, a testament to the speed of the barbarian's assault. Then, with a blur of motion, a wicked, scythe-like blade arcs through the air. Keatle's gauntlet hand, now wreathed in crackling purple energy, slams the weapon into the monster with devastating force, a whirl of power echoing through the space. The impact sends the skeleton reeling, its own weapon beginning to splinter, a dull thud, marking its imminent demise. A confident smirk plays on his lips as Keatle taunts his foe, asking if it truly believed he couldn't wield a sword with his other hand as well. The hilt of a second blade, secured at his hip, serves as silent proof of his boast. With a resounding clang, the monster's weapon shatters into countless fragments, purple energy erupting from the point of impact. The air itself seems to ripple with the raw power he unleashes, a torrent of destructive force. His gauntlet hand, now a conduit of pure, crackling purple energy, grips the monster's arm, causing it to disintegrate with another sharp clang. Finally, with a thunderous crash, the barbarian delivers the finishing blow, and the skeletal monster explodes into a shower of shattered bone and fading purple light. The monster's form began to give way, and a final sound escaped it, as his foot pressed down on its skeletal arm. The bones beneath him cracked and splintered, his hand still holding the weapon that had struck the final blow. Even the monster's skull, now a fragment, seemed to recoil in its final moments, as the purple energy consumed it. A bright flash of violet light erupted, leaving only shimmering particles behind. The creature was completely destroyed, its existence erased by the force of his power. Standing amidst the fading energy, Keatle showed an aura of complete dominance, his expression calm. He looked down at the empty space where his enemy had been, a quiet taunt leaving his lips. I don't think I should replace it. You're quite intelligent. Nearby, Greta watched, her eyes wide with a mix of awe and fear, barely holding back a gasp. Meja was also visibly shaken, a small ugh escaping her as she took in the destructive power she had just seen. The subordinate hunter, a seasoned warrior, could only think about what this meant, a single thought forming in his mind. He must be. As Keatle turned and began to walk away, a faint purple glow still around him, Meja watched him leave, with a mix of fear and interest in her eyes. His strong steps carried him forward, leaving behind a silent sign of his raw strength, a real barbarian. A flurry of motion and impact echoes through the cavern. As Keatle moves with blinding speed, his attack tearing through the air towards a grotesque skull. The force of his blow sends the skeletal monstrosity tumbling, its form momentarily disrupted. His eyes, now glowing with an intense purple light, fixate on the creature, a silent assessment of its resilience. Standing over the shattered remnants of the skull, he observes its destruction, knowing that such a creature can move even if its skull is completely destroyed. True to his expectation, the fragments begin to glow with an eerie light, reassembling themselves into a whole, floating skull once more. A smirk plays on his lips as he watches the impossible feat, finding the monster's tenacity utterly fun. Turning from the reanimated foe, he addresses someone just out of sight, offering a casual apology for the delay. Below him, a subordinate hunter kneels respectfully, assuring his sire that they are simply grateful to be of service. The barbarian acknowledges the sentiment with a quiet, yet sincere, thanks. The subordinate, still kneeling, responds with a simple, obedient okay. He stops, looking down, as his silver-haired companion glances upward behind him. His silver-haired companion speaks, let's go. Their companions react with an excited yes, in a more lighthearted, chibi style. His heavy footsteps echo as he starts to walk. The group moves quickly down a set of old stairs, a soft whoosh sound accompanying them, as one of them remarks, this is. They arrive at the bottom of the stairs, facing what appears to be the end level. The stone steps glow with a soft, purple light, emitting a low hum. Footsteps sound, jabug, breaking the silence. He looks forward, with his companions standing behind him, observing the area. His silver-haired companion shows a slight tension in her neck. A soft rustle, "Sut," catches his attention, and he looks concerned, muttering, He turns to his group and suggests, well, how about we take a little break? He looks down at the situation before him, a sense of quiet satisfaction evident. Behind him, the subordinate hunter expresses his gratitude with an exaggerated reaction, his voice filled with relief, as Greta watches, also surprised. Keatle calmly turns his attention forward, prepared for the next challenge, a soft sound indicating his movement. Later, the entire group takes a necessary break, sitting in a circle, with only soft sounds breaking the quiet. Meja, however, interrupts the calm, sharing a peculiar observation with Alexander. I saw a dungeon on the way to this dungeon. Alexander, confused, can only ask, what? Keatle, listening closely, considers the implications, acknowledging the vastness of their world and his own limited understanding, stating, it's impossible. I need more education. Meja, embarrassed by his serious response, blushes and quietly says, educated. Thank you. Kazan Hark, always practical, breaks the awkward silence, asking directly, what do you want to know? A flashback shows Keatle and Greta examining a map, discussing how far away the dungeon was from their home territory. He then asks about the monsters from the outside, wondering if they present any immediate danger. His expression remains thoughtful, the journey's weight and its implications clearly on his mind. As the group continues their journey, Hayes explains that monsters typically remain confined within their dungeons, with the abyss being a notable exception. Alexander Vonius, the paladin, adds that any breaches are quickly contained and dealt with discreetly. Keatle, still processing this information, clears his throat thoughtfully. The very fabric of their reality is shaped by these mysterious formations, as dungeons are naturally generated, not man-made. These unpredictable structures manifest in various forms, sometimes as caves, other times as towers. A subordinate hunter chimes in, explaining that most dungeons are usually found in crowded places. Keatle, his brow furrowed in contemplation, asks, if that is so, then what does it mean? The narration clarifies that when a dungeon appears, its territory is claimed, meaning mercenaries and hunters are responsible for handling it. Hayes listens intently, her expression unreadable. Kazan Hark, the thief, lets out a casual exclamation. Alexander, however, asserts that it doesn't matter who owns the territory, as the monsters are still coming from it. Finally, Keatle nods, a new understanding dawning upon him as he simply states that he understands. As the system confirms the defeat of a first-floor boss, promising various rewards and the dungeon's eventual disappearance, Greta's gaze falls upon the glowing reward, and she remarks that it must be quite valuable. A knowing smirk plays across Keatle's lips, his expression suggesting a deeper understanding or a shared experience. He then questions her, asking if she has encountered similar situations, and she confirms that she has personally claimed such rewards. Turning his gaze away, the barbarian poses another question, his mind clearly grappling with the intricacies of this new world. A moment of silence hangs in the air, the weight of unspoken thoughts settling between them. Suddenly, Greta's expression shifts to one of utter shock, her voice rising in disbelief as she repeats his question about dungeons, demanding clarification. She then explains, with a hint of wonder, that these mysterious phenomena are generated entirely naturally, with no one creating them. As she speaks, a disturbing visual manifests, her hand, covered in what appears to be blood and glowing red particles, symbolizing a grim reality. She laments that too many people are discussing this, and that a portion of the monsters are even transforming into women. This bizarre transformation, depicted by a serpent coiled around a forbidden apple, is apparently a common occurrence in this world. Ketel, looking down in contemplation, acknowledges the inherent danger but notes that despite the risks, people continue to seek out the rewards. Greta, her expression thoughtful, finds it difficult to believe that such an artificial feeling phenomenon could truly be a natural occurrence. Asking aloud, if dungeons were truly naturally occurring. But the barbarian's expression becomes serious, his voice firm as he reminds her that despite the dangers, people still seek the rewards found inside. His eyes narrow, a somber truth emerging as he continues. Many who enter do not come back. Standing over a defeated enemy, its shape hidden by shadow, he declares that harsh reality remains the same. As he holds a pulsating, glowing orb, a thought whispers in the darkness, questioning his identity. If I knew the truth, I wouldn't have cared. Is he truly the other? A cold smirk appears on his face, his eyes glowing intensely, as he finds a grim pleasure in the situation. Turning to his companions, he asks if they have collected enough. Greta, surprised by his intensity, can only make a small, shocked sound. With a confident smile, he continues, asking if they should proceed with their dangerous journey. His determination firm, he answers his own question with a clear, yes. As his companions watch him, with a mix of wonder and worry on their faces, his firm resolve guides them toward their next challenge. Following the intense battle, a quiet stillness descended upon the cavern, interrupted by Greta's startled cry as she looked upon the fallen creature. A subtle cracking sound resonated through the space, indicating the recent exertion of powerful forces. Ketel and his subordinate hunter continued their advance, their steps making a distinct sound on the ground. With a focused expression, he carefully observed the area, a thought forming in his head. Then, a golden shimmer appeared, revealing a large, decorative treasure chest, emitting a gentle light. A slight smile touched Ketel's face as he neared the chest, stating that it was the treasure, the reward from the dungeon. Extending his hand to claim the reward, he declared his intention to take it immediately. However, before he could grasp the chest, another voice broke the quiet, as Kazan Hark appeared, questioning his right to the treasure, suggesting such items typically belong to divine entities. Kazan, known for his thieving ways, pondered internally, considering if the man before him was indeed the famous barbarian, Ketel. Ketel's face grew stern, a quiet defiance in his gaze as he acknowledged the newcomer. With a confident smile, Kazan affirmed his identity, then added, "And you are a thief," a truth Ketel implicitly understood. Ketel, remaining calm, responded, "I'll consider that a compliment," his tone carrying a subtle threat as the atmosphere between them grew tense. Kazan Hark felt a growing unease, sensing that his assessment of the situation might be incorrect. However, a significant problem presented itself, a secret he felt compelled to keep hidden. He internally lamented that if he genuinely possessed the necessary skill, he would not find himself in such a predicament. Ketel observed him with a steady, scrutinizing gaze. The reality was, he was merely a novice thief, unable to even gain entry into the Thieves' Guild, and completely devoid of the skills required to open the chest. His frustration mounted, manifesting as a silent, internal outcry. Yet, he found himself unable to disclose the truth of his limitations to his companions. He anticipated Ketel's disappointment, fearing the reaction if his true lack of skill were revealed. Ketel's voice broke his reverie, his eyes glowing as he questioned how a self-proclaimed thief could be incapable of this task, with his subordinate hunter observing closely. Abruptly, a burst of raw energy manifested around him, indicating a sudden, desperate attempt. The unexpected surge of power, leaving him momentarily astonished. With a sudden gasp, he conceded, announcing his intention to proceed with opening the chest. A metallic clatter resonates, signaling the potential opening of the treasure chest, but the moment remains suspended. Kazan Hark looks up, realizing Ketel is staring directly at him, and the thought crosses his mind that failure could cost him his life. He remembers all the times he was treated as a novice, a memory that fuels his determination. He swallows, his expression becoming firm, as he prepares himself for the task ahead. The metallic groans continue, adding to the suspense. A purple aura begins to emanate from Kazan Hark, as he considers the implications of his actions, while Ketel and his subordinate observe. Another metallic clatter sounds, and his face shows intense concentration, as a fiery energy swirls around him. His eyes glow purple as he states that his life depends on this, but he believes he can do it. A moment of tense silence hangs in the air as Keatle stares intently at a massive, ornate treasure chest, a question mark hanging over his head. Then, with a sudden, resounding click, the ancient lock gives way, and the chest slowly creaks open, revealing its hidden contents. A triumphant grin spreads across Keatle's face, his eyes gleaming with excitement as Greta, standing beside him, gazes in awe at the treasure. Her expression shifts to one of utter disbelief, a gasp escaping her lips as she exclaims, "Whoa, really?" Keatle, beaming with pride, pats himself on the back, declaring, "Oh, you're great, Keatle." He never thought he'd see it open, finding the feat truly amazing. Meanwhile, Kazan Hark, a seasoned adventurer, observes the scene with a knowing look, acknowledging that it was clearly an unexpected event, even for him, who had overcome countless trials. Greta, however, quickly shifts her focus from awe to practicality, wondering if she really has to give half of the reward to the other man, and, more importantly, how much the chest is actually worth. As Keatle and Greta stand before the now-open chest, Kazan Hark informs them that only those who can unlock such treasures are entitled to them, granting them full permission to take whatever they desire. The seasoned adventurer simply nods, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he acknowledges, "I see. Nice." With a casual gesture, he then tells them, "I leave this to you," effectively handing over the spoils. A figure tumbles through a swirling void, falling rapidly into an unseen destination. From above, Kazan Hark observes the abrupt fall, a sound of surprise leaving him. Greta is equally startled, her expression one of profound shock as she witnesses the event. Once the commotion settles, Keatle, feeling disoriented, immediately turns to Greta, asking if she requires assistance or if she is injured. Still recovering, Greta quickly denies any wrongdoing, insisting she did nothing to cause their predicament. A bright flash of light marks the conclusion of their turbulent passage. Keatle's boots make firm contact with the ground, bringing his fall to an abrupt halt. And as the dust clears, he, Greta, and Kazan Hark find themselves standing together within a vast, dimly lit cavern. The atmosphere is thick with an old, earthy smell, and the terrain underfoot is rugged and irregular. Then, a voice breaks the silence, identifying a massive form in the gloom. "Hold on, it's a skeleton." Before them, the colossal skeletal remains of an ancient creature stretch across the cavern floor, a silent and imposing discovery. He surveys the cavern, noting the skeletal remains. Consulting a map, he determines there are 4 skeletons in total and decides to take on 3 himself. He then turns to his companions, briefly explaining the situation and his strategy. Looking at Kazan Hark, he instructs him to handle the remaining skeleton. Kazan Hark responds simply, confirming his acceptance of the duty. Greta, too, affirms her understanding of the plan. Suddenly, a skeletal hand pushes up from the earth, signaling movement among the dormant remains. A series of cracking sounds, dudaduk, fills the air as more skeletal parts begin to emerge. As the skeletons begin to reanimate, Kazan Hark's thoughts turn inward, a feeling of guilt surfacing from a time he couldn't protect someone important. All around them, the ground begins to churn, as numerous skeletons rise, forming a menacing circle. A rustling sound, sususuk, accompanies the full reanimation of the skeletons, their forms now complete. The dudaduk sounds persist, as more skeletons continue to rise, adding to their numbers. Then, with an eerie blue glow, the eye sockets of the reanimated skeletons light up, indicating they are fully active and ready to fight. As the cavern floor rumbles, a single, urgent command echoes through the darkness, prompting the group to prepare. Greta gasps, her eyes wide with alarm, while Kazan Hark lets out a low sound of acknowledgement, both preparing for the coming attack. The air grows tense as the reality sets in. The battle has officially begun. Suddenly, a wave of reanimated skeletons rushes forward, their glowing blue eyes showing their intent, causing Kazan Hark to step back as he is forced to defend himself. The large number of attackers threatens to overwhelm him, their bony limbs hitting with unexpected speed and power. But Kazan Hark is used to tough fights, and with a practiced move, he makes a quick, curving sword slash, clearing a path through the attacking group. His blade hits its target, going straight through a skeleton's chest, making the reanimated enemy stumble and fall apart. Meanwhile, Keatle looks at the chaotic scene, a slight smile on his face as he sees the many skeletal enemies, a rare and interesting challenge. With a confident statement, he steps forward, ready to use his great power against the undead. A bright burst of blue energy comes from him, ripping through the skeleton lines, breaking many enemies into dust with one powerful hit. He continues his strong attack, easily blocking a skeleton's desperate lunge, his movements a fast blur of controlled power. With strong focus, Keatle moves deeper into the group, his determination clear amidst the battle's chaos. Keatle unleashes a powerful, blue-hued strike, the impact reverberating through the cavern. Moving with incredible speed, he becomes a blur of motion, his cape trailing behind him as he closes the distance. The sheer force of his blow shatters a skeleton's head, sending fragments flying in a burst of blue energy. Without pause, he winds up for another devastating attack, his form now wreathed in a vibrant orange glow. A powerful kick, infused with the same fiery energy, connects with another skeletal foe, sending it reeling. From a short distance, Greta watches the barbarian's display of raw power, her eyes wide with a mix of awe and apprehension. Ketel extends his hand, the orange energy coalescing into a potent skill, the shadow of destruction. He unleashes the attack, a devastating wave of destructive force radiating outwards from his body. The impact tears through the skeletal ranks, shattering multiple enemies in a brilliant explosion of light and bone. The devastating wave continues its path, obliterating more of the reanimated corpses with relentless force. Skeletons crumble into dust and fragments under the relentless assault, their numbers rapidly dwindling. The final surge of energy pulverizes the remaining foes, leaving only scattered debris in its wake. The cavern still hums with residual energy from his recent attack as the final skeletal enemy disintegrates into glowing particles. A burst of purple energy flashes, confirming the destruction of the enemies. A slight smile forms on his face, and he lets out a soft laugh as he looks around. He observes the destruction, feeling a deep sense of contentment, as he had never expected to see such a sight in person. Such a display of power was truly uncommon. Another burst of his purple energy appears, showing his continued use of magic. With a simple motion, he confirms that everything is in order. His smile broadens, as the removal of the nuisances allows him to fully appreciate the situation. Purple energy continues to crackle around him, a steady display of his magical presence. The last traces of his magic fade, leaving the cavern quiet once more. From a distance, Maja Sausht watches the barbarian's actions, a pensive look on her face as she tries to understand his motives. Her eyes narrow, as she concludes that this powerful individual intends to test them. A heavy impact reverberates through the cavern, striking a skeletal enemy. The skeleton stumbles back, its glowing eyes reflecting confusion, seemingly unable to understand what just happened. The dark cavern around them is filled with faint, blue glowing particles, evidence of the magic used in the battle. Then, a new enemy appears from the darkness, a skeleton clad in red armor with glowing orange eyes, its weapon ready to attack, showing its determination. It stands firm, a chilling statement heard throughout the area. If we show weakness, we are dead. However, before the armored enemy can act, a quick red energy slash cuts through its body, a fast attack that gives it no chance to defend. Many red slashes follow quickly, a fast series of attacks breaking the monster apart. At last, a strong blue energy wave bursts forth, breaking the last pieces of the armored skeleton into dust. The final skull breaks apart, its glowing eyes dimming, leaving only small pieces of bone behind. When the dust clears, Ketel stands upright, his presence filling the cavern, looking down at Maja Sausht, who is kneeling. He holds his sword easily, his face showing no clear emotion, while she appears to be breathing heavily, a quiet gasp leaving her mouth. Maja Sausht eventually looks up, her eyes on him, a single word leaving her mouth, filled with doubt. Surely. Still kneeling, her eyes fixed on the powerful figure before her, she silently acknowledges that only those strong enough could survive the harsh snowfield, and he had done so with ease. The monsters they had faced in the snowfield were all skeletons, suggesting a deeper, more sinister presence. Even as the number of enemies grew, Ketel, at the forefront, allowed them to proceed without significant difficulty. They continued their journey, pushing deeper into the dungeon, until they reached their destination. The journey and the events she had witnessed left her speechless, her face reflecting deep concern. They walked together through the darkness, her quiet worry contrasting with his calm demeanor. The air grew heavy with magic as they finally reached the deepest part of the dungeon. His heavy footsteps echoed through the quiet chamber as he continued to move forward. Before them, on a large, skeletal throne, sat a powerful figure, the skeleton monarch. Her eyes widened in shock as she recognized the creature, a monster she had only heard stories about. Without showing any fear, Ketel confirmed her thoughts, stating, "Yes, this is the skeleton monarch." A chilling thought crossed her mind, as she considered the implications of facing such a powerful enemy, wondering if he truly had no chance of winning. Maja Sausht, still processing the appearance of the skeleton monarch, voices her concerns about the dungeon's true nature, asking what would occur if they were to return, and if it was indeed a form of judgment. Ketel, however, calmly responds that if the dungeon is indeed a judgment, then someone will simply have to handle the situation. A subtle expression of determination crosses his face, his resolve firm. Standing before the foreboding entrance, Maja addresses Ketel again, her tone still reflecting her apprehension. He merely reaffirms his position, his words conveying a sense of unwavering conviction. Within the dungeon's depths, a strong, glowing purple energy starts to gather, radiating with potent magic. From the swirling magical mist, the imposing skeleton monarch fully appears, its red armor shining darkly, and its eyes glowing with an orange light, presenting a fearsome presence. A purple-armored figure launched a swift attack. The attack continued, rapidly closing the distance. Ketel, the legendary barbarian, observed the incoming assault, a confident expression on his face, believing this blessing would be his foe's downfall. His eyes gleamed with anticipation, and he stated, "This will be fun." The purple monster, however, was relentless, its form a streaking menace, closing in rapidly. A sudden, explosive impact shook the cavern, sending the barbarian reeling backward with a desperate cry. He was thrown through the air, a trail of purple energy marking his violent trajectory. A pained groan escaped him as the full force of the blow registered, his body reacting to the impact. The ground beneath them cracked and shattered, unable to withstand the immense power unleashed. The monster showed no mercy, following its devastating strike with another explosive assault, driving its opponent further down. A desperate cry tore from his throat as he plummeted deeper into the chasm. Engulfed by the encroaching darkness, the barbarian vanished from sight, his fate uncertain. A woman with long white hair screams in terror, her gaze fixed on a scene of distress. A muscular warrior, clad in fur and with dark, unkempt hair, stands over a fallen individual, his presence commanding the somber atmosphere. The perspective changes, showing the warrior, whose hair is now gray, reacting with a surprised exclamation. A brown-haired man nearby warns others with a panicked voice, "Get away. It's too powerful." As a new danger appears. Out of the shadows, a skeletal monster with glowing red eyes and a sword appears, its form exuding a dark and threatening aura. The monster's red eyes glow with fierce intensity, signaling its readiness to attack. With a sudden burst of speed, the skeleton monster charges, surrounded by a purple glow, launching its assault. However, Keetle, the warrior with gray hair, remains resolute, his expression showing firm resolve against the approaching threat. His blue eyes begin to glow brightly, indicating a surge of his hidden power. Before the monster's attack connects, Keetle unleashes a burst of purple energy, striking the creature with his sword and disrupting its assault. Surrounded by the purple glow, he continues his attack, pushing the monster back with powerful, rapid movements. With a decisive final blow, Keetle destroys the skeletal monster, causing it to break apart into light and debris. The brown-haired man and Greta, the white-haired woman, watch in disbelief, their expressions reflecting both shock and wonder at the display of power. Keetle's hand gently touches a surface, his eyes focused intently on something beneath him. He lets out a small sound, then asks, "Is that all?" He stands in the glowing cavern, looking around while another person observes him from a distance. His stare remains steady, a quiet focus coming from him. Below him, Kaizenhark looks up, showing a worried expression. They both look at a fancy wooden chest, which has shiny gold decorations. Kaizenhark, seeing the chest's strong presence, asks, "Can you open this too? I don't open chests, and this one seems like a high-level trap." He states, "I can't do it with my abilities," and Keetle responds, "Is that right? That's a shame." Kaizenhark sighs, and then says, "Since that's the case, we'll have to give up." However, Keetle's hand acts with clear intent, and a strong energy comes from his fingers as he pushes. Then, purple lightning suddenly appears, making Kaizenhark jump back in surprise. He effortlessly channels a surge of crackling purple energy, tearing open the high-level treasure chest with a powerful, whistling force. The sheer display of power leaves his companions, Kaizenhark and Greta, utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. Turning to Kaizenhark, Keetle remarks, "The rewards are definitely higher." Then, with a casual air, he asks, "Kaizen, please help me with this too." Kaizenhark, still reeling from the shock, can only stammer out a bewildered, "Why yes." He watches Keetle's foot, his mind racing with disbelief, realizing that his companion can break down barriers with his bare hands, a feat he'd never even heard of or seen before. The thief then voices his confusion. "Also, why would you ask me to help you if you can clear it yourself?" A moment of stunned silence hangs in the air, as a brilliant, shimmering light erupts from the open chest, blinding them all. The sudden surge of energy causes leaves to rain down from the trees, a clear sign of the disturbance. Keetle looks up, a surprised expression crossing his face, as if something unexpected has emerged. Suddenly, the group is thrust into chaos as Keetle, Kaizenhark, Greta, and the subordinate hunter are forced to engage in a fierce battle, striking down monstrous creatures that have burst forth from the chest's depths. The dungeon instance begins to dissolve, and a subordinate hunter observes the process, the system confirming that once cleared, such instances vanish entirely. Turning to Keetle, the subordinate hunter expresses his relief, stating his gladness that Keetle is safe, having previously believed him to be dead. Keetle, however, merely offers a slight smile, remarking that the experience was quite fun. Elsewhere, Kaizenhark observes the situation with a look of confusion, questioning the swiftness of the dungeon's completion. A nearby guard, clad in heavy armor, expresses similar astonishment, wondering aloud how the dungeon could have been completed so rapidly. Alexander Vonius stands composedly beside a wooden table, prepared to receive information. The city, a vast urban landscape, stretches out under a clear sky, its daily life continuing undisturbed. Alexander then asks a direct question, seeking details about the dungeon's completion. With a satisfied expression, Keetle responds, stating that the experience was truly gratifying. Subsequently, Keetle is seen alongside Greta and the subordinate hunter, the three of them gathered together. Keetle then speaks to his companions, expressing his trust in them, and directs them to follow him individually for the upcoming procedure. Maja Sausht, with a contemplative expression, states that there isn't any problem, then acknowledges the information she has received. Meanwhile, Alexander Vonius, looking intently at Kazan Hark, inquires if he thinks they can use him for a future procedure. Meja, after a moment of thought, responds, I think so. Alexander reflects on the varied opinions regarding Kazan Hark, aware that the Emperor is already preparing a new procedure, and that the Barbarian, renowned for his strength, is involved. Kazan Hark, however, appears unconvinced, stating that the Barbarian does not seem like someone who would intentionally cause harm. Alexander repeats the Barbarian's reputation, highlighting his strength. He then adds, he didn't hurt anyone. The reality was that Kazan Hark, though skilled as a thief, was a poor fighter and a weak hunter, whereas Alexander Vonius was now in the presence of a genuine warrior. In her own setting, Meja Sausch tells Hayes to get some rest, but reminds her that they need to be ready for the upcoming procedure. Kazan Hark, still thinking, notes that the Barbarian was the one who initially cleared the dungeon, and expresses his doubt that he is truly a barbarian. Alexander, after a pause, grants his permission, allowing Kazan Hark to move forward. With a final caution to be careful, Alexander reminds him that even if he is apprehended, he is not to cause any problems, a clear instruction for the thief now part of the Emperor's agenda. The hunters, still recovering from the recent event, talk about the large rewards they have just received, a significant amount of gold and rare items, much more than they had hoped for. Ketel, however, just holds up a very large bag filled with shiny coins and valuable jewels, his face showing no clear emotion as he recognizes the huge amount they collected. Greta, standing next to him, smiles brightly with pride and happiness, clearly happy with their achievement and the riches they have gathered. Meanwhile, Meja Sausch, with her own group, waves her hand to show she doesn't care for such material rewards, her elegant taste finding little worth in simple gold. Back with Ketel's group, the hunters show their thanks for the amazing treasure, agreeing that such a reward is very uncommon. Ketel, with a slight blush, modestly turns away their compliments, saying that the real credit should go to the whole team. In another place, a group of elf children gather closely, their wide eyes showing both fear and amazement, as they quietly talk about something they have seen. An old elf and an elf mage stand close by, their faces serious, as they also appear to be thinking about what has recently happened. A sudden, strong magical wave moves through the air, a powerful, invisible force showing its presence. Alexander Vonius, still talking with Kazan Hark, confirms the Emperor's plans, his words suggesting he understands the political schemes happening. He then turns his attention to Ketel, seeing his great strength and fame, even if he is just a barbarian who somehow succeeds in clearing dungeons. A powerful aura emanates from him, a legendary barbarian, a foreign entity whose presence seems to distort the air. Meanwhile, within the opulent halls of power, the soft sound of armored boots echoes through a grand corridor, as a guard makes his way to deliver an urgent report. His voice firm, the armored man states that he intends to report everything he witnessed directly to the Emperor. A silent acknowledgement follows, the unseen recipient of his words simply confirming their understanding. High above the sprawling city, a magnificent, white-domed palace gleams under the sky, its grandeur a stark contrast to the dark wilderness. The view sweeps through the palace's intricate architecture, revealing its vast courtyards and towering spires, a testament to imperial power. From the cosmic dance of distant stars, the focus narrows, zooming in on a crucial document, its contents soon to be revealed. Back inside the palace, a voice calls out, inviting someone to enter a richly adorned chamber. The grand hall unfolds, a tapestry of crimson and gold, leading to a powerful figure awaiting an audience. Seated at a lavish desk, a man with a thoughtful expression ponders what exactly has transpired to warrant such a report. The document before him identifies him as Luke Barkhan, Lord of the Barkhan territory within the Kingdom of Gehenna. The armored man, now seen in a helmet, continues his report, lamenting that the first quest giver of the imperial family was met with strong opposition and was lost. Even as the news of the lost quest giver is processed, another urgent report arrives, stating that a barbarian has entered their territory. From his throne, Luke Barkhan asks if he had allowed this to happen, and the armored man replies that he didn't think it would be an issue. Luke, still unconvinced, asks, then what is the problem? The subordinate then reveals that the person is just a thief. Luke's expression shows surprise as he wonders how this could be. The armored man continues, reporting that they say he defeated a skeleton knight in one hit. Luke's eyes widen in shock at the mention of a skeleton knight. The subordinate repeats, still in disbelief, that it was a monster said to be rank B, and he defeated it in one hit. Elsewhere, two figures, barbarians with glowing purple eyes, stand overlooking a dark landscape, embodying the very essence of the barbarians. Back in the throne room, Luke Barkhan considers their power, concluding it is simple, brute strength, overwhelming with strength. The subordinate agrees, stating, so he's top tier, that's most likely. As the report concludes, a thought lingers in the air. Could he be even stronger than they imagined? Luke Barkhan, his expression firm, acknowledges the undeniable truth of the barbarian's power. He muses on the rarity of such talent, a man of that caliber, declaring that they must secure him, even considering a direct approach. But his subordinate hesitates, a flicker of concern crossing his face, as if the very mention of the barbarian's presence is a warning. The subordinate voices his apprehension, questioning the wisdom of recruiting a barbarian, but Luke Barkon dismisses his concerns, his resolve unwavering. He will make this powerful individual his own. Meanwhile, in a stark, desolate landscape, the legendary Keetle stands tall, his eyes burning with an intense purple glow, alongside another barbarian whose gaze mirrors his own raw power. Back in the opulent chamber, the subordinate continues to press his point, insisting that the barbarian has other allegiances. Luke Barkon, clearly annoyed, demands clarification on what he means. The subordinate reiterates his concern, emphasizing that despite his strength, the barbarian is nothing more than an unintelligent brute. He explains that barbarianism is a legendary lineage, directly descended from the great summoner himself. Luke Barkon, however, remains unconvinced, his dismissive tone suggesting he views such lineage as irrelevant, deeming the barbarian useless if he cannot be controlled. With a final, decisive gesture, Luke Barkon settles back, his decision made, leaving no room for further argument. His resolve firm, Luke Barkon instructs his subordinate to summon the barbarian. He quickly amends his order, deciding to speak with the barbarian himself. Elsewhere, a table laden with food and drink is prepared, suggesting a moment of respite. Keetle, with a look of contentment, eats his food heartily. He and his companions, Greta, Maja, and Alexander, sit together at a wooden table, sharing food and drink. Greta, Maja, and Alexander look at each other with expressions of surprise, as if something unexpected has occurred. The sound of a barrel being opened is heard, a common noise in such an establishment. Keetle, seemingly unaware of the others' reactions, states with satisfaction that the food is good and he enjoys the peacefulness of the place. While Keetle continues to eat, Greta makes a soft, questioning sound, looking intently at Alexander. Greta then speaks, realizing something important, and identifies Alexander as a paladin, which he confirms with a quiet yes. Keetle, curious about the recent revelation, asks about the nature of divine power, specifically if it is the same as what he experienced in the dungeon. Alexander, however, remains calm, stating that he has not yet fully awakened his divine power. Maja then speaks, her expression thoughtful, bringing up the goddess Malrotia, a deity revered for her beauty by many people. Keetle, listening carefully, wonders if there is a temple dedicated to her close by. He quickly dismisses the thought, believing that such a prominent figure would probably not be a welcome sight. Maja, however, provides a different viewpoint, clarifying that the goddess Malrotia is worshipped as the deity of love and beauty. A calm image of Hayes, the priestess, is shown, emphasizing the widespread devotion to the goddess, who is both respected and loved by the populace. Keetle's focus returns to Alexander, as he speaks to him. He asks Alexander more directly, questioning how strong he truly is. A scene from the past or a contextual image shows Alexander in his paladin armor, confronting Kazenhark, suggesting a past disagreement or an important event in Alexander's life. Back in the present, Keetle continues to eat, his face showing no clear emotion as he considers what he has learned. He then speaks his thoughts aloud, admitting that if they're talking about ranks, he is also interested in understanding the power levels, particularly as he has not been away from the snowfield for a long time. Continuing his line of questioning, Keetle addresses his companions, inquiring about the strength of a knight. Maja, seated opposite him, responds that the strength of the temple knights is a complicated matter. He then asks for clarification, wondering if a second-rate knight would possess that level of power. Maja looks down, offering a quiet, "Excuse me," in response. Elsewhere, a merchant at his stall states, about to close. Keetle, smiling, apologizes and suggests they continue their journey. A soft sound rings out, followed by a question about anyone's upcoming plans or schedules. Both Maja and Hayes appear startled, with Maja quickly asserting that they are very busy. The merchant from the earlier cutaway also reacts with urgency, declaring himself extremely busy. Observing their reactions, Keetle calmly states, "I see. Well then this is goodbye," accepting their excuses. An illustrative image appears, depicting Maja and Hayes, accompanied by two other individuals, looking towards a crowned woman, symbolizing a figure of divine authority or the temple knights. After the previous day's events, Keetle finds himself in a proper bed, a comfort he has not experienced in a long time, and a contented sigh escapes him. He stretches out, enjoying the comfort, reflecting that this is the first time he has slept in a proper bed since coming to this place. Meanwhile, in an adjacent room, another man quietly drinks from a cup. Back in his room, Keetle's thoughts continue, comparing this comfortable setting to the caves he had previously inhabited, finding it to be a heavenly experience. Sitting up, a thought crosses his mind, wondering about the well-being of his companions, and then, as a secondary thought, the monsters. A slight smile forms as he reaches out, secretly hoping his companions are not doing exceptionally well without him. His gaze becomes focused, eyes reflecting a deeper ambition, as his thoughts shift to the magic towers and even the royal palace. The morning light begins to appear, signaling the start of a new day. A bright light streams through a doorway, indicating the arrival of morning. Suddenly, a rumbling sound breaks the silence, and Keetle sits up with a surprised expression as his stomach growls loudly. Shaking off the last remnants of sleep, he stretches his body, yawning widely as he prepares for the day ahead. With a renewed sense of purpose, Ketel looks down, a determined expression on his face as he states, "Ah, I must have won you." A large, muscular man, his back turned, places a hand on the shoulder of an armored guard captain, who offers an apology. As the captain steps into a doorway, a voice addresses him. "You're the guard captain. What's the matter?" A low growl emanates from the captain, his face obscured by the helmet, but his posture suggesting discomfort. The cause of his unease is then revealed through a message. "The Lord wishes to meet you in person." The Lord of the Frontier sits on his throne as a subordinate informs him that a powerful being desires an audience. A low growl emanates from the Lord's chest as he considers the request. His subordinate, guessing his thoughts, identifies the figure as the Barbarian, a name known to all. The subordinate continues, describing the Barbarian's fearsome reputation as a killer and the only one to have defeated the Abyssal Serpent. A subtle smirk appears on the Lord's face, his eyes showing a dangerous curiosity as he finds the warrior's tales intriguing. The subordinate, however, thinks that if this meeting is a trap, he will be the one to defeat the Barbarian. With a decisive nod, the Lord orders his subordinate to bring the Barbarian to him. A moment of silence passes before a voice announces the Barbarian's arrival. Heavy footsteps echo as the warrior steps into the room. Luke Barkon, the Lord of Barkon territory, waits in his grand chamber. As the Barbarian, Ketel, enters the room, Luke extends his hand, stating his intention to summon Ketel, not just to meet him. He introduces himself. "I am Luke Barkon, the owner of the territory." His full title is then stated, Lord of Barkon territory, Kingdom of Jin, Luke Barkon. A handshake follows, marking the beginning of their interaction. Then, Ketel introduces himself. "I am the Barbarian Ketel." Luke's expression turns to surprise, anticipating what Ketel will do next. Ketel then bows deeply, showing a surprising level of respect. Luke is clearly surprised, pondering the meaning of this action, which seems to be a way to turn strength into weakness. A thoughtful expression settles on Luke's face as he considers Ketel's actions, realizing he had always known Ketel would go to great lengths. Finally, Luke invites Ketel to sit, acknowledging his long journey. Within a grand, opulent chamber, shadows clung to the ornate details. At the center of the room, a small, white-haired figure sat regally at a lavish table. Their voice, though soft, carried an unexpected authority as they announced, "He's here." A sudden widening of an eye betrayed a flicker of surprise. As a formidable knight, clad in gleaming red and gold armor, began to recognize the gravity of the situation, muttering, "That's..." The white-haired figure, seemingly unconcerned by the unfolding tension, casually revealed their true intentions. "I play a game with a kid I found." A sinister red glow emanated from another's eye, as a chilling voice joined the conversation, saying, "Cool, I'll join in." The knight, now clad in darker, more menacing red and black armor, stood resolute. His face etched with grim determination as he declared, "This is clearly killing Sydney." Meanwhile, a shadowy, monstrous entity with glowing purple eyes observed the unfolding drama, its voice a low rumble. "I'm waiting, Tio, see how long patient can hold out." The red-eyed figure, still holding their teacup, dismissed the knight's concern with a cold, "Foolish fool." As the scene faded to a cosmic void, an unseen voice cut through the darkness, revealing the stark simplicity of their purpose. "The reason I called you is simple." Alexander's intense gaze falls upon the blonde warrior, his brow furrowed with unspoken questions. Ketel, however, remains composed, simply stating that Alexander should verify things for himself. Alexander's voice, deep and probing, asks about his origins. The blonde warrior looks away, his expression unreadable, as he admits to coming from the distant north. Alexander's eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face, as a narration box identifies the other man as the White Summoner. A thought echoes, acknowledging Ketel as a barbarian from legends. A figure stands in the shadows, a silent guardian whose very existence poses a threat. Meanwhile, Alexander, from his seat, dismisses the previous statement as a flared allegation, while the woman standing nearby expresses her uncertainty about the white-haired man's identity. His gaze sharpens, a quiet sound escaping him as he prepares to reveal his next move. He leans forward, posing a new question. "Then, how about a night?" Alexander looks at Ketel, asking if he would confront him personally for what he considers a minor issue. Ketel's eyes widen slightly, a quiet sound escaping him as he hears the word spar. Alexander's expression becomes firm, his voice steady. "Of course. It's a fight to the death." He expects Ketel to accept his fair conditions. A subtle smile appears on Alexander's face, pleased with the response he received. Ketel, standing before Alexander, lets out a quiet chuckle. The idea of a spar with a knight clearly interests him. He imagines not just any knight, but a royal knight, a powerful figure with a strong presence, glowing with energy. This is more than a challenge. It's an opportunity to test his true abilities, and Ketel looks forward to the upcoming fight. As his excitement grows, a bright red glow appears around his hand, a clear sign that he is ready for battle. Chapter 109, titled, Pick Your Poison, begins with Ketel facing his opponent, a silent challenge in his gaze. A thought echoes, "No matter how strong you are, you can't be stronger than me." Elsewhere, Alexander Vonius, positioned on his elaborate throne, watches the armored knight standing before him as a quiet tension settles over the large room. The knight's armored feet are planted steadily on the deep red carpet, suggesting a firm and prepared stance. Away from the royal court, beneath a wide, clear sky, a massive coliseum can be seen far off, ready for future events. At the same time, Meja Soust walks through a busy town, her pace easy as she moves along the active streets, a gentle dudung sound marking her progress. Back in the throne room, the knight stays ready, his eyes focused, possibly waiting for the result of an important choice. A confident smile appears on Ketel's face, his eyes shining with a keen sense of readiness. Alexander, however, keeps a serious look, his forehead creased in thought, possibly considering the results of his offer. At the same time, Meja, holding her yellow umbrella, stops her shopping. A soft huh? Leaving her as she makes a decision. Let's see. I'll take the one that's 600,000, with a clear te sound confirming her purchase. Back in the serious room, the armored knight moves forward, his voice clear as he announces, I challenge you to a duel to the death. Ketel's smile grows wider, his eyes showing strong determination as he replies, I hope so. Alexander's calm expression breaks, his face twisting in shock and anger as he shouts, How dare you? The audacity. He wasted no time, his voice a low growl as he prepared to strike. I'll show you, he declared, his blade descending with incredible speed. Disappear in the face of my sword. With a focused expression, he continued his assault. Now let's see. The force of the blow caused Ketel to recoil, a surprised sound escaping him. Alexander's sword began to glow with a vibrant green energy, humming with power. He swept the luminous weapon in a wide arc, the green light trailing behind it. Suddenly, a look of profound shock appeared on his face, his eyes widening. His powerful, glowing sword was abruptly stopped, its momentum completely arrested. A sudden burst of green energy streaks across the view, moving with incredible speed, prompting a question of its reality. However, the immediate, startled reactions of Ketel and a nearby subordinate quickly confirm that the phenomenon is indeed real. Other hunters in the vicinity also react with alarm, their expressions reflecting the shock of the rapid, green-tinged assault. One of the subordinates finds himself completely outmatched, unable to comprehend the speed of the assailant as the attack lands. Ketel, a seasoned warrior, raises a hand, a look of grim understanding on his face, as Greta observes the unfolding chaos with apprehension. A dark-haired figure materializes from the green energy, his voice calm as he remarks on the attempts to dodge his attacks, finding them somewhat impressive. Despite his presence, the attacker remains largely unseen, a blur of motion leaving only green trails, making it difficult to pinpoint his exact location. Suddenly, a dark-skinned fist appears, poised to strike with undeniable force. Ketel attempts to turn, his instincts warning him of the impending strike, but the attack is too swift. The impact connects, and Ketel's face contorts in shock and confusion as he is struck. He falls to the ground, the dark-haired assailant now standing over him, the green energy still visible around the scene. Dazed and defeated, Ketel remains on the ground, the impact of the attack clearly visible in his expression. He barely registers the blur of green energy. Before the impact sends him sprawling, a cry of pain escaping his lips as he collapses. Ketel watches, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend what just transpired. What? He mutters. The sound of a broken sword hilt clattering to the ground echoes the swiftness of the defeat, as the hunter lies incapacitated against a shattered wall. The very ground itself bears witness to the assailant's power, cracking and splintering from the sheer force of their movements. Ketel, now on his knees, looks up at the figure towering over him, a single, chilling phrase hanging in the air. One strike. From a distance, a man in a rich red robe gasps. A single strike. And he's already defeated? What kind of monster is this? Ketel's boots remain rooted to the spot, a testament to his utter defeat. Nearby, Greta, her expression a mix of shock and concern, wonders aloud. Is it over? The man in the red robe remains silent, his worry palpable. A flicker of deep concern crosses Ketel's eyes, the reality of the situation sinking in. In a desolate, ruined landscape, a cloaked figure stands firm, their voice echoing with an unyielding resolve, stating that passage is impossible. Meanwhile, in a lavish chamber, a noble with a dark beard contemplates a grim reality, muttering that some paths, once chosen, offer no return, before dismissing an unseen individual as a fool. High above the clouds, Marcelia Jesus Garcia, one of the last remaining elves, soars on the back of a majestic white dragon, her mission clear. They must find a specific person. Back in the opulent room, the noble glances downward, a hint of anticipation in his eyes, wondering if the time has finally come, and if this mysterious individual would be interested in their proposition. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock, a gasp escaping him as he realizes the conversation might be about him, the revelation hitting him with force. His attention then shifts to a gleaming golden artifact, encased within a display, his hand reaching out as if drawn by an irresistible allure. The intricate details of the object shimmer under the light, a silent exclamation mark hanging in the air, emphasizing its significance. A soft sigh escapes the noble's lips, his gaze fixed on a vibrant red gem embedded in a ring, a moment of quiet contemplation amidst the grandeur. He narrows his eyes, a knowing smirk playing on his lips, remarking with a hint of amusement that someone's tastes remain as questionable as ever. The noble then stands, hand on his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face, acknowledging that one always needs some form of amusement to pass the time. Across the room, an elderly man named Can, with a wise and weathered face, leans forward, inviting his companion to share something truly new and interesting. A hand extends, its fingers gently touching a small, ornate box that emits a subtle, faint glow. As the box is gently lifted, a voice speaks, greeting the elderly man. "I'm an old man too. Great to meet you, Mr. Can." Can offers a knowing smile, his eyes showing his age and wisdom as he accepts the item. The box opens, revealing its contents, a small, green artifact that glows with a soft, magical light, sending out tiny sparks. The air around the artifact shimmers, filled with tiny, dancing lights, suggesting the great power it holds. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a man lies in bed, his face showing discomfort, letting out a pained sound. A thin line of light cuts through the darkness, as a door slowly opens, suggesting someone is coming. Luke Barkon enters the room, looking at the sick man and asking with concern, "Are you okay?" The injured man, surprised, quickly sits up, speaking with urgency and apology. "It will be better in a few days. My apologies, sir." Luke Barkon looks down, telling him calmly, "You should be more careful." Meanwhile, Can's expression becomes serious, as he realizes something important. "To think my foolish words would make you lose a barbarian I've never heard of." The injured subordinate's eyes widen in shock, a single word leaving his mouth, "A master." Can's thoughts drift, recalling the immense power of the barbarian, a force so overwhelming that the injured subordinate could only stare in disbelief. The subordinate, still recovering from the encounter, could only confirm that there were no injuries at all, despite the monster's attack. He remembers how, before he could even react, the monster was completely shredded, a swift and decisive attack. Yet, only he could have slain a giant monster in a blink of an eye, without a single mark, leaving the subordinate to wonder if this was the legendary barbarian. Can continues his assessment, his gaze sharp, realizing the barbarian is not merely a brute. He's someone who can control his strength very precisely, a thought that clearly intrigues the elder merchant. Luke Barkon listens, a hint of surprise on his face, as Can muses, "To say compared to you, he really?" Can continues, his expression thoughtful, acknowledging the barbarian seems quite strong, but then adding a caveat. With a confident expression, Can declares, "I am a sword master." He asserts that even with superhuman strength, the barbarian cannot reach his level of skill. Luke Barkon nods, still processing the implications, while Can adds a final, intriguing detail. "And it seems he doesn't use a blade," Can concludes, his eyes narrowing, "to wield such strength." He continues, his gaze fixed on the man across from him, pondering the sheer impossibility of what he had witnessed. How could a mere barbarian, even one from the snowfield, possess such raw, untamed power, a strength that defied conventional understanding and shattered all expectations? His mind races, recalling the legend of a human existing in the snowfield, a barbarian whose very presence was a force of nature. A legendary human existing in the snowfield, a barbarian of the snowfield. He sees the barbarian in his mind's eye, a figure of immense power. Could he truly be human? Or perhaps, something more? The elder's thoughts crystallize into a single, profound realization. The barbarian is an anomaly, a deviation from the natural order. He pictures a monstrous, purple-eyed beast, its form radiating raw, primal energy, a vision of the untamed power Ketil wields. No, that's not it. He corrects himself, shaking his head slightly. His mind returns to Ketil, the barbarian's powerful form etched into his memory. If he were an anomaly, he must have been gravely misunderstood. He recalls the barbarian's hands, capable of such devastating force, yet belonging to one from the white snowfield. Why then, of all people, did he choose to accept Ketil's presence? A knowing smile plays on his lips as he concludes, because he is a man of his word, and that is something we accept. In a desolate, snow-covered landscape, an armored figure stands before a towering structure, as a question is posed. Has Regulus arrived? Meanwhile, indoors, Can dismisses any immediate concern, stating there is no need for attention now, prompting Luke Barkon to ask, "Is that so?" Luke then seeks clarification, asking if the barbarian is currently present. Can confirms his presence, explaining that he had stated his intention to remain, a revelation that causes Luke to shift his stance. With a resolute expression, Can states that he believes he should confirm the matter personally. His dark cloak shifts slightly, a subtle indication of his intent to move. Against a backdrop of a peaceful building, a question is posed. Ketil stands in thought, his armored companion awaiting his response. A hand offers a reward for a past duel. The idea of becoming a mercenary, fighting for someone else, is introduced. Ketil looks down, his thoughts consumed by the desire for a normal life. His companion then suggests a managing person to help him, recalling a past offer. The way to regain his identity is revealed, become a mercenary, complete quests, and recover his true self. However, the armored figure expresses doubt. believing their own identity cannot be recovered. Ketel's eyes widen in surprise, a spark of hope appearing at the revelation that such a path is possible. A mercenary is someone paid to fight monsters, a life of battle and reward. With new resolve, Ketel accepts the idea of a mercenary, his determination firming as he prepares to ask the crucial question. Where he can begin this journey, his companion offering guidance to a guild branch. Determined to reclaim his identity, Ketel looks to his companion, asking him to lead the way. The armored figure, a silent guardian with dark skin and a fur cloak, simply raises an eyebrow, his expression unreadable, as Ketel reiterates his request. Soon, they arrive at a towering structure, a mercenary guild where identities are registered, a place where some see humans in the midst of chaos, but in reality, only mercenaries can truly reclaim their lost selves. The system is designed for those who, like the monstrous purple creature before them, have lost their very essence after being caught in uncharted dungeons, becoming sacrifices for the realm. Inside the bustling guild hall, a burly, brown-haired man suddenly lunges forward, his hand raised in aggression, shouting at Ketel's companion, "You bastard! How dare you touch me?" But before his attack can land, the armored companion moves with lightning speed, effortlessly intercepting the man and sending him flying backward with a powerful throw, the impact echoing through the hall as he cries out in pain. The man lands hard, bouncing off the floor, but quickly scrambles to his feet, still spoiling for a fight. His anger now shifts, his finger jabbing accusingly at Ketel, calling him a little runt. As Ketel bristles, ready to retaliate, his companion firmly grips his shoulder, admonishing him, "Hey, why do you keep getting into fights?" To which Ketel retorts, "He's the one who started it." From behind a counter, a red-haired woman, likely a guild official, sighs in exasperation, muttering, "Sigh, how many times do I have to tell you, mercenary?" A sigh escapes the blonde receptionist, a quiet observation of the many helpless individuals who frequent the guild, noting the diverse array of people who come through its doors. Among the guild's visitors, one man stands out, a self-proclaimed reason for his actions, yet he is merely a lunatic and also a thief. Another figure, a priestess, appears decent, though the thought arises that she has always been that way, even when her help is not required. Two women in uniform exchange glances, one laughing, while the other, with a look of curiosity, asks if the man they see is a shaman. Despite the unusual characters, the guild continues to attract capable individuals, and the clan's strength increases daily. A blonde man, perhaps the receptionist, thinks that only a fool or a madman would challenge him, and certainly not mistake him for a simple receptionist. At that moment, footsteps sound as someone new enters the guild. The blonde woman watches, her eyes wide with surprise, as the new arrival steps inside. Ketel's tall figure stands before the counter, causing the small receptionist to exclaim in surprise, looking up at him with wide eyes. Unconcerned by the reaction, Ketel asks if this is the mercenary guild. From the side, one of the men watching, his eyes narrowed, whispers, asking if the newcomer is a shaman. His companion quickly silences him, both men now looking wide-eyed and startled, as Ketel's presence draws the attention of everyone in the hall. Having just entered the mercenary guild, he approaches the counter, stating his intention to become a mercenary. He looks down at the counter, observing the various forms and papers. A young receptionist, looking surprised, confirms his request, then asks about his rank. He calmly explains that summoners do not have ranks, which surprises the receptionist, who remembers the summoners guild being closed. He acknowledges her point and confirms his intention to register as a mercenary, then asks if the guild truly has a lot of work. The receptionist, now appearing resigned, agrees to register him, but with a hint of sarcasm, offering him 5 fairy tales as payment and asking for his name and age. He responds simply, giving his name as Ketel, but admits that he does not know his age. As the receptionist begins typing on a typewriter, Ketel states that he will keep his expectations moderate. With a final sound of the keys, the receptionist announces that his mercenary registration is complete. He acknowledges the news, ready for what comes next. He leans forward, asking about the available requests, ready to begin his work as a mercenary. The guild receptionist, Greta, indicates a stack of forms, explaining that these are the current F-rank requests available to him, the lowest level for new adventurers. He looks over the list of requests, which includes tasks such as heads gathering, sewage cleaning, pavement maintenance, herb gathering, and night patrol, and then asks if these are all the available options, his expression showing a hint of amusement. Greta looks surprised, asking if he is serious, as she finds his reaction to the F-rank requests unusual. He explains that by completing many simple requests, he can quickly gain experience and raise his rank, which will allow him to take on more difficult tasks later. Greta thinks about his explanation, then asks if he is truly fine with taking the herb gathering request, a common task for new mercenaries. He reassures her with a smile, stating that he is perfectly fine with the task, and that gathering herbs will be no problem for him, his confidence clear. With the decision made, he asks for the specific herbs he needs to gather, and a small, leafy plant with red berries is shown to him. He nods, confirming he understands the task, and states that he will be right back, then turns to leave. He offers a quiet affirmation, while an unseen observer silently expresses admiration for his demeanor. With the quest details in hand, Keatle accepts his assignment, receiving a small pouch that likely contains necessary tools or information. Without hesitation, he walks out of the guild, prepared for the challenges ahead. Soon, the mercenary finds himself deep within a vibrant forest, where glowing plants illuminate his path as he begins his search. The forest pulses with an ethereal glow, each plant shimmering with a soft, magical light. Amongst the green undergrowth, the target herbs stand out, their vibrant colors visible in the dim light. He consults a detailed drawing, carefully comparing the illustration to the actual plant. Recognizing this shining grass, he notes its potent healing properties, which are valuable for adventurers. Another specimen catches his eye, its unusual form prompting a moment of contemplation. With a resolute breath, he confirms his readiness, wondering if this simple task truly marks the beginning of his grand adventure. Under the bright sun, now clad in a simple straw hat and loincloth, Keatle holds the quest scroll, which details his F-rank mission. Gather 10 shining grass herbs from the Whispering Forest for a reward of 500 gold, marking his first step into the mercenary world. After approximately 1 hour, having grown accustomed to the mountain trails, Keatle kneels, beginning the process of gathering the herbs. With a sound of effort, he extracts another plant from the ground. Looking at the substantial amount he has gathered, he expresses surprise at the quantity, pondering if it should be this easy for someone to collect so much. Elsewhere, Greta observes, her expression one of surprise. The herbs he is gathering are of very good quality, being so rare that they are almost impossible to find on other planets. Acknowledging the information, he simply states, "I see." Shortly thereafter, he receives his payment, a coin, from Can, who acknowledges his good work. Later, while eating a simple meal, Keatle considers the coin, which is barely enough for the cheapest food. Nevertheless, this coin signifies the first money he has earned honestly. A feeling of emotion stirs within him, leaving him a little moved. However, a sudden realization causes him to question, wondering if it truly should have been so easy to obtain this much. While Keatle reflects on the unusual simplicity of his recent task, a young woman observes him from a distance, her expression one of growing astonishment. As Keatle himself, the renowned barbarian, displays a relaxed and contented smile, a demeanor that puzzles his unseen observer, who quietly questions the reason for his evident happiness. Her bewilderment deepening as she remarks on the peculiar nature of this new legendary individual. A checklist for the mission trainer appears, detailing tasks such as monster cleaning and warehouse cleaning, with a hand indicating the current objective. Smiling slightly, Keatle expresses his plan to attempt the barbarian training once these tasks are finished. Greta observes him cleaning, a puzzled look on her face as she questions whether this barbarian truly finds pleasure in cleaning. The elf child, seeing his continuous work, nervously suggests he should take a break. Unfazed, Keatle persists with his cleaning, his hands steadily wiping the floor, creating a subtle glow. Greta, her expression still worried, states that she cannot leave the warehouse unattended. However, the physical effort starts to take its toll, and Keatle wipes sweat from his brow, looking tired. Unable to hold back any longer, Greta approaches him, holding a broom, and asks if he is the owner. He calmly confirms that he is, which leaves Greta completely surprised that a barbarian holds such a position. The warehouse shines, reflecting the thoroughness of his cleaning. The warehouse cleaning was straightforward, and relocating the items inside presented no difficulties. With the warehouse finished, the next task, Wind Street cleaning, begins, and Keatle takes up a broom to sweep the street. He continues his mission, sweeping with a broom that was at first difficult to control, but he quickly resolved the issue without major problems. A faint smile plays on his lips, suggesting he finds some satisfaction in the simple work. Meanwhile, an old man, observing through binoculars from a distance, expresses his confusion, wondering why Keatle is performing such a task. He watches Keatle diligently cleaning the warehouse, struggling to understand why he would clean a building that doesn't belong to him. The old man's confusion continues as he ponders the unusual circumstances. Unaware of being watched, Keatle continues his sweeping, his strong build making the task seem easy. Suddenly, Greta appears, her eyes wide with surprise, as she sees Keatle diligently performing the simple work. The old man, still watching, can only express his complete surprise at what he sees. Greta, also confused, wonders why Keatle is so earnestly performing such a task. The sounds of chirping birds fill the air, creating a peaceful atmosphere. With a final, tired sigh, Keatle finishes his cleaning, his hand still holding the broom. His foot taps lightly on the wooden floor, the sound echoing in the quiet space, a testament to the meticulous cleaning he had just completed. As he hoists a heavy sack over his shoulder, a surprised gasp escapes him, the sheer weight of his earnings catching him off guard. He begins to count the coins, dropping them into a pouch, muttering to himself that he is going to be broke at this rate, despite the substantial sum. The voice offering his pay for the cleaning and labor rings out, and his eyes widen in disbelief at the sight of the gleaming silver. Greta, holding up 5 silver coins with a cheerful smile, confirms the generous payment, her expression bright with satisfaction. He continues to drop the coins into his pouch, the metallic clink a stark contrast to his earlier grumbling. A wide, almost childlike grin spreads across his face, his eyes crinkling with genuine delight as the reality of his earnings sinks in. With a final clink of coins, he expresses his thanks, then boldly declares his intention to return for more work tomorrow. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, a hint of mischief in his satisfied expression. He ponders aloud, wondering if he should begin his second day in civilization. His face contorts in a dramatic, almost comical expression of shock, as if the full implications of his decision have just hit him. Greta, witnessing his sudden realization, mirrors his astonishment, her own face a mask of wide-eyed disbelief. Still processing the surprising payment, Ketil and Greta look down, seemingly lost in thought. As they walk, Greta voices her curiosity about their destination. A library, she asks, a note of inquiry in her tone. Their footsteps echo on the stone path as they approach their destination. His gaze fixed on the imposing building, Ketil's expression shifts to one of dawning realization, and he quietly says, "Is that?" As the impressive, ornate library building stands before them, its grand design suggesting a place of great knowledge. Upon entering, Greta is taken aback by the immense interior, with shelves stretching high towards the ceiling. A woman with glasses and a friendly expression welcomes them, her greeting soft and inviting. Ketil, however, lets out a loud gasp, his face showing extreme surprise and wonder at the library's interior. The atmosphere around them seems to sparkle, as if filled with a gentle, magical energy. The library's interior extends far and wide, a seemingly endless collection of books. Before long, Ketil is seated, engrossed in a book, a quiet rustle of pages accompanying his satisfied expression, fully absorbed in reading. Greta also settles down to read, sitting next to him, both quietly enjoying their books amidst the library's calm. A cloaked figure expresses disbelief, unable to fathom how the Barbarian, known as the Summoner and the legendary Barbarian, could have achieved such a feat. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner, Ketil, the subject of such awe, is deeply absorbed in reading a book, its title reflecting his own formidable reputation. This quiet pursuit signifies a new and unexpected interest for him. His hand reaches out for a book titled Magic, as the renowned summoner dedicates himself to reading. Meanwhile, Maja Sausht appears troubled, unable to comprehend his newfound interest in such matters, expressing her concern. The book he is reading describes the current emperor, who is said to be possessed by a demon and has initiated a reckless war of religious conflict. Under this influence, the emperor has caused the downfall of the human world and has become increasingly aggressive. The narrative suggests it's almost as if the emperor is attempting to overthrow the entire world. Reflecting on the situation, he considers the implications of what he has read. With a determined expression, he concludes that he has read enough about human affairs and now wishes to investigate other topics. His gaze falls upon a book titled Non-Human Book, indicating a change in his research. He reasons that since the emperor is human, his current interest lies in non-human subjects. Beyond the familiar, there are realms that truly exist. From the underwater caves of Mantamania to every volume of myths, the world holds many wonders. Imagine the floating city of the Celestials, like Arcadia, a place of ancient power. Not all legends are good. Some speak of the dark god of the underworld, who devours everyone. This was the kind of book Ketil wanted to read, a true escape from human affairs. Suddenly, a strange title catches his eye, making him gasp, a book about the Abyss. The Abyss, a terrifying place where demons reside and kill human beings. The book reveals that the Abyss has many different spots, especially large ones like the Abyss of the Giant Forest. There is also the Abyss that covers the whole world's sky, known as the Bottomless Pit. And deep beneath the waves, the Abyss where sea monsters reside, known as the Deep Sea. Then there is the Abyss where wolves reside, known as the Deep Wolf. Finally, the book describes the Abyss where the undead reside, a desolate land. Ketil, engrossed in his reading, ponders the immense scale of the world. He reflects on the considerable size of the White Continent, and considers the existence of numerous other places, not just the one he knows, a thought that makes him swallow hard. A slight smile forms on his face, thanking the Abyssal Record English translation for its help. The assistant, wearing glasses, lets out a quiet laugh. He walks towards a bright archway, the book still in his hand, as a soft chime rings out. A soft, continuous sound, like a gentle hum, fills the space. The assistant, back in the study, asks what subject they should explore next, her voice soft. He, still looking at the book, confirms his name. A small, happy sound escapes him, as he expresses his desire to learn more about the Abyss. The assistant, her expression now thoughtful, simply says, "Let's proceed," accepting his choice. She lets out a soft sigh, muttering about the endless pursuit of knowledge. Under a full moon, a quiet town rests, its secrets hidden in the winter night. The quiet is broken only by the rhythmic sound of footsteps on a snow-dusted path. As Ketil reflects on his recent work, feeling a sense of calm after completing several requests. Each small task, he thinks, adds up to a rewarding amount, a satisfying weight in his coin pouch. He continues his journey through the sleeping village. Ketil suddenly stops, his eyes drawn to a cloaked figure, whose presence is faint but undeniable. From within the deep shadows of the hood, a pair of glowing green eyes fixate on him, showing a hidden power. The mysterious figure shimmers, their form momentarily flickering with a ghostly transparency. Before a voice, filled with surprise, breaks the silence, asking about his prolonged presence and demanding to know his business. A subtle smirk appears on Ketel's face as he recognizes the cloaked figure's shock at being so easily detected. The figure groans in disbelief, their carefully hidden presence seemingly broken by the barbarian's perception. It should be impossible to detect my presence, the figure insists, their glowing eyes narrowing. Could you be a thief? Remaining vigilant after his recent encounter, Ketel's hands emit a soft blue light, his awareness heightened for any potential danger. Meanwhile, the mysterious hooded figure, who had been watching him, now looks on in complete surprise, a silent question evident in their posture. As Ketel turns to face the figure, they finally speak, their voice showing a mix of wonder and challenge. Silence, mortals. I guess. However, a realization comes to the hooded observer, their first doubt replaced by a deep understanding. No, he's not a thief. He's a hunter who has reached the peak of his abilities. A small smile forms on the figure's face as they offer an apology. I'm sorry to have doubted you. Ketel only hums in reply, a brief look of confusion on his face, while in a different, troubling thought, a young man states, subduing you would make for a good reward. The blue energy around Ketel's arm grows stronger, a quiet sign of his great power. The hooded figure steps back, their eyes widening in surprise, a gasp leaving their mouth as they see the clear show of power. As Ketel starts to leave, the hooded figure calls out, with new respect in their voice, don't forget to come back to me next time. Ketel tightens his glowing fist, a thoughtful look on his face, thinking about testing his strength, believing it might be a good way to improve. Suddenly, from the shadows, a swift, unseen force strikes out, its presence marked only by a fleeting hand and a chilling silence. Ketel, caught off guard by the sudden speed, recoils with a sharp gasp as the attack blurs past him. A vibrant purple energy trails in its wake, leaving a shimmering afterimage of raw power. One of the hooded figures watches Ketel's reaction, a silent exclamation hanging in the air. His eyes wide with disbelief, Ketel can only utter a stunned, he disappeared, as the attacker vanishes. But before he can process the vanishing act, Ketel finds himself utterly surrounded, a chorus of what? Escaping him as multiple hooded assailants materialize from every direction. A hand, crackling with the same ominous purple energy, lunges forward with blinding speed. Simultaneously, a foot, wreathed in the same dark power, delivers a devastating strike, proving the coordinated assault is no mere coincidence. Ketel, now fully engaged, unleashes his own emerald aura, the vibrant green energy flaring around him as he parries the relentless barrage. With a sharp exhalation, he holds his ground, the green light pulsating with his resolve. A smirk plays on his lips as he acknowledges their prowess, muttering, "You're pretty fast," a challenge in his tone. Standing firm amidst the swirling green energy, Ketel prepares for the next wave, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. He deflects an unseen strike with a sudden burst of green energy, realizing that a moment's hesitation would have cost him his life, but something else is even more surprising. He can't sense any magical energy from his attackers. A fact he finds interesting, as their incredible speed seems to be purely physical. Another quick movement forces him to react, confirming that these are no ordinary thieves. With renewed determination, Ketel decides to use his full power, his green aura flaring brightly. But even with his full power, a sudden hit makes him cry out in pain. Another attack landing with surprising speed, leaving him confused about their methods. He gasps, trying to keep up with the constant, unseen attacks. Despite the intense pressure, his eyes show unwavering determination. Another blow causes him pain, making him wonder about the unbelievable sense his attackers have. He struggles, his green energy flickering as he realizes this isn't a normal sense, but something much more dangerous. Ketel clenches his jaw, a low groan escaping him as he feels his mana being rapidly drained, as if it were being pulled directly from his body. The continuous drain leaves him disoriented, and he realizes he cannot even compete in a simple test of strength, the immense mana proving too much for him. However, a spark of determination ignites within him, and he makes a firm decision. He will release his full power. With a powerful exhalation, a bright surge of green energy erupts from his body, pulsating with intense power. His eyes shine with determination as he channels his full strength, but then, a peculiar sensation draws his notice, a slight change in the flowing energy. From his hands, the green mana gathers into a bright, ethereal glow, a pure, radiant light appearing before him. His expression changes from fierce determination to complete surprise, the unexpected event leaving him momentarily without words. The green light intensifies, bursting outward in a brilliant display, its vibrant energy radiating with an almost living quality. It expands further, a swirling vortex of emerald brilliance, enveloping the surrounding area in its powerful glow. Moving with a new agility, Ketel becomes one with the surging power, his body a blur within the emerald light. He holds his hand up, the green light still radiating from his palm, a clear manifestation of the power he now controls. Turning to a cloaked figure partially hidden in the shadows, he asks if these bright manifestations are the spirits they had mentioned. Ketel stands enveloped in a brilliant green aura, his power radiating outwards, as the elderly elf observes him with a contemplative expression. The elder ponders Ketel's unusual abilities, questioning if they are a form of thievery or an unfamiliar magical technique. He falls into a moment of deep thought, analyzing the situation. The elder recognizes the materialized mana as extraordinary, far exceeding what a human body should be capable of containing, deeming it impossible. Ketel flexes, his bare torso glowing intensely with the vibrant green energy, showcasing the full extent of his power. The elderly elf reacts with wide-eyed surprise, struggling to comprehend how Ketel can manage such a vast amount of mana. He then identifies the source of Ketel's power, stating that he is utilizing spirits. Ketel, surrounded by the ethereal green glow, decides it is time to conclude the encounter. His hand extends forward, emanating the same luminous green light. The elderly elf's expression shifts to one of profound shock and alarm. Ketel's glowing hand firmly grasps the elder. The elderly elf is held captive by Ketel, his face a mask of stunned disbelief. The impact is immediate, causing the man to grimace in pain, a low growl escaping him as he struggles against the pressure. Overwhelmed by the power, he loses his grip, and his dagger falls to the ground, surrounded by shimmering particles. A jolt of shock goes through him, his eye glowing yellow and purple as he reacts to the raw energy. Meanwhile, Ketel, his hand glowing with green energy, holds the elf elder by the neck, lifting him into the air. The elf elder, with tears on his face, gasps in despair, his body struggling with a low growl of resistance. The observer's hand reaches out, now glowing with purple energy, as if trying to understand the power he just saw. A soft thud sounds in the darkness, with shimmering blue particles, as the energy seems to settle. Amidst the blue lights, the thief looks on, a thoughtful hum escaping him as he processes the event. A sharp gasp of pain escapes him, as he holds his arm, looking back over his shoulder. He stares at his arm, a realization dawning on him, muttering, "So this is what a thief in a fantasy world is like." Deep within the cavern, Greta's eyes widen in alarm, her voice laced with disbelief as she questions the nature of the power they've encountered. While Ketel, his expression grim, confirms her fears, acknowledging the immense strength of the entity they face. He knows this isn't just any ordinary monster. Greta, still reeling from the revelation, can only stammer out a bewildered query, her mind struggling to process the implications of such a formidable foe. Ketel, however, remains resolute, his gaze fixed on the path ahead as he declares his unwavering determination, ready to confront whatever monstrous power lies in their way. Greta's confusion deepens, her expression a mix of fear and bewilderment, as the weight of their situation truly begins to sink in. Ketel, sensing her apprehension, reiterates the gravity of their discovery, emphasizing that this is no ordinary threat, but something far more profound. Greta, her eyes still wide with concern, can only offer a hesitant agreement, the implications of his words clearly weighing heavily on her. Yet, Ketel's resolve remains unshaken, his gaze piercing through the darkness as he declares his readiness to face the unknown, a silent promise to overcome any challenge that stands before them. In a dimly lit chamber, a figure stands firm. While a red-armored sword master expresses his loyalty, his voice filled with conviction. A white-haired man watches with surprise and suspicion, as an elder with gray hair observes the scene calmly. The white-haired man questions the sword master's identity. With a look of disbelief, the white-haired man denies the possibility, remembering how the sword master had attacked him for a silver coin. The armored figure calmly refutes the accusation, stating that he never touched the white-haired man's face. A flicker of realization crosses the white-haired man's eyes, as he considers if the thief is more than he appears. The armored figure, noticing the change in his expression, asks him to explain his thoughts. With newfound certainty, the white-haired man confirms his realization, stating that the armored figure is a real sword master. The revelation hangs in the air, as both the sword master and the elder consider the implications. Meanwhile, in a different, more opulent setting, a hand rests on a polished table, indicating a moment of tension. Luke Barkon, his face showing shock and disbelief, struggles with the news of his defeat. He stares ahead, his expression a mix of shock and regret, as the weight of recent events settles upon him. A deep sigh escapes him as he laments, wishing he had listened more carefully, wishing he had understood the situation earlier. Meanwhile, in a different location, Ketel stands with a grim expression, a heavy silence surrounding him. He acknowledges his own part in the unfolding disaster, admitting his failure to communicate the true danger. A somber mood fills the throne room, where Ketel and Greta sit, their expressions heavy with concern. Greta, her brow furrowed, demands an explanation from Ketel, eager to understand the chaos that has erupted. He confesses to challenging a dragon to a duel, a decision born of overconfidence and a surprising underestimation of his opponent's power. Greta listens, her eyes wide with disbelief, as he recounts the long, unbelievable tale of his defeat at the hands of the Barbarian. Ketel's admission is met with a blunt assessment. His loss was a direct consequence of his own arrogance and failure to properly assess his adversary. From a distance, the elderkin observes the exchange, his mind reeling at the revelation of a dragon's existence and its unparalleled power in the world. He grapples with the implications, wondering if such an uncontrollable force could truly exist. A headache begins to throb as he realizes a misunderstanding is at play, but despite the confusion, he resolves to intervene. He knew he should have had a conversation first, but the words were already spoken. Then, a sudden, sharp sound echoed through the chamber, as if something had been abruptly placed down, followed by the distinct clatter of a teacup, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere. The elder, Can, still processing the revelation of the dragon's existence, could only think that the situation was far too complex. His mind raced, the implications of Ketel's defeat by such a creature weighing heavily, and he muttered that it was all just too embarrassing. He knew it was a perfect excuse, a way to save face, but the thought of his pride being torn apart like an old cloth still hurt. As his thoughts swirled, a new voice cut through the tension, introducing himself with calm authority. Let me introduce myself properly. I am Kane, the Swordmaster. Kane's presence was commanding, his gaze sharp, as he continued. I am the Swordmaster of the Imperial family. Can, now facing the young Swordmaster, acknowledged his title, but his mind was still grappling with the larger issue, wondering if this was all just a misunderstanding. He understood the need for discretion, the desire to keep the dragon's existence a secret, but the thought of the Swordmasters being involved in such a cover-up was unsettling. His expression hardened, a flicker of resolve crossing his aged features, as he prepared to take matters into his own hands. With a surge of power, his hand glowed with vibrant green energy, a clear sign that the Elderkin was about to unleash his formidable magic. He begins to explain, his voice calm, that this interesting phenomenon is what some might refer to as an aura. Green particles swirl around his palm, glowing softly. And with a glance at the surprised Ketel, he states that this essence is magic. Ketel's eyes widen, his expression showing deep surprise. Struggling to process the information, Ketel asks, how can you use it? Ken simply smiles, the green light around his hand growing brighter, explaining that both mages and summoners can manipulate mystery. Ketel's expression remains one of disbelief, the revelation clearly surprising him. Ken continues, explaining that mystery existed before mana, and that an aura is what makes someone a practitioner. He clarifies that if one uses this mystery as mana, they become a mage, while Kane and Luke Barkon observe from the background. He concludes his explanation with a confident smile, reiterating that both mages and summoners can manipulate this fundamental mystery. Ketel, still processing the information, can only utter a stunned, "What?" admitting that he is still learning such complex concepts. Overwhelmed by the recent revelations, Ketel drops to one knee before Can, earnestly requesting to be taught. Can, with a slight smile, responds with a touch of surprise, agreeing to the request. His expression then turns thoughtful as he asks for the reason behind this desire for teaching. Ketel's thoughts reveal his struggle, acknowledging that he, despite his prowess, understands nothing of the mystery or mana he uses, and that he was meant to be Can's trainer. With unwavering resolve, Ketel reiterates his plea, bowing deeply before the seated Can, while Greta, Kane, and Luke observe the scene. Can acknowledges Ketel's status, calling him a swordmaster. He then agrees to share his knowledge, promising to teach Ketel what he knows. However, he states a crucial condition. He will not teach Ketel how to wield a sword. Ketel's internal thoughts reveal his identity, a swordmaster who believes he can only wield a sword. His mind then considers the implication. He cannot display his full strength if he is limited to only one weapon. Can, sensing his internal conflict, delivers a powerful truth, stating that no swordmaster can truly be won with only their physical strength. He then delivers a final, pointed remark, implying that if Ketel had used a sword, he would have won. Ketel, still processing the implications of Can's words, quietly questions his ability to succeed without relying on his sword, yet a sense of anticipation begins to build within him, eager for the challenge. Elsewhere, Can himself ponders the nature of pride, wondering if his own can truly be restored, or if this experience will ultimately lead to a deeper, more profound sense of self-assurance. Ketel stands, his sword glowing with an ethereal light, demonstrating a profound level of swordsmanship. He considers if this is simply a skill, but understands it to be a sword imbued with mana. This, he acknowledges, represents true fantasy swordsmanship. As Ketel continues his display, the thought recurs, is this a skill, or a sword infused with mana? An older man, watching closely, begins to understand, a look of realization appearing on his features. He asks for clarification, wondering if he is witnessing the sword's materialization, his expression showing curiosity. Ketel gently corrects him, stating it is more about sword energy, and confirms his understanding. The older man then explains that swordsmanship is the art of becoming the sword, and thus being able to wield mana. With his hand resting on the glowing sword, he reveals that those who achieve this peak level are known as swordmasters. The sword pulses with energy, a visual confirmation of the explanation. Eve, the older man, looks at the sword, a deep sense of disbelief on his face, finding it hard to accept what he has witnessed. Ketel's blade, glowing with green mana, moved with precision, while Eve observed the demonstration with a focused gaze. A hint of surprise appeared on his face, as the sword's power became evident. The green energy pulsed, indicating its readiness. With a bright flash, the mana formed a cage of energy, Another observer, a sword master, reacted with a gasp, his eyes showing surprise as the sword's technique was performed. The mana blade did not just strike, it split into 5 separate, glowing forms, each controlled by Ketel. The ground broke apart, shattered by the force of the attack, causing dust and debris to fly. This was not just a physical strike, it was a skilled use of mana, creating illusions of great power. Eve, now surrounded by a faint green aura, spoke aloud, stating that real mana control was only possible with the sword. He continued, his voice showing awe and disbelief, thinking about the amazing technique Ketel had just shown. A heavy silence followed, broken only by the echoes of Ketel's power. Eve's face, showing deep shock, reflected the impossible event he had just seen. He watches Ketel walk away, his mind processing the young man's words, thinking, what nonsense is this? The sword master, also surprised, quietly says, he couldn't possibly have meant that, could he? But Eve, watching Ketel leave, understands, his voice strained as he says, it's faster to show you directly. Ketel, now facing them, stands ready, a large, shiny axe resting easily on his shoulder, its weight not bothering his strong body. The observers gasp, their eyes widening in surprise as they realize, an axe? Without speaking, Ketel changes his position, his foot lifting from the fancy carpet, the air around him is starting to feel charged. Then, with a quick movement, he makes a powerful swing, the axe a silver blur, cutting through the air. The power of his hit is huge, a clear shockwave moving outward, suggesting complete destruction. Eve's eyes widen, his mouth open in shock as he sees the unbelievable, a single thought in his mind, sword strokes? He can barely understand what he's seeing, saying in complete disbelief, he's using an axe, but it feels like a sword. No, it's more than that. It's like he's using pure strength. The axe hits the ground, not with a quiet sound, but with a powerful impact that breaks the earth, sending out shockwaves and bright light. As the dust clears, Ketel stands victorious among the destruction, the ground around him marked by the great power of his hit. The immense power of Ketel's axe strike still lingered, a bright explosion of red and orange energy slowly fading into the atmosphere. Observing such raw power, Eve's eyes were wide with disbelief, his mouth open in shock. The impact was powerful, the axe head still stuck deep, with red liquid splattering as the sound of the smash resonated. Ketel, however, stood calmly, a confident smile on his face, while the sword master and Eve remained shocked by what they had seen. Eve, trying to understand what he saw, asked, what do you think? It can't be right. He's just swinging an axe, not using any sword techniques. But the outcome is the same. Swordsmanship is meant for real fights. He shook his head, almost laughing at his own mistake. I almost believed it. The sword master, also confused, shared his thoughts. What you did was just swinging. There's no real technique involved. Eve, however, disagreed, looking at the damage, but the outcome is similar. Swordsmanship is meant for real fights. The sword master's eyes showed his strong belief, as he said, it's different. Meanwhile, Eve's thoughtful look hinted at a deeper thought, as he whispered, that's. He kept thinking, a new idea forming in his mind, not mana, but some kind of inner power. Gripping his sword firmly, the sword master proposed, then, what about this? As if to answer his own question, he released a burst of bright green energy, the air filled with power as he got ready for his own strong technique. The sword master's eyes narrowed, a thought passing through his mind about the numerous bodies that might result from his impending attack. With a sudden burst of green light, he launched his attack, a wave of green energy streaking forward with a loud sound. The green energy grew stronger, swirling with increasing power as it continued its trajectory. The attack then struck, creating a large impact and scattering green particles. The ground cracked and broke apart, as the force of the attack created deep fissures. After the impact, a large crater was left behind, with Ketel standing in its center, while the sword master and Eve observed from the edge. Eve, watching the scene, commented that this technique represented the separation of body and soul, pushing one's aura to its maximum. The sword master then asked if such a technique could be copied. Meanwhile, Ketel's feet still stood firmly within the crater, showing no signs of damage. Ketel then looked up at the sword master and Eve, who were still observing him. Gripping his axe, Ketel stood ready, his expression resolute. Then, a purple aura flared around him, his axe beginning to glow with a similar energy, as he prepared to unleash his own power. The green energy from the sword master's attack continues to swirl, slowly dissipating into the air. Red lines of impact streak across the fading energy, showing the force of the strike. The green energy pulses once more, a final sign of its immense power. However, from the center of the impact area, a new, purple energy begins to swirl. It erupts with a loud sound, the purple aura flaring outwards with great intensity. Standing unharmed in the middle of the destruction, Ketel looks down at the crater, asking, what do you mean? He then looks up, facing his unseen opponents. From afar, the sword master is frozen in shock, while Eve stares, unable to speak at what he sees. The ground around Ketel shows the attack's power, a huge crater, but he is unharmed, making the sword master think, my incredible. Ketel makes a low, rumbling sound, his presence filling the damaged area as he looks at the destruction. Eve, his face showing deep shock, struggles to understand that the sword master's technique, built over a lifetime, had not worked. While Ketil stands victorious in the crater, Eve can only say what everyone is thinking. This is impossible. The elder's face contorts in a silent scream, his mind reeling from the impossible display of power he just witnessed. Looking down at the man's shattered composure, Ketil's voice cuts through the air, a chilling assessment of his opponent's mental fortitude. Your mind is weaker than I thought. The ground beneath Ketil's feet still echoes with the force of the sword master's ultimate technique, a testament to the raw power he effortlessly shrugged off, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Eve, however, refuses to be completely broken, a flicker of defiance igniting in his eyes as he stares at the impossible figure before him. Kneeling amidst the debris, the elder struggles with his own perceived inadequacy, his voice filled with a mix of frustration and awe. Should I just be so weak? I'm not even able to stand. He tries to reconcile the impossible, acknowledging the sword master's technique was undeniably real, yet admitting his inability to grasp its true meaning, a profound mystery unfolding before his very eyes. As Eve ponders, Ketil's hand begins to glow with a vibrant green aura, shimmering particles swirling around his fingers, prompting the elder to exclaim in sudden realization. That's right, the blue light of his sword. The glowing energy intensifies, a clear demonstration of Ketil's unique power, the ability to materialize immaterial reality, a technique he alone possesses in this world. The revelation hits Eve with full force, his eyes widening in utter disbelief as he cries out, right, that's impossible. Ketil, still looking down at the humbled elder, corrects his assumption with a calm, knowing tone. That's not the true meaning of his words. Overwhelmed by the profound implications of Ketil's power, Eve, now completely humbled, makes a desperate plea. Can you teach me the true meaning of your technique? A sheepish expression crosses the elder's face, realizing the audacity of his request, as he quickly apologizes. Sorry. Standing before Ketil, Eve expresses his understanding of the power he had just witnessed, the ground around him still cracked from the previous demonstration. Clearing his throat, Eve prepares to explain, introducing the concept of mystery. He explains that to properly use aura, one must first know how to handle it, and handling aura requires understanding mystery. As a green aura glows around his hand, Eve stresses that before one can handle aura, they must first understand mystery. This power is not something possessed by mages, swordsmen, or witches, as it is beyond their usual understanding. Instead, it is an inherent divine power, a natural force. Ketil observes as Eve continues, explaining that this ability is called the mystery. And just as its name implies, mystery is exactly what it sounds like, especially concerning a witch's power. A swirling green orb of energy appears, and Eve explains that how one wields it determines everything. Eve clarifies that this is not about handling aura, mana, or summoning spirits. To gain the power of mystery, the first step is to understand it. He then reveals that there are 5 stages to understanding mystery. With a thoughtful expression, Eve concludes, the first stage is called the void. He continues his explanation, asking if anyone can truly sense mystery. The answer, he reveals, is no, as only those with the innate ability to handle mystery are assigned its power. As he gestures, green orbs of energy appear around him, illustrating the concept of classification by grades, a fundamental aspect of this divine power. These glowing spheres swirl with light, representing the hierarchy where third rate stands as the very first of these crucial grades. Malina, her expression thoughtful, confirms her understanding, acknowledging that these are indeed the 5 distinct grades of mystery. A flicker of realization crosses Ketil's face, as the pieces of this complex puzzle begin to fall into place. The elder then clarifies that the true meaning of aura is intrinsically linked to understanding mystery, a concept that has eluded even the most seasoned practitioners of conventional magic. Ketil, absorbing this profound revelation, simply responds with a concise, understood. The elder then reiterates the initial stage of this journey, emphasizing that the void is the very first step in mastering mystery. The elderly elf, Eve, meditates his thoughts on a profound truth. To sense the world's mysteries, one must have a perception they've never had before. Urging himself to open his senses completely, to feel the essence of all things. He envisions the breath of the earth, a rhythmic pulse to be absorbed into every part of him. The trees and the space around them seem to breathe together, a soft, rustling sound echoing the deep connection he seeks. As the elder continues his deep meditation, a faint, rhythmic thumping resonates, showing his strong focus. Yet, despite his efforts, he finds himself unable to feel the elusive sensation. A look of surprise crosses his face, the realization hitting him that even he cannot simply create this perception. Turning to his companions, Eve remarks that he had expected someone as strong as Ketil to understand such a concept easily. Ketil, his fist glowing with a faint aura, admits his confusion, explaining that this new awareness feels different from sensing mana, and despite the elder's guidance, he still doesn't understand it. The elder ponders Ketil's words, wondering aloud if this mystery thing is an awareness that has been awakened to the world itself, a deeper connection beyond magic. With Greta and Maja now present, listening intently, Eve concludes that no one around here has been able to sense this mystery thing, hinting that perhaps only those from Snowfield possess such an innate ability. He continues his lesson, admitting that this new form of perception is not easily grasped on a first attempt. Instead, he proposes a different approach, offering to directly alter Ketel's energy and guide him to this new path. Ketel, still appearing confused, inquires if the elder is trying to transmit something to him. The elder confirms with a subtle nod, indicating that his method involves a direct transfer. With a resolute expression, the elder states, "Now, let's begin," while Ketel prepares himself. The elder places his hand on Ketel's chest, a subtle light appearing as he begins the process. He instructs Ketel to alter his energy and focus his senses internally, leading him through the complex procedure. "Feel the mana I'm sending in," the elder encourages, his hand still emitting a soft light. Ketel's expression shows deep confusion as he struggles to understand the sensation he is experiencing. The elder observes Ketel's struggle, a slight surprise visible on his face as he perceives the challenge. He then asks a surprising question, is he even human? His eyes fixed on Ketel with a new intensity. Ketel, still immersed in his confusion, can only utter a bewildered, "Can," as the elder's words resonate. The elderly elf, momentarily distracted, quickly regained his focus, offering a brief apology. With renewed determination, he announced that they would now begin, intending to guide Ketel in controlling his aura, though the process was proving more difficult than expected. He found himself struggling to find the correct method to convey the skill, acknowledging the inherent difficulty of the task. A sudden, impactful realization struck him, clarifying the nature of their challenge. He turned, a question forming as he sought to understand the true nature of the young man's difficulty. No, it was not merely difficulty. There was a more fundamental issue at hand, one he needed to address directly with Ketel. The young man confessed his complete inability to perceive anything, his frustration evident as he stated, "I can't sense it." Despite the elf's continued efforts, Ketel remained entirely disconnected from the flow of mana, an unusual anomaly. Even as the vibrant aura flowed around his hands, washing over him, it made no connection, leaving him sensing absolutely nothing. The elderly elf's voice carried a warning, explaining that without the ability to sense mana, one could be pulled into a deep abyss. Or even worse, be crushed by immense pressure until nothing was left. Despite his best efforts, the elf grew frustrated, quietly saying, "It's not working." The elder let out a sound of annoyance, and Ketel, still confused, simply asked, "Huh?" Confused, Ketel asked for an explanation. "What do you mean, not working? Are you saying I don't have the skill?" The elf quickly denied that Ketel lacked talent, his face showing confusion and surprise as he said, "No, that's not it. It's just, I've never seen anyone like you." He repeated the basic rule, showing a green light to explain how energy flows, saying that one must feel the mana inside and around you with your inner strength. Ketel confirmed he understood, his voice showing a bit of frustration. "I know that," he said, then paused, "but..." His eyes grew wide with sudden understanding, a deep shock hitting him as he finally understood what the elf meant, and he said, "What?" The elderly elf, still trying to understand this strange situation, asked him again, "Wait, are you saying you couldn't feel the mana at all?" Ketel's face showed a clear, almost painful understanding as he simply answered, "No." The clear truth finally settled. Ketel confirmed with sadness, "No, I can't feel it. Not at all." The elderly elf watched, completely confused by this new discovery. He stands in silent contemplation, a single ellipsis hanging in the air, as the weight of his unique condition settles upon him. The elderly elf, still grappling with the unprecedented situation, explains that while mana usually penetrates deep into the mystery path, his aura is inexplicably both too shallow and too profound. Ketel, absorbing this baffling information, wonders if this mystery path is some crucial part of the body, a deep hum of confusion resonating within him. He presses the elf, asking if this is some kind of mystery, but the elder admits he wouldn't call it that, confessing he couldn't even imagine such a thing and never knew a place like that existed. As Ketel processes the implications, a fleeting image of his past self, sword drawn amidst shimmering mana particles, flashes through his mind, a stark contrast to his current mana-less state. The elf, offering alternative solutions, suggests consulting the oracle, who might be more reliable than himself, or perhaps even visiting the formidable magic tower. With a heavy sigh, the elder elf apologizes for his inability to help further, his expression etched with genuine regret. Ketel, however, reassures him, dismissing the apology and acknowledging the elf's significant efforts, insisting that he has done a great job. Ketel, with a confident smile, expresses his genuine gratitude, affirming that he has learned a tremendous amount through their interactions. Yet, a deeper truth about his nature, perhaps a reflection of his barbarian past, surfaces. Every barbarian he has ever encountered has been utterly uncontrollable. Within a dark, cavernous space, the scene of a recent attack is evident, with several individuals lying injured and disarmed, having already been overcome. The elderly elf, observing the scene, comments that this specific case is different from others he has encountered. Keetle, with a questioning look, asks what the elf means by his statement. The elf calmly explains that with Keetle's strength, he could achieve a high rank, and the elf would personally support him. The elf extends his hand, and Keetle considers the offer, admitting to himself that it is tempting. However, his resolve quickly solidifies, and he states clearly that he does not wish to be bound by anyone. With his eyes glowing red, Keetle recognizes that the offer could ensure his survival, but he hesitates at the cost of his independence. The elderly elf, perhaps in a moment of reflection, considers the need to escape the Emperor's control. The elf lets out a quiet sigh, his hand resting on his chin, as he considers Keetle's decision. Keetle, with a confident smile and glowing red eyes, states his core desire, to live freely. His strong build is visible beneath his fur cloak as he reveals his true motivation, to act for his own enjoyment. The elderly elf's eye narrows, showing a hint of concern, as he understands the wild nature of the man he is speaking with. Keetle nods, indicating he understands the elf's words, then offers a brief thank you for the conversation. Yet the intensity in his eyes suggests he will remember this favor, a silent promise in his demeanor. After Keetle leaves, the elderly elf considers their conversation, his mind filled with worry. He walks through the large, empty halls of his home, feeling the burden of his duties. The elf regrets Keetle's wild spirit, knowing that the barbarian only acts as he wishes, following his own path. Such independence is unusual for a human, making him think that Keetle might have a bigger part to play in the world above, a key person in future events. He realizes that Keetle is guided by his own thoughts, his true goals unclear, making him hard to predict. A hint of disappointment shows on his old face as he admits his first hopes were wrong. A barbarian is still a barbarian. Meanwhile, in another room, Luke Barkon stands deep in thought, a soft sound of worry leaving his mouth. The elderly elf, still thinking, is amazed by Keetle's bold goal, to conquer the abyss. Luke Barkon, however, is thinking about a different, more urgent problem, wondering about the Emperor's hidden reasons and actions. Luke Barkon remains seated in his grand chamber, a single word echoing in the quiet space. His companion, a noble with a stern expression, confirmed the surprising news. The Emperor genuinely desired to conquer the abyss. The scale of the plan left the noble in disbelief, prompting him to ask if the Emperor was truly serious. Luke Barkon, his eyes distant, confirmed it, speculating that the Emperor might be a reincarnated hero from legend, though he quickly set the idea aside. Choosing to postpone the matter, he decided they would address it at a later time. His companion, however, remained concerned, noting that humanity had not yet unified its own territories. With a determined expression, the noble stated that such a day would eventually arrive. Luke Barkon listened carefully, his expression giving nothing away. He then raised his head, a hint of concern in his eyes, as the discussion turned to the Emperor's poorly conceived plans. The noble's face grew firm with resolve, his determination clearly visible. A thought entered his mind, a question he hesitated to voice. Were the rumors about the Emperor actually true? Luke Barkon confirmed his unspoken fears, stating that an increasing number of unbelievable rumors were indeed being reported. Luke Barkon's expression tightens, a silent acknowledgement of the unsettling truth, as the conversation shifts to the escalating chaos. Indeed, the very fabric of reality seems to be tearing, with reports confirming that dungeon breakouts are spiking at an alarming rate. Though not officially confirmed, whispers spread like wildfire, suggesting that the very essence of the abyss is already pouring out into their world, a terrifying purple energy seeping into existence. Kan, the elder statesman, leans forward, his voice grave as he confirms, something strange is happening. The Emperor, it can't be said he's crazy. A sigh escapes the elder's lips, his hand rising to his chin in contemplation, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. The ominous purple energy pulses once more, a visual echo of the elder's unspoken thought. Perhaps the strangest thing is already upon them. Luke Barkon nods slowly, his gaze distant as he acknowledges the grim reality. True enough. Kan turns back to him, his eyes searching for answers. What do you think? The elder's face is etched with concern, his voice barely a whisper as he admits, I have no idea. As Keetle continues his journey, the sounds of civilization begin to replace the quiet of the wilderness, but his presence seems to cause more alarm than welcome. His sharp gaze takes in the wary glances of the townspeople, a clear sign that his rugged, barbarian attire is not fitting in with the local customs. Soon, a concerned merchant steps forward, his expression a mix of fear and polite exasperation as he addresses the imposing figure. Keetle's jaw tightens, the unspoken tension palpable as he listens to the man's words. He realizes the truth in the merchant's plea. His wild, fur-clad appearance is simply too intimidating, causing widespread fear and alarm. A sigh of exasperation escapes him, the weight of societal expectations pressing down on him. The merchant, still visibly nervous, explains that his current attire is simply too much for the common folk, suggesting a change might ease their fears. With a determined glint in his eyes, Keetle finally concedes, recognizing the practical necessity of blending in. He throws his hands up in a gesture of resignation, declaring his intention to acquire more civilized clothes, a small but significant step in his journey. Following the recent incident, The barbarian finds himself in a tailor shop where various fabrics and measuring instruments are displayed. A merchant greets him, trying to appear calm as he adjusts clothing on a mannequin, while Ketel, still dressed in his barbarian attire, stands nearby. The merchant's expression shifts to one of fear, clearly intimidated by the presence of the barbarian. Unaware of the merchant's fear, Ketel calmly states his intention, his voice clear. The merchant hesitates, clearly uncomfortable, struggling to respond. He attempts to remind himself that the man is a customer, but his intimidating appearance makes it difficult. Ketel, growing tired of the merchant's hesitation, urges him to proceed, his expression firm. The merchant, still nervous, eventually agrees, promising to help when Ketel is prepared. A sense of frustration emanates from Ketel as he looks down at Greta, who is visibly scared, understanding the problem his current clothing causes. He considers his choices, imagining himself in different outfits, each one very different from his usual attire. A moment of thought passes as he considers the new options, pondering his decision. The change is made, and Ketel appears in his new, more conventional clothes, now heading towards the guild. A small, mysterious gem emits a brilliant, ethereal glow, and a hand swiftly reaches out to claim it. Ketel, his gaze fixed on the luminous object, now holding the pulsating blue light in his grasp, its vibrant energy reflecting in his discerning eyes. And he muses aloud about seeking answers at the guild, marking a significant shift in his journey, where a young merchant named Boga, with a curious expression, awaits his inquiry. As he presents the enigmatic gem, explaining he found it on his way, emphasizing its unusual nature to the attentive shopkeeper, who, upon closer inspection, acknowledges its peculiar properties. Realizing the gem's surface bears the unmistakable marks of skilled craftsmanship, hinting at a deeper mystery. As Boga carefully examines the mysterious blue gem, she notes its lack of identifying marks, yet senses its undeniable value. A subtle glow emanates from the artifact, confirming her suspicions, and she acknowledges its unique nature. Suddenly, a surge of energy pulses from the gem, causing a vibrant blue light to flare around her hand. The intense power momentarily overwhelms her senses, her eye glowing with the gem's potent aura. Recoiling from the unexpected jolt, Boga gasps in genuine surprise at the gem's raw energy. Observing her reaction from across the table, Ketel calmly inquires if everything is all right. Still holding the glowing bead, Boga explains that the gem's power had momentarily captivated her. Ketel, however, dismisses the notion of enchantment, shrugging off her concern. With a sigh, Boga admits the gem is difficult to identify, its strange power palpable, and offers to purchase it from him. A confident smirk plays on his lips as Ketel declines, insisting that keeping the mysterious artifact is all part of the adventure. Accepting his decision, Boga then shifts the conversation, inquiring about his next request or task. He sits, contemplating the tablet in his hands, a thoughtful expression on his face. After a moment of reflection, he stretches, his powerful physique rippling as he prepares for whatever comes next, a new day dawning with fresh challenges. But his attention is quickly drawn to the mysterious gem, which pulses with an ethereal blue glow in his palm, its strange energy captivating him. He brings the glowing artifact closer, a sense of wonder mixing with his curiosity, pondering its true nature. A soft hum seems to emanate from the gem, a subtle vibration that resonates deep within him, drawing him further into its mystery. As he sits, the gem continues to glow, its light reflecting in his eyes, a silent conversation unfolding between man and artifact. The gem's glow intensifies, a soft voice echoing in his mind, urging him to come to me, a clear directive from the enigmatic object. He stares at the gem, a flicker of understanding crossing his features, realizing it's not just an object, but a guide. The gem's light now bathes him in a soft, inviting aura, its magic swirling around him, a beautiful and powerful call to adventure. The voice repeats its command, come to me, a clear path laid out before him, beckoning him towards an unknown destination. He appears to be deep in thought, considering the implications of the mysterious gem, a question lingering in his mind. Should he follow its enigmatic call? Yet the gem's persistent message, come to me, seems to leave him with little choice. His resolve firming as he states, I'm going, so shut up. With renewed determination, the barbarian begins his journey, glowing particles accompanying his every step. A moment of confusion briefly appearing on his face before his eyes glow with an intense, otherworldly blue. As he continues to walk deeper into the unknown, seemingly drawn by an unseen force. A confident smirk appears on his lips, his glowing blue eyes reflecting the power that now seems to course through him. His journey progresses, the gem in his hand pulsing with the same insistent command, come to me. Upon reaching his destination, he surveys his surroundings, asking, I'm here. Where's the one that called me? Mysterious, glowing chains begin to materialize in the darkness, hinting at the true nature of his summons. As a powerful blue aura erupts around him, confirming the arrival of a new summoner. The ethereal blue energy pulsed around the glowing chains, and a voice, cold and dismissive, declared the new summoner a stupid barbarian, whose presence made him a suitable offering. Meanwhile, a large, shadowy hand, its form indistinct in the darkness, held a brilliant blue gem, the source of the mysterious power, which then clattered into place. From the depths of the shadows, a skeletal figure cloaked in dark robes and glowing with an ominous blue light began to appear, its hollow eyes burning with cold intent as it repeated, this time. Its bony hand, now crackling with purple energy, extended forward, issuing a chilling command, bring here. Born into a world where the strong ruled, Keatle began with a weak body and no talent, yet he refused to accept this destiny. He trained his body, mind, and soul, eventually becoming a legend who controlled the power of the abyss. Though he was called the legendary Barbarian, he was eventually betrayed and captured, then abandoned by his allies. However, just before his capture, he transferred his soul into a lich's body, allowing him to become one. A lich is a being that possesses immense magical power and cannot die unless its soul is destroyed, and this was now his new form. He became the skeleton monarch and began his revenge, collecting the souls of the dead and becoming the monarch of death. He defeated countless monsters and became the monarch of the abyss, the abyssal monarch. He found the heart of the abyss and became the abyssal emperor. His soul was filled with immense abyssal power, making him incredibly formidable. But despite everything, he was still human. In his human form, Keatle explains to Greta, that is why he came to the barbarian village, finding it not a bad place. The remote location offered some peace, as those from the north had not traveled this far. Meanwhile, in his lich form, the abyssal emperor states that someone will make a fine sacrifice. The individual who betrayed him had inadvertently granted him a unique power, transforming him into a lich, an undead monarch, and eventually, the monarch of death. Just as those who gain control over the abyss can become emperors, he extended his hand, taking its dark power for himself. With a powerful surge, he became the monarch of the abyss, his human body now emitting a faint, unnatural light. From his transformed state, the abyssal emperor issued a simple command, a single word carrying immense power. This immense power, however, was destined to become the basis of his ultimate downfall. Suddenly, a startled gasp escaped Greta, her eyes widening in shock and concern. The soft fur of the bed provided little comfort, as an unseen energy seemed to fill the space. A small foot, wearing a simple slipper, drew back quickly, a sound of alarm breaking the silence. Keatle himself gasped, his eyes wide with a sudden understanding, as subtle purple energy lines started to glow on his neck and shoulder, revealing a new aspect of his power. At the same time, the skeletal abyssal emperor extended a hand from the darkness, his glowing orb pulsing with a sinister purpose as he looked down. A moment of silence passes, then Greta lets out a sharp cry of alarm, her gaze fixed on the figure lying defeated before them, as Keatle watches from behind her. He considers his own nature, that of a lich, a creature of death, now touching upon the transcendent realms, a power far beyond ordinary understanding. Then, his appearance changes, his skeletal face now illuminated by a strange blue glow, as he utters a surprised question. What the? His luminous eyes settle on a smaller, ghostly figure, as he comprehends the goal of his quest. We speak of the abyss. So that's what you're after, huh? He lets out a dismissive sound, his staff now glowing with purple energy, as he announces his new, formidable title. I don't feel my power from but now, I'm the monarch of the abyss. His voice resonates with cold authority, as he challenges anyone who would try to wield divine power. You can't use a god's power, mortal. In respect of your power, I will take it. I don't know what kind of god could have such a power. A wave of dark purple energy bursts forth from him, his statement unwavering. What you are looking for is already mine. There's no such thing. He raises a swirling sphere of abyssal power, describing the fearsome transformation. If you have gotten it, you will be reborn as the monarch of the abyss. With a loud crack, the ground beneath him breaks apart, as he promises to overpower. But now, I'll crush you with force. A surge of purple energy bursts forth, calling forth an army of skeletal warriors, their shapes forming around the newly proclaimed monarch of the abyss. His command echoes, firm and resolute, a stark order to his ghostly army. No surrender. The abyssal power swirls and grows stronger around him, a fearsome demonstration of his recently acquired control. Keatle, in his human form, observes the dungeon, noting the presence of an evil lich and beginning to understand the situation. A skeleton warrior lunges forward, swinging its bone weapon, but Keatle stands ready. He easily blocks the skeleton's attack with his forearm. Then, Keatle retaliates, his fist striking with a burst of purple energy that shatters the skeleton. The skeleton's glowing blue eye cracks and fades as it is destroyed. Its form disintegrates into dust and glowing particles, leaving only a faint glow. Keatle surveys the remnants, thinking that the enemy was weaker than he expected. The skeleton's jawbone clatters to the ground, marking its complete destruction. Now, Keatle, in his lich form, stands among his summoned skeletal army, considering the time remaining before the dungeon boss appears. He surveys the skeletal warriors around him, deciding he only needs to face the boss alone. With a surge of power, Keatle strikes down another skeleton, clearing his way. He clenches his fist, his resolve firm. Keatle moves with swift precision, delivering a powerful, purple energy-infused strike against a skeletal monster. The attack lands with significant force, a burst of purple energy erupting upon impact with the monster. The skeletal monster shatters instantly, its form dissolving into fragments and dissipating energy. He stands over the remnants of the defeated monster, observing its final dissipation. The ground beneath still shows the lingering effects of the powerful strike, with faint purple energy dissipating into the air. In his transformed state as the monarch of the abyss, Ketil stands, his staff topped with a glowing blue orb, observing his surroundings. He observes the dissolving bones of other defeated monsters, recalling Kaizen's warning about the persistence of summons if their source isn't destroyed. Returning to his human form, Ketil considers the situation, a thought forming in his mind. He ponders the extent of Lich's summoning abilities, questioning if only basic skeletons can be called forth. Ketil, in his Lich form again, holds his staff, the blue orb at its tip glowing with increased intensity. Suddenly, Ketil is back in his human form, confronting the glowing orb directly, and he states, I don't let you get away." The glowing blue orb continues to pulsate, its energy visibly swirling within. From the dark earth, a skeletal knight begins to rise, its bones glowing with an intense, vibrant blue energy, accompanied by the sound of cracking and shifting. His gaze falls upon the newly formed entity, a formidable skeleton knight, now standing before him. He had never imagined he would witness a skeleton knight again, a rare and powerful summon. Yet, the sight before him suggests the impossible has occurred. With a surge of blue energy, the knight charges forward, a blur of motion. A single, sharp command echoes through the space. "Kill it." The skeleton knight continues its relentless advance, its glowing eyes fixed on an unseen target. He muses on the nature of this creation, a skeleton knight brought forth by a lich. A thoughtful expression crosses his face, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The summoned knight unleashes a powerful swing, its sword arcing with brilliant blue energy. He looks forward to seeing just how durable this new creation proves to be. The newly summoned skeleton knight falls to the ground with a heavy impact, while Greta reacts with a startled expression to the force of the blow. However, Ketil was not yet finished, descending rapidly from above, preparing for another attack. A powerful purple explosion then erupts, enveloping the knight in a burst of energy. The attack continued, with another surge of energy striking the armored summon. The impact created a wide area of destruction as the ground shook from the continuous assault. Through the settling dust, the knight was merely pushed back, its form still holding. As the smoke cleared, the formidable skeleton knight stood, appearing unharmed. Its eyes then glow with an ominous orange light, and a powerful blue aura flares around it as it recovers. Observing its remarkable resilience, Ketil notes that it is indeed more durable than expected. With a silent command, the knight's eyes glow an intense blue, as it activates its mana to the limit. Then, with swift motion, it swings its glowing blue sword in powerful, sweeping arcs. Standing ready for battle, the skeleton knight is now enveloped in a formidable blue aura. Its eyes glow with a bright blue light, as mana begins to surge through its skeletal form, preparing for action. The energy around it intensifies, swirling in a powerful current, making the air crackle with its presence. A skeletal knight, its form glowing with an eerie blue light, materializes before Ketil, who simply observes the new arrival, a single thought echoing in his mind. As a surge of blue energy erupts around him, he questions the entity's presence, a dismissive "is that it?" escaping his lips as his power flares. The vibrant blue aura intensifies, swirling around the skeletal knight, its raw power threatening to overwhelm the summoned creature. Meanwhile, the unseen summoner reflects on their creation, a skeletal knight, conjured by a low-rank summoner, a seemingly insignificant foe. But Ketil's power is anything but insignificant, as his blue energy slams into the knight, a casual "pretty good," muttered as the impact ripples through the air. The blue energy expands, engulfing the skeletal form, its destructive force undeniable. The knight struggles, its form distorting under the immense pressure, the vibrant blue light consuming it entirely. With a final, explosive burst, the skeletal knight shatters into countless fragments, purple energy trails marking its demise. Ketil watches the remnants dissipate, his expression calm, the blue glow around him slowly fading. All that remains is the shattered skull mask, a testament to the overwhelming power unleashed. The air shimmers with residual magic, blue and purple particles dancing as the last traces of the battle fade. Dark, ominous energy begins to gather and drip from Ketil's outstretched hand. He looks down at the defeated foe, his voice cutting through the silence as he questions, "Is that it? Who are you summoning to me?" An unseen presence seems to acknowledge his power, a skeletal image briefly appearing as if in contemplation. "I should have known this barbarian." However, Ketil observes the spectral form materializing before him, noting a critical detail. But there's no mana. The unseen entity then comprehends the source of this immense power, realizing, so that means it's entirely the barbarian's own mana? A dark, potent aura now surrounds him as Ketil confirms this understanding, simply stating, "Indeed." His eyes begin to glow with an intense, electric blue light as he draws forth an immense amount of energy, the dark aura around him expanding rapidly. So much, so much. He then unleashes a powerful wave of this dark force, challenging his unseen opponent to increase their own strength. AK, you should get stronger. The dark energy around him swirls into a powerful vortex, a clear demonstration of his growing might. Schwack. Oh. With a sudden, explosive impact, the unleashed power surges outwards. Quang. His glowing blue eyes pierce the darkness, and he poses a direct question to the unseen foe. Are you afraid? Finally, with a calm yet menacing tone, he delivers a stark warning. Yes. Fear me, the Barbarian. Would you regret ever getting in my territory? A young man, appearing confused and wearing glasses, finds himself in a dark, empty space, questioning why he has been summoned. Then, a hand glowing with dark purple energy appears, and a voice asks if it was the one who had been called. The view expands to show a cloaked, skeletal figure and a blonde woman facing the young man, with the cloaked figure stating that he had gathered everyone present. The skeletal summoner silences the purple energy, proclaiming himself the monarch of death, the abyssal emperor and master of the undead, and the one responsible for the summoning. He holds a staff in his skeletal hand and begins to chant a powerful spell, filling the space with dark magic. The blonde woman offers her loyalty and a wish to her lord, while the young man watches in confusion, wondering about the strange magic of this world. A monstrous entity with glowing purple tendrils and eyes appears from the spell, intended as a means for the abyssal emperor's return. The monstrous form attacks, its tendrils hitting the young man forcefully, causing him to stumble back. He is quickly swallowed by the swirling, dark purple energy, his body becoming part of the ritual. From the purple energy, a strong, muscular figure appears, with ash blonde hair and sharp features. Now possessing glowing purple eyes, Ketel, the abyssal emperor, has been reborn into a new body. His newly opened purple eye glows with great power, showing the extent of his change. This powerful magic, which caused such a change, is a spell that can control human emotions. The cloaked figure, a master of dark arts, had conceived a plan to imbue a lifeless body with essence, creating a new form for the abyssal emperor. With a chilling incantation, the summoned entity, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, questioned its purpose, its existence now bound to the will of another. Undeterred, the ritual master repeated the summoning, the purple aura intensifying around the skeletal form. With the vessel prepared, the ritual master commanded that the young man be put into a deep slumber, his body now merely a shell, awaiting its new occupant. The skeletal abyssal emperor, now fully manifested, began its slow, deliberate approach towards the unconscious vessel. Trailing ethereal blue energy, the skeletal form moved with an unsettling grace, its glowing eyes fixed on its target. Closer and closer it drew, the air crackling with the ancient magic of the merging ritual. Then, with a blinding flash of blue light, the skeletal abyssal emperor plunged into the young man's body, initiating the transformation. The vessel's face contorted, its features shifting and reforming as the essence of the abyssal emperor took hold, his eyes now burning with an ominous purple glow. From the depths of the ritual, Ketel emerged, reborn and radiating a potent, dark aura, his new form a testament to the ritual master's forbidden magic. Behind him, the last vestiges of the skeletal form dissipated into shimmering blue particles, leaving only the newly resurrected abyssal emperor. He stands there, the newly resurrected Ketel, his form radiating an ominous power, yet his expression remains unreadable, almost blank. The cloaked figure, the ritual master, watches him with a sudden, sharp intake of breath, a single exclamation of surprise escaping his skeletal form. Suddenly, a massive burst of purple energy erupts, a chaotic explosion of raw magical force, shaking the very foundations of the ritual site. The skeletal ritual master recoils, clutching his staff, a tremor in his voice as he mutters, "Double what? That shouldn't have worked." He stares at Ketel, his empty eye sockets conveying disbelief, unable to comprehend the unexpected outcome. Meanwhile, Ketel's own thoughts echo a profound sense of disappointment, his glowing purple eyes reflecting an inner turmoil. The ritual master's shock is palpable, his skeletal hand raised in a gesture of utter bewilderment. He recalls the fundamental truth of his craft, that humans are emotional beings. Clutching his head in frustration, the ritual master remembers how they carry deep emotions in their hearts, and that's why emotion magic never fails. But Ketel's lack of response defies this logic, leaving the ritual master to wonder, can't you at least feel a fireballing magic missile? Still observing Ketel from a distance, the ritual master acknowledges, I have yet to know his true intent. With a renewed sense of purpose, the skeletal figure raises his staff, chanting a powerful incantation, commanding, come forth. Dark, swirling energy begins to coalesce, forming a vortex of raw power as he declares, take form, my powerful wave. The ritual master's summoning reached its peak, as dark energy swirled and crackled with blue lightning. The chaotic energies then coalesced into a swirling vortex, threatening to pull the world into madness. A growl echoed from within the maelstrom, and the ritual master's eyes widened in surprise and fear. From the depths of the vortex, a monstrous form began to emerge, its glowing purple eyes piercing the darkness as crackling energy surrounded it. The entity's gaze fixed on its surroundings, and a chilling command echoed, urging all to be consumed as shadowy tendrils slithered forth. With a thunderous crash and a guttural growl, the monstrous being fully manifested, its immense form shaking the ground. The newly summoned entity stood tall, its dark, armored silhouette dominating the space, with a strong aura of dread coming from it. Suddenly, the ritual master screamed in terror, his body being violently pulled into the shadowy mass of the creature he had just summoned. A chilling, triumphant cackle erupted from the monster, its laughter echoing as a torrent of dark energy swirled around it. The ritual master let out a final, desperate cry of agony, his form rapidly dissolving into the entity's shadowy depths. With his last breath, the ritual master cursed the madness of the ritual, his words swallowed by a final gulp as he was fully absorbed. A heavy thud marked the end, as the last remnants of the ritual master fell to the ground, leaving only the monstrous summoner behind. Keatle lay defeated on the cold ground, his thoughts consumed by disbelief at how the skeletal knight had managed to overpower him. The skeletal knight, its blue eyes glowing, acknowledged the barbarian's strength, remarking that for a spell, Keatle's resistance was not bad. A chilling blue aura pulsed around the knight, as it stood over the fallen warrior, its presence heavy in the air. Against all odds, Keatle began to stir, pushing himself up from the ground, a defiant look in his eyes as he prepared to continue the fight. The skeletal knight recoiled in shock, lightning-like energy crackling around its form, bewildered that its powerful dark magic had failed to keep the barbarian defeated. It was a spell designed to shatter the will of even the mightiest warriors, the strongest dark magic in the entire demon conjuration arsenal, yet Keatle remained standing. The swirling vortex of purple and blue energy, a testament to the spell's devastating power, had been intended to shatter the mind of any barbarian, regardless of their strength. As Keatle stared down his foe, a question formed in his mind, wondering who this man was, for he was unlike any other opponent he had encountered. The skeletal knight's glowing blue eye narrowed, taunting Keatle with a challenge. If that was your best move. With a fierce grip, Keatle's hand tightened around the hilt of his axe, a purple glow emanating from the blade as he prepared for his counterattack. A powerful surge of energy erupted around him, enveloping Keatle in a brilliant purple aura as he channeled his strength. His eyes burning with renewed resolve, Keatle declared that it was now his turn to attack. Keatle lets out a low growl, his face impassive as he holds his large axe, prepared for any challenge. Facing him, a cloaked figure with glowing purple eyes questions if he is unaware of the Abyssal Emperor, then asserts that this is the truth of the situation. The bold assertion leaves Keatle momentarily surprised, his thoughts consumed by a single, confused question. The cloaked figure, however, does not wait for a response, raising a staff that hums with dark energy and reiterating that they will reveal the power of the Abyssal Emperor. With a surge of dark magic, the summoner repeats their unsettling promise, pledging to unleash the power of the Abyssal Emperor. Keatle, experienced in combat, demonstrates his rare talents by easily defeating a monstrous enemy, proving that the barbarian's strength remains formidable. His movements are a swift display of practiced skill, each blow reflecting countless battles, a weapon sharpened by continuous conflict. Still, the summoner's power is evident, as a skeletal warrior with glowing blue eyes emits a triumphant laugh, repeating the earlier claim of the Abyssal Emperor's strength. The cloaked figure's purple eyes glow more intensely, their voice filled with dark power as they state again their intention to show the Abyssal Emperor's true strength, leaving Keatle to ponder who this powerful adversary might be. A look of deep confusion appears on Keatle's face as he tries to understand the identity of this Abyssal Emperor. A surge of brilliant blue energy erupts, arcing with raw power. This potent magic coalesces around a mysterious, ornate vase, its surface shimmering with an ethereal glow, hinting at ancient, untold power. Suddenly, Keatle unleashes a devastating strike, his glowing blue weapon tearing through the air with explosive force, obliterating whatever stood in his path. Meanwhile, a chilling voice echoes, demanding, "Hand over your body," as the glowing vase continues to pulse with dark energy. Unaware of the ominous declaration, Keatle continues his relentless assault, his weapon a blur of destructive blue light. But a new presence emerges from the shadows, its eyes burning with an unnatural, piercing purple glow, a figure shrouded in mystery. This cloaked summoner clutches the glowing vase, his voice filled with a desperate ambition. "Once I do, I will no longer be a slave, and I'll have to give up the rest of my life to obtain the power of the Abyssal Emperor." The glowing artifact pulses as the summoner continues, his words hinting at a profound sacrifice. "So there's no more the so-called my memories." Before he can utter another word, Keatle's hand shoots out, seizing the summoner by the throat and lifting him effortlessly, his grip unyielding as the summoner's purple eyes widen in shock. The summoner struggles, a guttural cry escaping him, his glowing purple eyes fixed on Keatle, a mix of defiance and terror in their depths. A chilling narration reveals the summoner's true intent, echoing from within Keatle's inner mind. Inside Keatle's inner mind, The summoner, still struggling, manages a defiant, "Huh." The summoner's words continue to resonate, revealing his ultimate goal. I will obtain the power of the Abyssal Emperor, as a skeletal figure, wreathed in dark energy, appears in a vision, symbolizing the power he seeks. The skeletal manifestation of the Abyssal Emperor's power declares its intent to obtain that might, while simultaneously acknowledging the impossibility of creating such a being. A glowing purple eye, belonging to the skeletal figure, questions the identity of the power it seeks, wondering if the true emperor is truly gone. The cloaked summoner cries out in pain, his body racked by a surge of power, purple energy flaring around the glowing vase he holds, as he denies the emperor's absence. His face contorts, eyes now glowing with a sinister purple, as he struggles to comprehend how even the emperor himself could create such an entity. Suddenly, the summoner collapses, his body overwhelmed by an unseen force, purple energy swirling around him as he falls. Keto gasps, his blue eye glowing intensely, as he feels his own connection to the chaotic events begin to break. The skeletal manifestation, momentarily confused by the summoner's sudden fall, states that the seal will be unlocked later. Keto, still holding his glowing blue weapon, stares in shock at the unexpected turn of events. The summoner's collapse is confirmed, an internal event that left him incapacitated without any external action. A swirling, deep darkness then overtakes the fallen figure, indicating that an unknown force has seized control of his body. With chilling resolve, the skeletal manifestation declares its intention to claim the power of Hell's Emperor. An agonizing cry echoes through the dark space, accompanied by a violent surge of purple energy, signifying the summoner's complete subjugation. Keto, having just cleared the dungeon, observes his surroundings, noting the impressive fortune this particular delve has yielded. With the dungeon now conquered, he decides it's time to claim his well-deserved reward. As he reaches for a glowing vase, its ethereal light reminds him of his own magical abilities, a familiar shimmer he'd seen when wielding his power. A spark of realization ignites within him, wondering if this means he's truly a mage, capable of wielding such potent forces. His expression shifts to one of surprise and contemplation, a silent acknowledgement of the potential power now within his grasp. Deciding against leaving such a valuable artifact exposed, he carefully tucks it away, ensuring its safety within his pocket. Suddenly, a strange sensation washes over him, his eyes widening as he questions the unexpected shift in his surroundings. A shadowy arm, seemingly detached from any visible source, reaches out, pointing towards an unseen path. Accepting the mysterious guidance, he muses that this unexpected turn of events should be sufficient for his current quest, perhaps even hinting at a search for something more profound than mere seafood. His gaze sharpens, focused intently on the unfolding mystery. As he steps forward, he once again questions the nature of this strange new discovery. The path leads him to a concealed chamber, a hidden room that promises further secrets within the dungeon's depths. As Ketel's hand reached out, a surge of raw, purple energy pulsed from the newly revealed opening. The ethereal glow swirling and expanding into the dark cavern, a mesmerizing display of power that hinted at something extraordinary within. The sheer intensity of the mana was palpable, washing over him with an almost physical force. A wide grin spread across his face as he realized the magnitude of his discovery, a triumphant bingo, echoing in his mind. He stepped forward, his boot hovering over the edge of the newly formed chasm, the purple light illuminating his path into the unknown. Peering down into the depths, he could sense an ancient, potent energy radiating from below. The hidden chamber stretched out beneath him, its secrets waiting to be unveiled. This was no ordinary dungeon room. This was Lion Cardo's hidden sacrificial room, a place steeped in forgotten rituals and immense power. His eyes widened in disbelief and awe, the sheer scale of the discovery leaving him momentarily speechless. A thought crossed his mind. There really is one? As he considered the legends of such hidden places, and then a more pressing question arose. By the way, he looked at his hand, still tingling from the mana's touch, wondering, where did this mana come from? The hidden room lay open before him, a vortex of purple energy promising untold secrets and challenges. As he stares into the mysterious chamber, Ketel wonders about the implications of this hidden sacrificial room, a place that feels too significant to be a mere dungeon anomaly. His companion, Greta, her eyes wide with concern, calls out to him, a hint of worry in her voice as she tries to understand the situation. He ponders the next move, his mind racing to formulate a plan for this unexpected discovery. With a decisive nod, he declares his intention to secure the territory, prioritizing the safety of those who might be affected by this new threat. His thoughts drift to the people they left behind, a heavy concern weighing on him as he considers the potential dangers this room could unleash upon them. Meanwhile, in a different location, perhaps a quiet study or office, a desk sits bathed in a soft, ethereal glow, hinting at the passage of time or a shift in focus. Two figures are seated there, a blonde woman and a dark-haired man, the woman expressing her relief that he has finally returned. Her smile is warm, as she confirms his arrival, a sense of anticipation in her voice. Ketel, now in a more relaxed, chibi form, acknowledges his return, hinting at a period of absence. The blonde woman, also in a chibi style, then questions his intentions, specifically asking about work, suggesting a task or duty awaits him. He gives a simple affirmative, his face showing no clear emotion as he considers the circumstances. Elsewhere, a soft, purple light begins to glow, suggesting a magical event is taking place, its energy spreading through the air. A blond man, looking worried, quietly asks, his voice a soft plea. He turns his head, firmly stating, "I'm not joining though." He lets out a frustrated sound, his foot hitting the ground with a kung, as he thinks. With a long kiwi-wup sound, he lifts a large jug, looking at something out of view, perhaps what is making him nervous. A quick jeek-jeek sound comes with his surprised as something new happens. His eyes grow wide with shock, a deep surprise on his face with another kung sound, as he understands that the situation is very serious. A young woman, her expression showing relief, considers her recent brush with death, believing she was about to perish. However, as she faces Keatle, who holds a small, glowing creature, he calmly confesses to leaving her behind, having presumed her death. Keatle, still clutching the mysterious glowing entity, voices a desire for guild assistance, before being suddenly startled by something unexpected. Meanwhile, the young woman, her face showing a blend of resolve and annoyance, states her only reason for being present, to acquire wealth. In another location, a disturbing report details frequent monster encounters, yet, unsettlingly, there has been no mention of a lich. Returning to the young woman, her face now showing clear frustration, she quickly concludes a conversation, evidently annoyed. Abruptly, a massive purple monster with luminous eyes appears, eliciting a fearful query. What is happening? Is that a lich? The fearsome creature dominates the scene, its appearance solidifying the dreadful thought of a lich's arrival. In a different place, a warrior clad in red armor flinches in surprise, a sudden understanding dawning upon him with intense impact. At the same time, Keatle, in a more comfortable environment, greets a blonde woman with a friendly smile, conveying his happiness to make her acquaintance. He persists in trying to charm her, declaring his sincere liking, but she responds with a direct inquiry, asking about his true identity. The red-armored warrior's surprise intensifies as a disturbing question is posed. Is that Cardo's brawler's assassin? Keatle, with a thoughtful expression, confirms the name, then asks if the swordmaster is familiar with this Cardo's brawler. The swordmaster, his face showing clear disbelief, can only stammer out a shocked affirmation. The name Cardo's brawler's Kesses evokes an image of a powerful, red-robed mage, a figure of significant magical ability. This was the being who had single-handedly defeated the Empire's elite knights, a terrifying lich, a creature of immense power. Keatle's eyes widen as the weight of the revelation settles upon him, and he questions the truth of such a monstrous rumor. The swordmaster, still processing the information, admits that it hasn't been fully confirmed, but the nature of the rumor is deeply unsettling. He dismisses it as a grim joke, a dark jest that seems too terrifying to be true. Keatle, however, remains perplexed, the implications of such a powerful entity weighing heavily on his mind. The swordmaster's face, a mask of pure shock, reflects the horror of the situation. Determined, he turns to leave, vowing to immediately inform the guild of this grave development. Meanwhile, in a different, opulent setting, a chilling silence descends. An imposing figure, seated on a grand throne, contemplates the same unsettling truth. The guild had indeed sent a lich. The swordmaster, still processing the information, considers the possibility of a lich, wondering if it is merely another rumor. Though he acknowledges reports identifying it as one of the captains, a notion he finds difficult to believe. Recognizing the impossibility of proving such a claim, his thoughts wander, as a mysterious, glowing blue vessel pulses with an ethereal light in another location. The robed figure, observing the same vessel, muses on its small size for a lich, finding it surprisingly petite. Meanwhile, a grim resolve settles over the swordmaster. This matter can no longer be left solely to the guild, compelling him to report the findings himself. The weight of the situation clearly causes him a significant headache. A soft scraping sound echoes as the robed figure rises from his throne. At the same time, the swordmaster gives an order to depart for the window, feeling a strange sense of relief despite the gravity of his mission. The robed figure approaches a grand window, his mind on the first cutting-edge research facility. The glowing blue vessel is revealed to be part of a larger, intricate setup, as it becomes clear that Cardos has transformed into a lich, preparing for a full resurrection. Gazing out, the robed figure concludes that the entire situation was far from normal, hinting at deeper machinations. From his opulent throne, a regal figure considers the situation, a single thought echoing through the grand chamber. That's absolutely likely. Meanwhile, Luke Barkon, a noble with a discerning gaze, muses on a recent accomplishment, declaring it a feat, and believing the individual responsible deserves a fitting reward. Yet, as he gazes out into the moonlit night, a shadow of doubt crosses his features, a quiet uncertainty whispering, "I'm not sure if I should trust him." The vast, star-dusted expanse of the cosmos stretches endlessly, a silent witness to the unfolding machinations of power and distrust. As sunlight streams through an ornate window, illuminating a grand, empty hall, suddenly, Urgent cries echo through the vast space, a voice desperately calling out, "Lord! Lord!" Luke Barkon, now clad in rich, red and gold robes, steps into view, his calm voice responding, "I'm here. Come in." A maid, her expression a mix of shock and urgency, rushes forward, blurting out, My lord, I'm sorry for the interruption, but are you leaving the territory?" Her unexpected question catches Luke Barkon completely off guard, his eyes widening in a surprised, "What?" Meanwhile, a brilliant, almost blinding light erupts, revealing the back of a white-haired figure, their presence suddenly illuminated. Turning back to the maid, Luke Barkon's expression hardens, demanding, "Why are you here?" As the maid's words hung in the air, a new presence made itself known, her gaze fixed, a faint glow emanating from her forehead. Her expression remained unreadable, yet the intensity of her aura suggested a profound purpose, as if the air around her crackled with authority. The opulent interior of a noble's estate provided a stark contrast to the tension now filling its halls, its rich furnishings and intricate details speaking of wealth and power. Within this grandeur, Luke Barkon, Lord of the Barkon territory, extended a formal greeting, his words a polite acknowledgement of the unexpected visitor's presence. The white-haired figure, Adaz, responded with a cool, measured tone, her expression unwavering as she acknowledged the hospitality. This was Adaz, the sun god's heretic inquisitor, a name that commanded respect and fear. She was not just any inquisitor, but the youngest to ever hold the title, a prodigy who had already decapitated 7 dark mages and made pacts with demons, single-handedly stopping a black ritual. Her reputation preceded her, for she was currently known as the most powerful magic user in the entire sun god's church, her golden aura shimmering with power. Indeed, her capabilities were so vast that they easily surpassed those of a territory's lord, making her a formidable force. A pair of glowing yellow eyes emerged from the shadows, suggesting a hidden power. Meanwhile, Adaz, the heretic inquisitor, sits on her throne, her expression thoughtful as she considers the territory where the black ritual had taken place. When Luke Barkon, noticing her lack of pleasure, assures her that the situation has been resolved, asking if it is not to her satisfaction. His question lingers as the inquisitor looks down, her expression causing him to wonder why she is still displeased. With a sharp look, she calmly replies, asking why she would be displeased, for she is an oracle, a being who can see both the future and the past. Luke Barkon can only manage a hesitant well. In response to her statement, as the conversation shifts to the concepts of the abyss and the light she refers to, her expression remains calm and unreadable. Then, with a burst of purple energy around her, Adaz states that there is a reason she is called the Heretic Inquisitor, revealing with a chilling tone that the beast they had fought was, in fact, hers. Her hand glows with potent purple energy, confirming the shocking truth of her statement. Following her previous statement, Adaz's attention shifts to a significant object, which she identifies as the life vessel of Lich Kardos. Her expression shifts dramatically, her eyes widening in surprise, as she processes the implications of the vessel before her. A slight tremor runs through her hand, and a thought crosses her mind, wondering if this artifact is linked to the barbarian she previously mentioned. Luke Barkon observes her reaction closely, his attention fixed on her as she continues to examine the vessel. However, a persistent thought continues to occupy her mind, a lingering question that refuses to dissipate. Her face now calm and composed, she holds a small, luminous object, her demeanor suggesting a shift in her understanding. The object glows softly in her hand, prompting her to voice a critical question concerning the location or territory associated with the vessel or the barbarian. Ketel stands firm, his eyes cast downward, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Greta observes the scene with concern, doubting if the barbarian can truly succeed, especially since Sir Kane had already been defeated. She remains confused by the situation, unsure of what is happening or which barbarian clan he belongs to. Ketel's face shows a determined expression as he perceives the surrounding enemies becoming more aggressive, finding their presence detestable. Greta continues to watch, noting that he is still standing, a testament to his endurance. He stands his ground, his figure still visible to Greta in the distance. Greta can only think of the barbarian, his resilience occupying her thoughts. In another location, Luke Barkon and the elderly elf discuss the situation, with Luke expressing a desire to meet the person involved directly. The cause of the disturbance is shown, a purple monster extending a hand, its eyes glowing with an ominous light. Following his recent battle, Ketel rests, injured, while his assistant cares for him with a luminous orb, expressing her concern. Well, I can only hope my master doesn't get mad. Yet, even while recovering, his eyes remain keen, his thoughts already focused on something else, as an inner voice urges him, look to the sky. He sits up, acknowledging the unspoken message, a subtle expression of understanding on his face as he states, it seems it's about time. Elsewhere, a recognizable figure appears, the skilled warrior who had previously been defeated by Ketel, Sir Kane, now recovered and present. Kane then speaks to Ketel with a clear instruction, emphasizing, when you meet that person, you must show your courtesy. Undeterred by the advice, Ketel calmly responds, no need to worry. A slight movement, a silent acknowledgement between the two men as they stand ready for their next task. Kane, seeing Ketel's steady determination, affirms, "You're ready." The knight's face shows calm assurance, placing his faith in the other's abilities. With a clear objective in mind, Ketel steps forward, stating, "Let's get moving." Their world is a challenging place, where strength determines outcomes, a reality where might rules and only the strong can defeat the strong. This serves as a stark reminder of their world's unforgiving nature, a place where the weak are sacrificed in the constant struggle for dominance. The majestic spires of the Church of the Sun God rise into the sky, a prominent structure in this fantasy world. Upon reaching the sacred grounds, Ketel and Kane pause at the entrance, with Kane stating, "This is the place." Ketel looks up, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considers the black presence he feels, even in this location. The Church of the Sun God, with its detailed architecture, represents a place of worship, its presence a stark contrast to the darker forces Ketel often encounters. Entering the building, he is clearly impressed by its size and beauty, uttering a soft wow. In admiration, Kane then tells him that someone will soon escort him, indicating the next step in their journey. Taking a step, Ketel walks further into the church, his footsteps audible. He then pauses, asking as he sees someone approaching, catching his eye. A calm woman in white robes approaches him with a respectful greeting. Two more women join her, and all three bow, offering a unified welcome. "Welcome, Sir Ketel." The lead woman then explains that someone is waiting for you in the chambers. With a small smile, he replies, "All right," indicating his understanding. A soft creak echoes through the grand halls of the Church of the Sun God, as an unseen voice extends a formal greeting, promising a pleasant encounter. The air crackles with an unspoken authority, heralding the presence of a formidable figure, the Sun God's very own heretic inquisitor. With an aura of serene power, the woman introduces herself, her name, Aquila, resonating with quiet confidence. Ketel, ever the pragmatist, returns the greeting with a slight nod, identifying himself as the Barbarian Ketel. Aquila, however, doesn't mince words, expressing a hope that her bluntness won't cause offense, a directness Ketel immediately perceives as the mark of a single-minded individual. A flicker of amusement crosses Ketel's face, a subtle smile that doesn't escape Aquila's notice, prompting her to question its meaning. Undeterred by his enigmatic expression, she presses on, asking if she might pose a question to him, to which he offers a simple affirmation. Her gaze sharpens, a prelude to the inquiry she's about to make, her intensity palpable. As Ketel observes her, a profound realization dawns on him. The natural mana she possesses is unlike anything he's ever encountered, a power so rare and deadly that all who have witnessed it in this world have met their end. He reflects on a past foe, a lich of immense power, acknowledging that only a true hero could have stood against such a being, a stark reminder of the forces at play. A wistful longing washes over him, wishing he could have witnessed such a confrontation, yet a nagging feeling persists that he's still missing a crucial piece of the puzzle. Ketel, deep in thought about the unusual mana he had perceived, confronts Adaz, stating that she does not believe his words, though he himself is still trying to fully comprehend what he has learned. Adaz, maintaining a calm demeanor, inquires, "Then, what is it you don't believe?" He replies with a subtle smile, "Yes, if you tell a lie to the Sun God, a negative reaction will occur." Adaz's gaze sharpens as she processes his statement, her voice firm as she declares, "There's no way I'd lie to the Sun God." Ketel, continuing to watch her closely, calmly tells her, "So, you don't have to worry." Adaz, visibly perplexed by his enigmatic behavior, questions him, "What is it?" while he appears to find amusement in her confusion. Her bewilderment grows as she asks, "Didn't you feel bad about the others?" Ketel's self-assurance is evident as he brushes off her question, "Why would I feel bad about that? I'm confident." Adaz lets out a small gasp, a sudden understanding appearing on her face, as she comprehends Ketel's implication. He has spoken only truth. With a resolute tone, Ketel announces, "Then, in that case, let's begin," his statement carrying a weighty implication, as if calling upon a divine force. As Ketel speaks, Adaz's eyes start to emit a bright, golden light, and radiant energy flares around her, a clear sign of the Sun God's power, which sees everything. The golden light grows stronger, enveloping her as she prepares to use her complete divine sight, her vision now fully linked to the all-seeing gaze of the Sun God. A sacred book, glowing with a golden light, closes with a soft thud, its pages seeming to echo a command to remove impurity from the area. Then, from above, a bright column of golden light appears, cutting through the shadows and lighting up a hidden structure with its divine glow. The divine vision concluded, leaving Adaz's eyes with a temporary, fiery red glow as she observed the aftermath. Fortunately, she stated, there was no negative reaction. She stood calmly, the symbol of the Sun God now faintly visible on her forehead, reflecting on the recent events. "From now on," she announced, her voice clear and firm, "no lies are allowed in this place." And Ketel's eyes briefly shone with a bright blue light, acknowledging the divine decree. He remained still, processing the weight of her declaration. With a simple nod, he confirmed his comprehension, saying, "I got it." Under the sun god's gaze, the abyssal war had begun, and she felt a sense of luck. Ketil had manifested his true form during the dungeon clear, appearing as a creature that was half man and half dragon. And his entire story of deception and betrayal, everything he had told her, was true. It had been a while since Greta had heard such a shocking story, making her question if he truly was the Abyssal Emperor. She couldn't help but ask, "And you? Are you truly the Abyssal Emperor?" Somehow, despite all the evidence, it was still difficult for her to believe. Taking a moment to compose herself, she then asked one last personal question to him, who simply invited her to proceed. Her voice filled with a mix of awe and trepidation, she repeated, "Are you truly the Abyssal Emperor?" He confirmed his identity with a simple, "I am," leaving her to grapple with the implications. The weight of his title, the Demon Lord, settled heavily upon her thoughts. Could they truly be trusting a Demon Lord, she wondered, before deciding to ask him one last thing in return. Her eyes narrowed, a subtle tension filling the air. Still processing his revelation, she observes him as he begins to speak hesitantly. Her expression firm as she states she had personal business. He responds with a hint of amusement, questioning if she truly doesn't understand his meaning. Yet, she insists she doesn't comprehend his implications. A short, humorless laugh escapes her, betraying her skepticism. He casually admits his limited knowledge of the matter, but notes its significant importance. He hums thoughtfully, suggesting her simple denial isn't entirely convincing. Her expression becomes resolute as she reminds him that under the god's gaze, no lie can remain hidden. He acknowledges her truth, then a new question arises, wondering if he isn't the only one aware of the situation. She remains silent, her expression thoughtful as she processes his words. Finally, she reveals the source of her knowledge, stating that an oracle was involved. Greta, with a subdued expression, confessed her oversight, stating that she had not encountered anyone mentioned during her previous visit to the territory, but she had cared, and for that, she offered an apology. Her tone reflecting a hint of regret, she maintained that she had exerted her utmost effort. Ketil, his eyes cast downward, responded with a soft, "I'm sorry" of his own. Greta then clarified, her hand now cradling a softly glowing, golden orb, that oracles possessed limited foresight, only perceiving what was intended for them to witness, referring to the entity as the oracle. The orb pulsed with a gentle, internal radiance, its golden light casting a soft glow upon her contemplative face. Ketil observed the luminous artifact, his attention drawn to the enigmatic object she held. A brief moment of quiet contemplation passed between them, as the implications of the oracle's revelations began to sink in. Later, within a spacious, sun-drenched hall featuring elaborate Gothic architecture, Greta stood beside a tall arched window, looking out at the landscape. Her thoughts appeared distant, absorbed by the expansive vista before her. A new individual, a man with a well-groomed beard and a prominent red coat, entered the hall, his demeanor suggesting importance. Approaching her with a look of concern, he remarked that she appeared troubled. Greta, her expression troubled, states that the situation has only grown more complicated as the distinguished, bearded man before her listens intently. She reveals the source of her concern, stating that he is an abyssal emperor from the snowfield. The bearded man reacts with surprise, admitting that rumors of a wasteland tribe have circulated, but they had chosen to ignore that part, hoping it was false. He gazes out a window at the desolate, snow-covered landscape, reflecting that many seek to conquer the snowfield, and the emperor's direct involvement would undoubtedly unleash chaos. The very thought of the emperor's direct intervention sends a shiver down his spine, knowing that if he were to get involved, chaos would follow. A new, sharp-eyed man interjects, reassuring Greta that she doesn't have to worry about that, as they will take care of the Cardo's matter on their end and keep the barbarians in check. Greta, now looking out a window, acknowledges his words, finding some relief in the news, before asking if all the rumors are like this. The sharp-eyed man considers her question, replying with a dismissive, "Probably," adding that if the rumors of the snowfield's conquest were true, it would have already been conquered. He concludes with absolute certainty, stating that it would have been conquered, and that's a fact. She listens intently as Luke Barkhan, his expression serious, explains that even without the abyssal serpent, the emperor from the snowfield is a barbarian of great power. He continues, highlighting their great ability combined with a lack of intelligence. Greta turns, looking out a window, considering the unsettling idea of a powerful race also becoming intelligent, and remembers hearing that the current emperor of the snowfield is unlike previous ones. Luke confirms her concerns, explaining that the rumors describe him as a monster with both strength and intelligence. He expresses his deep concern about the snowfield, then asks for her opinion. Luke then considers the possibility of an alliance between the abyssal serpent and the emperor, calling it interesting. But Greta, her face showing worry, disagrees with his casual remark, not finding the prospect interesting at all. Later, in a different, more ornate hall, Kane's swordmaster offers a different view, suggesting that the rumors might be exaggerated. Greta, however, is not convinced, insisting that the situation is too serious to dismiss lightly. She then hears a question about what the oracle told Buyun, and her expression changes as the reply comes, that this meeting might be pointless. Kane, his sharp eyes focused, ends their talk by saying he needs to confirm something. Greta contemplates the true nature of the Abyssal Emperor, questioning if he is a pure villain or merely pretending to be one. A deep uncertainty that troubles her, especially after considering the Oracle's words, leaving her in deep contemplation. Elsewhere, Luke Barkon is taken aback by something, his expression turning to one of shock. The gravity of the situation begins to sink in. A quiet moment of reflection. After some time, Luke Barkon sits in quiet contemplation, his hands clasped, deep in thought, as he decides to confirm the matter himself. A determined expression settles on his face. As he sits, a figure kneels before him, expressing deep gratitude for saving Taehyun from the Lich King. The kneeling man, Kan, continues, stating that news of Luke's return has spread, and the little prince is now an emperor, to which Luke responds with a simple, "Is that so?" Then, with a somber tone, Kan adds that he must apologize. Luke, his expression unreadable, simply asks, "For what?" Kan confesses to his betrayal of Kratos, but quickly clarifies that this particular detail will not be made public. He insists, however, that his betrayal was not personal. The elder explains that the emperor's involvement in the matter simply didn't concern him. Luke dismisses the apology, suggesting Kan call it what he wants, but promises a personal reward for such loyalty. A hand reaches out, its fingers brushing against a heavy, bulging sack. The distinct thud of a weighty object echoes through the room. Kan then reveals that his lord, the emperor, asked him to deliver a gift. With a significant exclamation, the elder presents a large, heavy bag, its contents clearly valuable. As the mysterious gift from the emperor is revealed, a small, sparkling pouch rests on a plush red cushion, its contents yet unknown but clearly radiating an aura of immense value. Kan, his eyes wide with a mix of awe and reverence, clarifies that this isn't just any ordinary pouch. It holds something far more significant. With a dramatic gesture, he urges the recipient to examine it closely for themselves. Deep within a cavern, Ketil gestures towards a mysterious opening, instructing his companions to go ahead and check inside. With a focused expression, he observes the area, his eyes sharp. Soon, a small pouch appears in his hand, an artifact designed for storage, capable of holding any item as long as its space allows. Examining the magical item, he notes the thick mana in the air, making it hard to breathe, a sign of the artifact's potency. The pouch glows with vibrant energy, clearly an artifact infused with mana. He quickly grasps its function. To retrieve an item, one simply needs to reach inside and pull it out. Deciding to test its capabilities, he states, "In that case, we should try it out," while holding up a large, ornate axe, preparing to store it. Moments later, he retrieves a delicate flower from the pouch, noting that it doesn't fly out, but simply appears. A look of astonishment crosses his face, his eyes widening in wonder at the artifact's seamless function. Still processing his recent discovery, Ketil lets out a small sound of surprise and satisfaction, murmuring, "Amazing." Elsewhere, in a quiet chamber, Kan solemnly speaks of a prophecy, explaining that a human is destined to save their world. These words resonate with Adaz, who quietly contemplates the prophecy, her face reflecting a profound introspection. Unaware of these distant conversations, Ketil gazes out with a determined expression, vowing to save the world on his own terms, as Kan's voice continues to speak of the human destined for salvation. At the same time, the elderly elf, watching the subtle changes in his surroundings, feels that important events are beginning to take shape, and he hopes to verify his feelings in the near future. Adaz, her thoughts still consumed by the matter, softly murmurs the prophecy, as if trying to fully comprehend its meaning. She looks out, a grim understanding settling over her as she perceives the coming of a significant evil. The vision becomes clearer, showing that this dark presence will arrive in their region and extend its influence across the globe. Kan elaborates that the Wapkin territory is a naturally interconnected system of many villages, and this interconnectedness has led them to form strong bonds, until a certain day arrived. He goes on to describe how one individual battled not against other people, but against much of the world's hardships, but after some time, he discovered a nearby village populated by familiar faces, a place that should have been consumed by the turmoil. A voice begins to tell a story, describing how those who went into the darkness never came back, leading a lord to send his guards after them. Yet, they also failed to return, and only then did the lord understand the seriousness of what was happening. With a worried expression, the man understood the danger. Clearly, something significant was happening. Elsewhere, in a busy shop, Boga smiles happily at a good price, and she thinks about how long it has been since someone was there. Kan, facing her, asks what is happening, and she tells him it's about checking on people who haven't been heard from. Kan's expression shows he understands, as the seriousness of the missing people becomes clear to him. Boga, however, keeps her happy mood, a slight smile on her face. Elsewhere, Ketil moves through a dark place, feeling a sense of fear, but he stays strong, accepting the task before him and deciding to continue. He keeps moving through the heavy darkness, each step showing his strong will. Then, a bright light and sparkling particles appear, suggesting a change in the world. Ketil, unaffected, continues forward, his shape fading into the unknown. As the journey continues, a lone figure walks steadily, their steps echoing softly through the quiet landscape. The rhythmic sound of boots on the forest floor marks his steady progress. Cloaked and determined, he moves with a quiet sense of purpose. Suddenly, a familiar voice breaks the silence, her tone filled with surprise as she recognizes the approaching figure. Keatle stands before her, his new attire noticeably different from his usual clothes, a quiet sign of his recent activities. He calmly explains the change, saying his old clothes had worn out from his journeys. The details of his new, fur-lined vest and dark tunic are visible, a design he asked for himself, finding it quite unique. Hayes, clearly impressed by his style and the story, can only offer a quiet comment on his impressive choice. Then, a new thought comes to her, making her ask if he had also taken on a certain task. He confirms her guess, saying he couldn't turn down such an interesting job, but quickly adds that money wasn't his reason. Later, as they rest, Hayes thinks about the strange request and the man who took it, observing his odd behavior and the unsettling truth that he is not human. Standing together in an open field, Keatle wonders if the people who received his request have it by now, believing they won't say no. Keatle observes his surroundings, while Hayes quietly confirms her understanding. As they continue their journey, Hayes notes the surprisingly small number of people present. Despite her earlier caution, Keatle assures her he is not the kind of person who would look for trouble. He then questions if her concern is related to the recent purple hazard, noting that the reward is exceptionally high. Hayes, however, dismisses these as mere rumors, confident they will soon fade away. A thoughtful hum escapes Keatle, as he reveals he had expected at least 10 people for this mission. Hayes then confesses her true intentions, admitting she has been looking around, and asks about a specific place. Her gaze drifts, lost in thought. Meanwhile, a woman with silver hair murmurs a name, a soft turquoise, escaping her lips. This is the chaotic god's heretic inquisitor, and she will be joining her request. Indeed, it is an unexpected development, the sun god's heretic inquisitor herself. Keatle dismisses the idea, stating that it will not happen, and that the woman is a potential friend. He then asks if she knows Lady in Roma, confirming his own knowledge with a simple of course. As they walk, he repeats that she is a friend. Hayes reacts with surprise, questioning how a heretic inquisitor could be a friend. She turns to him, addressing him by his name, Keatle. He responds, acknowledging that she knows his identity. He then suggests, with a gesture, that they become friends starting now. Her surprise grows, as she asks if his companion is also a heretic inquisitor of another god. Keatle clarifies, stating that he is not a heretic, but simply human. He then questions her age, implying she is too young to be a heretic inquisitor, and asks if she is Lady in Roma. Elsewhere, Adaz states that it is too late for her to do anything. She adds that only those in early high-ranking positions would be able to act right now, leading her to a sudden realization. A soft sigh escapes her lips, Adaz closing her eyes in what appears to be a moment of weary contemplation. Suddenly, her eyes open, and a look of surprise crosses her face as a man in dark armor approaches, his presence seemingly unexpected. She looks up, a question forming on her lips. The man turns his back, listening as Adaz explains her limited knowledge of the current orders, admitting that she might be mistaken about the specific details. His armored boots stand firm, a voice confirming her arrival, acknowledging that she has indeed come as expected. Nearby, 2 guards in striking red and gold armor stand at attention, their presence a silent testament to the importance of the gathering. Adaz smiles, a hint of relief in her expression, as she stands beside the man, noting that they have met again at this location. Her gaze falls, perhaps to the assembled guards or the ground before her, a moment of quiet anticipation before the next step. The 2 red-armored guards remain vigilant, one of them stepping forward to formally address the group, extending a welcome to all those who have accepted the request. This is the Kingdom of Gerbant Guard Captain, his stern face visible beneath his helmet, his voice carrying authority as he speaks. With everyone now assembled, the captain declares it's time to move, signaling the start of their collective journey. A soft hum resonates through the air as Greta walks along a forest path, her gaze sweeping across the golden-lit trees, a sense of unease beginning to settle over her. Keatle, walking ahead, remains silent as she considers their situation, wondering if the village they're heading towards has already been affected by recent events. The blonde warrior simply hums in response to her unspoken thoughts, his presence a quiet anchor amidst her growing apprehension. Greta's expression tightens as she voices her deepest fear. If he has truly made his move, does that mean the prophesied time has finally arrived? Keatle offers no immediate answer, leaving her to ponder the ominous implications. She admits she cannot say for certain, but a chilling vision of a monstrous, purple-eyed entity flashes through her mind, reminding her that even the sun god's reach might not be absolute. Trying to rationalize the growing dread, Greta suggests it could be something simple, perhaps the village has merely lost contact. Yet, another fleeting image of the glowing-eyed horror crosses her thoughts, a silent counterpoint to her attempts at reassurance. She murmurs about the gods, her mind once more haunted by the monstrous entity. Her eyes widen, a stark realization dawning on her as she looks up, the chilling truth of a great evil's descent becoming undeniable. A great evil, she muses, as the disturbing image of the purple-eyed monster lingers in her thoughts, its presence still unsettling her. After a period of travel, Keatle states that they have arrived, his voice breaking the silence. As they near the village, Greta looks around the empty area, feeling a growing sense of worry. The quiet village makes her ask, "This is?" A single armored figure stands still among the empty buildings, a quiet mystery, giving no answer. As they get closer, Keto looks at the figure carefully and says, "I don't sense any presence." Confused by his statement, Greta asks, "What do you mean?" She points to the warrior, saying, "But he's right there." Keto replies, "Got it," then explains, "He's not breathing. He's not leaving a single trace of mana." He keeps thinking about the strange situation. But even so, it's impossible for the body to be so perfectly preserved without leaving a single trace. His eyes focused on the armored figure's helmet, Keto decides, there must be some clue. The search for answers begins, following the strange disappearances. A quiet creak sounds in a dimly lit room, where an old book rests on a table, illuminated by a soft blue light. Swordmaster, his eyes focused on something out of view, speaks a single word in confusion. He sighs heavily while looking at a map with a dark-haired woman, noting the terrible signs left behind, but understanding that the real issue lies deeper. With a serious expression, he believes a complex plan must be in motion. A hand holds a glowing purple orb, its strange energy making one wonder what it is. A sudden sound is heard as the shocking truth is revealed. An entire island has disappeared. Since that day, the man in the trench coat has not been seen, but there is a feeling he is still alive. Armored riders search the empty lands, their question hanging in the air. Back in the room, Swordmaster tells his companion that they have found no clear path, the clues are still hidden, and the mystery grows. His eyes show strong determination, a silent promise to find out what happened to the vanished island and its people. After searching the desolate landscape for any sign of life, the Swordmaster and his armored companion decided to conclude their search for now. Though they found remnants of a camp, including a knife and some food, there was no trace of the people themselves. An abandoned cooking pot prompted the companion to wonder, how could something like this simply disappear? With growing frustration, the dark-haired warrior suggested they ask someone who might actually know. The Swordmaster let out a soft exclamation as he sensed the lingering mana. The mana signature was the same they had encountered previously, confirming their presence, yet he noted, there was proof they were here, but now, no one remained. His companion, equally perplexed, added, there were no physical traces either. The Swordmaster turned to him, asking what he meant. A white-haired woman, dressed in purple, joined them, her expression reflecting their confusion as she admitted, she didn't know either. The dark-haired warrior, addressing the newcomer, asked if she had found out anything. The Swordmaster, his brow furrowed, reiterated his earlier point, he couldn't even sense a presence. Exasperated, his companion repeated his earlier suggestion, they should just ask someone who might actually know. The Swordmaster continues his survey of the desolate landscape, a deep silence pervading the abandoned area. A sudden thought strikes him, leading to a direct question. What do you mean by that? His thoughts turn to the possibility of another presence. Someone else, he wonders, realizing that others must have been in the village before them. Just then, a mysterious woman appears, her composed expression a stark contrast to his surprise. That woman, who is she? He asks, looking directly at her. Her sudden appearance leaves him questioning. Since when has she been here? A moment of disbelief shows on his face as he tries to understand her stealth, uttering a surprised, huh? Maja Soust, the woman who appeared so suddenly, smiles knowingly, remarking, well, isn't this interesting? Her expression changes to one of mild curiosity as she asks, I thought I had concealed myself perfectly. How did you see through it? Maja moves gracefully, glowing particles accompanying her, showcasing her skill in concealment, though despite her abilities, a subtle part of her presence could still be sensed. She teases him, don't tell me you didn't notice? He replies, no, that's impossible. Normal people wouldn't even notice her presence at all. Maja's expression becomes thoughtful, her eyes distant as she considers his statement, a faint smile on her face. She then reveals a surprising detail. Even that Sun God's heretic inquisitor didn't notice, did she? The Swordmaster, curious, responds, you don't seem like somebody who's related to the Inquisition. A heavy boot slams down, its impact echoing with a silent fury. Suddenly, the Swordmaster finds himself face to face with an unexpected presence, his voice cutting through the tension as he demands to know, who are you? The mysterious figure, Adaz, flinches slightly at his outburst, her sharp gaze narrowing in the dim light. Unfazed by her presence, the Swordmaster barks a command to his subordinates, everyone, fall back. But before his order can be fully processed, another heavy stomp echoes, accompanied by a frustrated growl, shut up. The Swordmaster's eyes widen in disbelief, uttering, it can't be. Adaz, however, remains composed, her voice dripping with disdain as she dismisses their squabble. I'm not interested in your petty squabbles. The Swordmaster and his guard exchange a look of concern, a quiet yes, from the guard confirming their readiness to obey. Adaz continues, her true intentions laid bare. I'm only interested in the one who could possibly be the Abyssal Emperor. After all, he's the one who's been giving me the most trouble lately. Her eyes glow with an ominous red light as she considers another possibility, or even a high-ranking demon whose hard to be perceived. A cruel smile plays on her lips as she concludes, "Ahaha, what a shame. I really wanted to meet him in person and take a look at your mana." The ground beneath Ketel's foot crunches with barely contained frustration, a silent thought echoing. Amusing little barbarian. Adaz, the sun god's heretic inquisitor, finds her arm held by Ketel, yet her expression remains calm, a slight smile on her face. Dark, glowing chains begin to appear around her, as a strong, dark energy bursts forth from her, filling the space with a menacing presence. With her eyes now glowing intensely, Adaz fully releases her power, the air around her charged with dark energy and bright magical effects, her voice making a cold declaration. "I'll take you as my slave and drag you to hell." A sudden, violent surge of dark purple energy erupts, striking Greta with brutal force. The crackling power overwhelming her as she cries out in pain, her hand reaching out in a desperate, futile gesture. The source of this devastating assault is revealed, a colossal, shadowy monster with glowing purple eyes and menacing horns, its form radiating an aura of pure, destructive energy that dwarfs everything around it. The monster's power expands rapidly, a wave of vibrant purple magic engulfing Ketel, Greta, and their allies, trapping them within its terrifying domain. As the oppressive energy closes in, Ketel's face hardens with grim resolve, while Greta, Maja Sousht, and Hayes are gripped by terror, their screams echoing through the encroaching darkness. A desperate cry rings out, urging everyone to flee, a desperate attempt to break free from the monster's grasp. Ketel, with Greta close behind, sprints through the chaos, shouting for his companions to hurry, their escape a blur against the encroaching purple haze. But the monster's power is too swift, a tendril of purple energy snaking out and seizing a fleeing hand, pulling its owner back with a horrified scream. The purple energy solidifies, forming an impenetrable barrier around the village, as Ketel desperately pounds against it, his shouts to open it, echoing in vain. The monster's voice booms, asserting its absolute dominance, declaring the village its territory and sealing any hope of escape. With a final, menacing crackle of power, the purple monster stands triumphant, its glowing eyes promising a grim fate for those trapped within its domain. The monstrous entity looms over them, its voice echoing with chilling finality, declaring them all its prey. As the purple energy crackles around its hand, the creature silences any dissent with a guttural roar, its glowing eyes burning with malevolent power, leaving the trapped group to question the very nature of their foe. Amidst the terror, Hayes, her face etched with fear, can only whisper if this truly is a demon. Overwhelmed by the horrifying reality, she cries out to her lord, begging for deliverance from the evil god. But a steady hand grasps hers, and Ketel's calm voice cuts through her panic, urging Hayes to compose herself. His presence a bulwark against the encroaching despair, he reassures her that he stands right before her, a shield against the terror. Her wide, fearful eye slowly focuses on him, a flicker of hope returning to her gaze. As the group watches on, Hayes finds a moment of respite in Ketel's unwavering resolve. Yet, the true nature of their adversary is far more complex than a mere title, for not every being labeled a demon in this world possesses genuine power. It is often just a convenient term for monsters. Most so-called demons are simply monsters who have attained immense strength, but there exist beings who are demons by their very essence. Born from the very cradle of darkness, these are the true demons, a race unto themselves, defined by their inherent malevolence. And the entity before them is nothing less than a true demon. Even a named demon, regardless of its perceived weakness, holds the power to destabilize an entire kingdom. As Ketel reflects on the situation, Hayes, her voice filled with apprehension, questions if the creature before them is indeed a named demon. The shadowy form of the monster appears ominous, and the entity they have encountered could be anything, its true nature yet unknown. This particular demon is ancient, having appeared centuries ago, its immense mana output suggesting a power level significantly higher than typical. Maja, her expression one of profound disbelief, can only manage to articulate a single word: unbelievable. Ketel, however, clarifies the situation, stating that this location is already under the influence of a demon, and that only a true demon would possess the capability to breach their powerful magical barrier. A faint purple aura emanates from him as he speaks, his words conveying a somber understanding of their predicament. His brow creases with worry, the seriousness of their circumstances becoming increasingly apparent to him. Maja, still processing the implications of Ketel's words, inquires if their protective barrier can withstand the assault for much longer. Ketel, however, responds with a firm negative, reassuring them that there is no immediate cause for concern. His expression becomes resolute, a determined glint in his eyes, as he contemplates the critical distinction. Demon, but of what kind? The purple monster, its full form now visible, appears to mock their uncertainty, its voice resonating with a chilling inquiry. What? Was it not apparent? The purple monster's menacing aura lingered, its shadowy form barely visible within the surrounding darkness. Elsewhere, a figure with long white hair and glowing purple eyes watched the events unfold, a dismissive sound escaping them, as if they were merely playing with their prey. Relaxing on a large chair, they watched the world's events, eating popcorn, a calm amusement on their face, while purple energy crackled around them. Standing inside a glowing magic circle, the white-haired figure thought about how rare it was for a demon to have a name. They knew that true demons were few and far between, but also that only these true demons could break through their powerful defenses. Such a demon's existence was unusual, making its appearance here very strange. Their glowing purple eyes narrowed, a deep question forming in their thoughts. How could a true demon appear in this world? A touch of annoyance showed on their face as they thought about it, saying they should have been told about this important event. Their thoughts turned to foul corruption, a dark power seemingly active, trying to spoil the world. Now with several shadowy figures behind them, all with glowing red eyes, the white-haired antagonists stood ready, a cold feeling of expectation coming from them, as if they sensed something fresh had joined their dark plans. Looking directly forward, the white-haired figure spoke to someone unseen, a challenge in their tone. "Hey, dog of God," they said. "Do you know what that means?" She commands the air, her voice resonating with dark power, instructing all to listen as the world around them begins to change. She proclaims that for too long, the world has been held captive by the gods, but that era is over. It is now time for it to belong to her. Her ambition spans vast periods, a plan carefully developed over many thousands of years. She remembers a period when gods and humans engaged in a fierce, continuous war, their conflicts ripping apart the essence of reality. However, even during that chaotic period, the result was never truly determined by either the gods or the humans. Instead, she discloses, it was an unseen third force that ultimately determined the world's fate. From the deepest parts of hell, she has patiently waited for this specific day, her dark magic swirling with expectation. A sinister smile forms on her face, her sharp teeth suggesting the evil within. She declares herself the bringer of foul corruption, the essence of gravity, drawing everything into her dark control. With cold determination, she states her ultimate wish, to observe the world's total corruption, a sight she has desired for a long time. And through this world, now deeply immersed in evil, she will at last eliminate all the repulsive beings that inhabit it. Her gaze intensifies, her glowing forehead symbol throbbing with power, as she prepares to remake existence, creating a world that will genuinely be hers, liberated from the gods and their creations. Her hands glowing with golden light, Adaz begins her ritual, a command echoing through the dark space. As the words leave her lips, a burst of energy engulfs her, the air crackling with power, revealing her title, the sun god's heretic inquisitor Adaz, now consumed by a pillar of golden light. The golden energy expands outwards rapidly, a wave of power threatening to overwhelm everything in its path. From within the radiance, golden armor begins to form, shaping itself around her body. From a distance, Kazan Hark and Hayes watch the spectacle, the former voicing his unease. "It doesn't seem to be a normal transformation," he says as Hayes asks, "Who is that?" The transformation continues, the golden energy solidifying into her new form. Finally, she emerges, fully clad in golden armor, her eyes glowing with light, radiating an aura of power. Standing tall, Adaz surveys her surroundings, her expression cold and determined, a formidable presence now unleashed. With a sneer, she extends a hand, projecting dark, corrupted energy, her voice filled with disdain as she declares, "Insolent." The dark energy surges forward, a destructive wave aimed at an unseen target. Recognizing the danger, Kazan Hark advises Hayes, "Let's go. This is none of our business," while Adaz, still radiating power, dismisses her foe as an insolent wretch. Her golden form a stark contrast to the dark power she wields. Adaz continues to unleash her corrupted energy. She unleashes her power, her eyes burning with an intense, golden glow. As if in response, a torrent of dark, corrupted energy erupts from her, sweeping across the space with devastating force. Her gaze remains fixed, unwavering, as the raw power surges through her. The unleashed energy culminates in a violent explosion, tearing through the surroundings. Caught in the blast, Greta screams as the impact throws her backward. The force continues to propel her, sending her reeling through the air. Relentless, the dark power batters her, driving her further away. From a distance, Kazan Hark watches the destructive display, wondering aloud about the true nature of this terrifying opponent. With eyes still blazing, she acknowledges the unholy energy now coursing through her. Keatle, surrounded by a golden glow, charges ahead, his weapon moving swiftly as he prepares to attack. But before he can land his attack, the purple monster unleashes a powerful counterattack, a wave of dark energy hitting him. The immense force of the impact twisting the air around them as the monster's power keeps growing, leaving him with wide eyes of shock and disbelief as a cold voice declares, "I'm here." The statement is followed by another harsh blow, the purple energy hitting the barbarian with great force, causing him to gasp in pain as the monster's power keeps surrounding him. A mocking voice echoing through the chaos, demanding, "Get crushed." The purple monster's attack grows stronger, completely swallowing Keatle in a swirl of destructive energy, leaving his fate unknown. Engulfed by the purple monster's devastating attack, Keatle is utterly overwhelmed, the crushing force threatening to tear him apart. The pervasive purple energy consumes even his outstretched hand, leaving him helpless against the relentless assault. The monstrous entity continues its brutal squeeze, its form looming large as Ketel's body distorts under the immense pressure. With a final, explosive surge of dark power, the purple monster seems to seal his fate, but then, a memory flashes through his mind. He sees himself, clad in resplendent golden armor, sword raised, ready to unleash the power of Carmine. Chapter 2, verse 12, a forgotten strength stirring within him. This vision of his past self, channeling the Abyssal Emperor's power, strikes the purple monster with a blinding golden force, the impact rippling through the ethereal battlefield. He gazes up at the monstrous foe, a silent awe escaping him as he comprehends the true scale of his own potential. A brilliant golden aura erupts around him, signaling a profound awakening of power. Standing firm against the purple monster, his golden armor glows with renewed determination. With unwavering resolve, he declares, "I'm going to show it to you all," echoing the ancient wisdom of Carmine. Chapter 2, verse 12. As the Abyssal Emperor's power surged through him, a blinding golden radiance erupted from Ketel, illuminating the darkness with an otherworldly glow. This wasn't just light, it was pure power, burning away all that was evil. As his golden armored hand struck the purple monster, its form beginning to dissolve under the intense heat. Now fully encased in shimmering golden armor, Ketel moved with impossible speed, delivering a devastating blow that sent the monstrous entity reeling. A sickening crack echoed through the void as his golden fist connected squarely with the purple monster's head, the impact rippling through its grotesque form. He pressed his advantage, each strike infused with raw, golden energy, pummeling the creature with relentless fury. The purple monster, once so dominant, could only recoil, its shadowy form distorting under the sheer power of the assault. With a thunderous impact, Ketel delivered a golden-infused kick that sent the colossal monster hurtling through the air. The creature spun wildly, a blur of purple and shadow, as Ketel pursued it relentlessly, a golden streak across the dark expanse. A primal roar tore from his lips, his eyes blazing with golden light, as he channeled every ounce of his newfound power into a final, decisive strike. The golden aura around him intensified, crackling with raw energy, as he prepared to unleash an attack that would obliterate his foe. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, locked onto the monster, his resolve absolute. Then, with a cataclysmic impact, Ketel unleashed a colossal golden blast, utterly annihilating the purple monster in a blinding explosion of light and power. The golden energy of the Abyssal Emperor erupts, a powerful blast slamming into the purple monster, tearing through its form with explosive force. As the monster's essence begins to unravel under the relentless attack, its purple aura struggling against the golden tide before being overwhelmed. A final, agonizing shriek escapes the creature as it dissolves, leaving only a lingering haze of dark particles where it once stood. The sheer power of the attack forces a horrified scream from Masia, her eyes wide with disbelief and terror. She gasps, unable to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before her, as the golden energy continues its complete obliteration of the monster, leaving no trace behind. With a final, resounding explosion, the purple monster is completely erased from existence, leaving only a shimmering void. Moments later, Ketel stands, his golden armor gone, a confident smirk playing on his lips, the battle's intensity replaced by his usual casual demeanor. Masia, still reeling from the display, can only utter his name, as he turns to her, asking if she witnessed his performance. She manages to respond, acknowledging that she probably could have seen it, her voice still tinged with awe. But Ketel, ever the provocateur, cuts her off, his next words dripping with indifference, questioning why he should care if she watched. His bluntness leaves Masia utterly bewildered, her expression a mix of shock and confusion at his casual arrogance. As he walks away, a final, rhetorical question hangs in the air, challenging the very notion of her needing to witness his power or flee from it. Ketel's gaze sharpened, a flicker of ambition in his eyes, knowing he possessed the power to end the conflict himself. But for now, he chose to observe the battle, a strategic patience guiding his next move, while Masia watched, her expression a mix of awe and apprehension. Her eyes widened in disbelief, the sheer scale of the power she was witnessing clearly overwhelming her. This wasn't how any of it was supposed to go, the raw force defying all expectations. Suddenly, with a blur of motion, Ketel launched himself forward, a blue flash marking the incredible speed of his assault. He slammed into the purple monster, a violent explosion of dark energy erupting on impact, the sound of the clash echoing through the space. Golden power surged around him, overwhelming the monster's defenses as he continued his relentless assault, a powerful aura radiating from his form. With a thunderous crash, the monster began to shatter, its purple essence fragmenting under the force of his blows. He delivered a final, devastating strike, a blinding wave of golden energy ensuring the creature's complete annihilation. Masia could only stare, her mind reeling, the brutal efficiency of his attack leaving her speechless. He hadn't hesitated, not for a second, yet her own strength felt so insignificant in comparison. A choked gasp escaped her lips, the raw power she had just witnessed shaking her to her core. Standing amidst the dissipating golden light, Ketel remained. The monster he had faced already reduced to lingering particles, a testament to his overwhelming might. In this world, where beings of demonic energy are commonly referred to as demons, a cloaked figure, surrounded by crackling purple energy, strikes down a defeated enemy. By this point, the battle was largely over, and the white-haired warrior stood surveying the scene, surrounded by the defeated. With a powerful surge, he unleashed another wave of purple energy, causing a massive impact. His red eyes fixed on a new objective, Ketel stated his intention to confront the other high-ranking enemies. Launching himself into the air, he moved with incredible speed, leaving a trail of purple lightning. Meanwhile, from a distance, Adaz observed the unfolding events, her face etched with surprise. Ketel's head suddenly turned, his gaze fixed on a specific direction, having sensed something. He then found himself confronting a group of armored figures, their presence suggesting a new threat. A loud impact echoed, as an attack met a strong defense. Ketel continued his assault, unleashing another powerful strike of purple energy. Suddenly, Ketel appeared behind Adaz, striking her with a burst of golden energy that caused her to cry out. The impact sent her flying backward, colliding with a wall as Ketel stood triumphant. Ketel's golden energy continues its devastating impact, causing a violent eruption of purple energy. The shockwave from the clash sends nearby armored figures reeling, their screams echoing through the air. One of the figures cries out in agony, their eyes glowing with an unnatural red light as the chaotic energy consumes them. Ketel's golden power surges again, striking its target with explosive force. He unleashes a torrent of golden lightning, overwhelming his opponent. "Foolish creature," Ketel declares, his voice laced with contempt as the golden energy crackles around his hand. But from the chaos emerges a new form. Adaz, now a demonic entity with horns and wings, lets out a chilling laugh. Her transformation is complete, purple energy radiating from her as she stands ready, a formidable and terrifying presence. Ketel observes her, a thought forming in his mind. You already rejected emptiness from a demon? His red eyes glow intensely, a fierce determination burning within them. With gritted teeth, he recalls an ancient text, Carmenon, Chapter 1, Verse 1. A bright burst of golden energy erupts, cutting through the darkness with a sharp crackle, and Ketel, now glowing with a golden aura and wearing strong armor, prepares for the fight, his voice clear and commanding. Everyone. Nearby, a horned figure named Suga shrinks back in fear, his dark body shaking as he tries to understand the great power in front of him, saying with difficulty, Ba, SSIist zu risig, R-. But Ketel shows no mercy, moving quickly in a flash of golden light, his attack hitting Suga's purple energy in a strong clash. Making the horned demon stumble back from the hit, his face twisted in pain as he shouts, Du bist es wirklich. Kämpfe bis zum Tod, Suga, mein Herr Horauf. Ketel's answer is quick and harsh, a strong golden hit stopping Suga's pleas with a loud crack, Halt den Mund. And at that moment, something changes inside Suga, his eyes now glowing with a strong, firm determination. A change Ketel watches with a pleased smile, saying, J, so solltest du sein. He then delivers another powerful hit, covering Suga in a violent burst of purple energy. Still reeling from the previous assault, Suga's body contorts as raw purple energy crackles around him. Then, wreathed in a brilliant golden aura, Ketel delivers a devastating kick, sending his opponent flying. He follows up with a sweeping attack, a crescent of pure golden energy tearing through the air. The horned demon is sent hurtling backward, enveloped in a chaotic swirl of purple, as Adaz watches from the shadows. His battered form struggles to regain balance. Yet, with a fierce glint in his purple eyes, he defiantly declares that he is far from finished. Meanwhile, the Inquisitor Adaz, her forehead symbol glowing faintly, dismisses the notion of a noble sacrifice. Unrelenting, Ketel lunges once more, his golden energy flaring as he presses the attack against the still recovering demon. He warns his opponent that at this rate, he will lose and disgrace the honor of his god, while Adaz remains a silent observer. Still, the demon's resolve hardens, contemplating the possibility of defeating his tormentor and returning victorious. Adaz, however, knows the truth. It is impossible to enter the sanctuary of the sun god. With an intense gaze, Ketel challenges his foe, demanding to know what he intends to do next. The intense battle rages on, and Suga challenges his opponent's endurance, while Adaz, watching from a distance, reflects on the nature of sacrifice. However, Ketel remains steadfast, his expression resolute, showing no signs of backing down. Suga, with a sneer, dismisses his opponent's resistance, while Adaz's intense stare suggests a hidden knowledge of the battle. With a sudden burst of dark power, Suga releases a powerful stream of purple energy, filled with destructive force. The attack hits Ketel with great force, surrounding him in a bright purple light and powerful shockwaves. Suga observes, his body surrounded by a dark glow, the immense power he controls clearly visible. A cold satisfaction shines in his glowing purple eye, as he feels certain of the damage he has caused. The strong purple energy keeps hitting Ketel, forcing him backward, but he still stands. Suga strengthens his attack, his body sparking with dark lightning, intending to defeat his tough opponent. Yet, through the attack, Ketel's eye glows with strong determination, a bright blue light standing against the dark power. The purple energy ends in a huge explosion, filling the air with its raw power. As the dust clears and the energy fades, Ketel appears, hurt but not defeated, standing strong and preparing to fight back. He unleashes a devastating counterattack, a torrent of dark purple energy erupting from his form and slamming into the demon with explosive force. The impact sends a shockwave of agony through Suga, his face contorting in a grimace of pure pain. Engulfed in the swirling, destructive magic, the demon is violently thrown backward, his scream swallowed by the purple inferno. The sheer force of the attack slams him into the ground, leaving a deep, smoking crater where he lands. Still pinned by the oppressive magical energy, Suga struggles, unable to break free from the crushing grip. From a distance, Adaz watches the brutal display, her voice cutting through the chaos with a chilling declaration. The abyss does not need backup. I will handle this. Meanwhile, the demon continues to writhe and scream, the purple energy grinding him deeper into the earth. The ground beneath him cracks and splinters, unable to withstand the immense pressure of Ketel's magic. With a final, decisive flash of his glowing blue eyes, Ketel commands, enough. But even as the pressure eases, Suga's eyes blaze with furious red light, his voice a guttural snarl. I care not to hear any more of your god's heroes. Still partially engulfed in the dissipating purple aura, Suga pushes against the ground, his body trembling with effort and rage. Finally released from the crushing magic, he collapses to one knee, battered and bruised, but his defiance remains unbroken. Still recovering from the previous attack, he lay pinned by a heavy force of dark energy, feeling the immense power of his opponent. The blonde warrior, Ketel, then released another strong burst of purple magic, hitting the demon with a loud impact. The sheer power of the hit grew stronger, making crackling sounds and seeming to rip the air apart. A bright explosion of dark energy burst forth, breaking the ground below. The demon's face twisted in pain, as the crackling energy overwhelmed him. Another wave of heavy force hit him, causing him to cry out in pain. The dark magic swelled one final time, a huge burst of destructive power. The attacker's hand, glowing with evil purple light, kept up the constant pressure. At last, the attack stopped, leaving the demon held to the ground by glowing dark energy, while Ketel stood victorious over him. The heavy purple glow started to disappear, slowly leaving the injured figure. But even as the last parts of the attack disappeared, Suga, though hurt and on one knee, would not give up, letting out a deep roar of anger. The final signs of the dark power faded into the air, leaving only quiet afterward. The fabric of reality begins to tear, and a colossal, glowing portal rips open, unleashing an ominous energy that crackles through the air. The gate shatters with a loud crash, and terrified screams echo as shadowy figures emerge from the swirling abyss. Ketel observes the chaos from a distance, his gaze sharp, his mind calculating the implications of this sudden intrusion. A wave of raw, purple energy washes over the scene, a palpable force emanating from the newly opened rift. From the depths of the portal, a new demon queen emerges, her eyes glowing with malevolent glee, declaring with a chilling giggle that she will devour all as dessert. Her sharp, red eyes gleam with hunger, a predatory smile twisting her lips as she surveys her new hunting ground. The purple energy intensifies, a prelude to the unfolding conflict, but before the demon queen can act on her threats, another figure steps forward. A golden knight, radiating an aura of dark power, challenges her, his voice laced with a chilling curiosity about the flavor of mana blood. The demon queen bares her fangs, her patience wearing thin, snapping a sharp command for him to stop. The golden knight recoils slightly, his expression shifting to one of surprise, as if caught off guard by her sudden aggression. But before their clash can escalate, Ketel steps between them, his voice firm and resolute, declaring that enough is enough. The golden knight, now enveloped in a surge of purple energy, looks on in stunned disbelief, his plans abruptly interrupted by Ketel's unexpected intervention. The demon queen's face contorts in anger, her purple eyes glowing intensely. A question hangs in the air, and confusion quickly follows. Without warning, Ketel moves swiftly, delivering a powerful blow that connects with a loud impact. The demon queen stumbles back from the sudden attack, wondering how he managed to approach without her sensing him. Her purple energy pulses as she acknowledges that she could not detect his approach. He continues his assault, delivering a rapid series of attacks that force her further back. The intense battle creates a blur of motion and energy. However, before his next blow can connect, a golden barrier suddenly appears, blocking the attack with a bright flash and a loud impact. Ketel pauses his attack and looks at the golden knight, asking if he is unharmed. The knight, with glowing eyes, identifies Ketel as the summoner who defeated Beyond. Ketel acknowledges the knight's words, a name coming to mind, but he remains contemplative. A sudden flash of crimson light emanates from the demon queen's eyes, her power beginning to surge. Taken aback by the abrupt change, Ketel observes the demon queen, who has taken on a smaller, more human-like appearance, letting out a cry of surprise. Her form then shifts back to its true, demonic appearance, and she snarls, "Insolent barbarian." With her eyes glowing red in anger, the demon queen questions, "How dare you interfere with my meal?" Ketel, remaining calm despite her rage, replies, "My friend. Therefore, I cannot simply let her die." The demon queen's expression changes to a chilling smirk, and she states with malice, "I had intended to keep you alive as a toy, but—" A predatory grin spreads across her face, revealing sharp fangs, while Ketel maintains a calm, confident demeanor. With a sudden, explosive burst of dark energy, the demon queen launches a powerful purple attack, which tears through the air with a loud impact. The attack takes the form of a sharp blade made of magical energy, glowing with a malevolent purple light as it flies towards its target. Enveloped by a swirling vortex of dark power, the demon queen states, "Then you will simply have to die." However, before the deadly strike can land, Ketel, with firm resolve, creates a bright golden barrier, blocking the attack with a loud clash of magical energy. He stands firm, his gaze fixed on the demon queen. The demon queen, however, is consumed by rage, a furious energy crackling around her. Her voice, sharp and clear, declares that no one could ever hope to defeat a demon. But Ketel's response is unexpected, as he claims her as his wife, a statement she vehemently denies, leaving observers to question his sanity. Her fury intensifies, a powerful surge of energy erupting as she asserts that no other power could possibly stand against her. This is not mere arrogance, but a fundamental truth, a law established since the dawn of creation, when gods and demons first existed, a truth especially potent when it comes to her own immense power. A terrifying purple magic circle ignites behind her, radiating raw demonic power, as she confidently declares that he can never hope to defeat her. Indeed, the ancient texts suggest that only the gods themselves possess the might to truly oppose a demon of her caliber. Ketel acknowledges the grim reality of her words, a faint heartbeat echoing his internal struggle, yet his resolve remains unbroken. His eyes, burning with unyielding determination, reflect the immense effort he's pouring into this impossible stand. Despite the overwhelming power she wields, he calmly points out her current weakened state, suggesting she is in no condition for a prolonged fight. Yet, with unwavering conviction, he declares his sacred duty, his unwavering service to the god compelling him to act, regardless of the odds. Her red eyes narrowing, the demon queen glares, her calm demeanor beginning to falter. His thoughts, however, remain resolute, a quiet defiance against her power. "I, who stand against even the gods." He then asks her directly, his expression serious, "So this is true, then?" She has no thing. He holds up a glowing object, and the demon queen shows a hint of surprise. A faint purple glow appears around her feet as she admits, her tone showing some respect. "Impressive." The object in his hand glows, and she stares at it, momentarily quiet. A confident smile appears on his face as he says, "I've been thinking about it." Her patience running out, the demon queen snaps, "I told you that you can't defeat me." He leans closer, his voice a quiet challenge, "Would you?" Her mouth opens, a purple glow appearing, her tongue moving in a threatening way. His words are a chilling promise. "I want to see your eyes twist in agony." In a fit of rage, the demon queen unleashes her power, a wave of dark purple energy bursting around her, transforming her into a menacing figure. As the demon queen's fury erupts, a torrent of dark purple energy engulfs the space, threatening to consume everything in its path. The sheer force of the blast sends Ketel hurtling upwards, his body momentarily overwhelmed by the raw power. Still caught in the devastating impact, he's tossed through the air, a mere plaything in the demon queen's destructive aura. But even amidst the chaos, a fierce resolve hardens his expression, a silent declaration of defiance escaping his lips. With a subtle shift, a crimson glow ignites in his palm, signaling the activation of a hidden power. As the purple energy still swirls around him, Ketel's form undergoes a dramatic change, his eyes blazing with a fierce red light, enveloped by a brilliant white aura that pushes back against the darkness. In a flash, his blade arcs through the air, meeting the onslaught with a resounding clash that shatters the magical assault. He carves a path directly through the remaining purple energy, a dark, unstoppable silhouette moving with impossible speed. Leaving trails of dissipating magic in his wake, he presses his advantage, closing the distance with terrifying momentum. The demon queen, witnessing this sudden reversal, can only stare in utter disbelief, her previous rage replaced by a stunned "huh?" The attack leaves him stunned, and he can only think, is that even possible? He grips his belt tightly. Meanwhile, Suga, surrounded by a dark purple aura, continues to release his powerful energy. Ketel's eye widens in terror as the swirling purple energy appears directly in front of him. He is violently pulled into the center of the energy, his body twisting within the powerful magic. Despite being overwhelmed, a fierce anger ignites within him, as he questions how this impossible event could be occurring. Suga's cold smirk is the only response, leading Ketel to ask, "Just what are you?" The question lingers, and Ketel, regaining some composure, replies, "You mean my identity? I am As if a memory or another version of himself, a younger, more casual Keatle appears, scratching his head with a sound of sucks. But the demon queen, with her sharp, red eyes and dark skin, scoffs at the revelation, saying, "Don't make me laugh." Amidst the swirling purple energy, Keatle feels a deep, unsettling change, a strange feeling as his true identity starts to emerge. Keatle struggles to comprehend the impossible situation, his thoughts consumed by disbelief, as the demon queen watches, remarking that Keatle is not the sole individual capable of using magic with an aura. Following her words, the demon's power intensifies, his eyes glowing with dark purpose, and he begins to collect a significant amount of energy in his palm. Suga then releases a powerful, purple energy sphere directly at Keatle, who reacts with shock as the attack impacts him. With a furious expression, the demon shouts his intention to kill Keatle, his voice filled with rage. Enveloped in his purple aura, Suga rapidly moves towards Keatle, continuing his aggressive assault. The attack lands with a powerful force, and Keatle's expression shows clear pain from the impact. After the attack, the demon speaks, stating that the result was somewhat unexpected but acceptable. Suga stands over Keatle, who is now on the ground, surrounded by the remnants of the purple energy. Keatle attempts to move on the ground, his body still affected by the powerful purple energy. Suddenly, a look of surprise appears on Suga's face, his purple eyes widening, as he reacts to an unforeseen event. A sound of surprise escapes him, indicating his shock at the situation. Unleashing a torrent of dark power, Suga brings his glowing purple blade down with devastating force. The impact erupting in a violent burst of arcane energy, shattering the very ground beneath them. He presses the assault, his form radiating an overwhelming purple aura, a living embodiment of destructive power. With another furious strike, Suga drives his power into the earth, ensuring his opponent's defeat. But then, a flicker of disbelief crosses his face, a sudden, unexpected turn in the battle. The ground around the defeated Keatle cracks and glows with an eerie blue light, a strange energy emanating from the impact site. Keatle lies broken, his body battered, Suga's purple blade impaled beside him, yet the blue glow persists. Suga stares down, his mind reeling, uttering a disbelieving, "That's impossible." His surprise deepens as he realizes nothing is truly happening to his foe. This place, this real, honest place, somehow negating his power. From the ground, Keatle's voice echoes with chilling resilience, declaring that he regenerates right away. Still recovering from the previous attack, he lies on the ground, a soft sound of discomfort leaving him as the demon stands above. However, with a surprising burst of strength, he rises, his expression one of shock as he senses his mana being extinguished. He questions the nature of this strange location. Undeterred by the recovery, Suga stomps his foot, causing the ground to crack and shake, indicating his continued aggression. With a fierce shout, he releases another powerful surge of purple energy, which moves through the air with great force. The demon warrior then moves forward, surrounded by purple energy, as he quickly approaches his opponent. His strike lands with great force, a bright flash of purple magic cutting through the air and leaving traces of energy behind. With a last, powerful burst, Suga lands a heavy strike, his face showing intense focus as purple energy glows around him. The force of the hit is great, causing Keatle's body to jerk back as the purple magic strikes him, creating ripples in the air. He is propelled backward with immense power, his body moving quickly against the dark background, leaving faint purple energy trails. Hitting the hard ground, Keatle forms a deep dent, the sound of the impact filling the space as dust and purple light scatter. Suga looks down at his opponent, who appears to be defeated, the last traces of his purple energy disappearing as he expects to win. However, from within the crater, a gentle, golden light appears, and Keatle's body starts to heal itself, resisting the demon's power with surprising quickness. Keatle remained on the ground, the lingering purple energy from the previous attack slowly dissipating from his body. Meanwhile, Suga stood poised, a dark, swirling aura of purple energy gathering around him, preparing for his next move. From his form, tendrils of this potent energy began to extend, twisting ominously. These dark extensions reached out across the space, targeting his opponent. Keatle was swiftly enveloped, caught within a dense, swirling mass of purple energy. The energy coalesced, forming a complete prison around him, holding him captive. A confident smirk appeared on Suga's face, believing his attack had finally succeeded. However, Keatle's voice resonated from within the purple confines, his body now fully healed, as he calmly questioned the nature of the demon's assault. He dismissed the attack as ineffective, finding it to be without purpose. Then, with a sudden burst of brilliant light, Keatle unleashed his own power, completely obliterating Suga's purple energy construct. A frustrated growl escaped Suga, his expression hardening with a fierce determination to defeat his foe. Keatle, unfazed, challenged him directly, asking if he truly intended to fight against him. Keatle, having recovered from the previous attack, now faces a furious Suga, who points a finger, his body crackling with dark purple energy. The demon's voice booms, as he commands Keatle to listen carefully. His face twists into a menacing grin, purple eyes glowing, as he declares himself a demon of significant power. With horns and claws now visible, Suga shouts his anger, challenging Ketil. Ketil remains calm, his expression unchanged, observing the demon's display with a detached gaze. A slight smirk appears on his lips as he dismisses Suga's display, stating that the demon does not have enough mana to impress him. Ketil's words shock Suga, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief, his demonic features momentarily showing surprise. Enraged by the insult, Suga unleashes his true power, purple energy swirling around him, as he invokes the abyssal god, preparing to sacrifice Ketil. The force of the demonic invocation causes Ketil to cry out, his body tensing as the overwhelming power descends upon him. A torrent of dark purple energy erupts from Suga, engulfing Ketil entirely, the raw power threatening to tear him apart. The energy gathers around Ketil, forming a crushing prison of dark power, its tendrils digging into his body. Trapped within the energy cage, Ketil's body is visibly strained, the purple energy attempting to tear him apart, a sacrifice to the dark god. Ketil remained trapped beneath the crushing purple energy, a direct continuation of Suga's sacrificial attack, as the demon's bared teeth promised his demise. The immense pressure of the attack twisted his form, yet he continued to struggle against the dark, crystalline shards that tore at his being. Suga intensified his assault, the purple aura around Ketil flaring with renewed power, each shard of energy a testament to the dark magic at play. Through the pain, Ketil's thoughts remained clear, a quiet admission forming that the attack was not bad. The sheer weight of the magic pressed down upon him, and he conceded mentally, "It is heavy, I'll give you that." Suga's relentless assault persisted, yet Ketil's resolve remained unbroken. Without warning, a brilliant burst of golden energy erupted from Ketil, shattering the dark magic and forcing Suga to recoil. Amidst the dissipating purple shards, Ketil stood, enveloped in a powerful golden aura, completely free from the demonic assault. Suga's expression twisted into one of pure fury, his eyes burning red, as dark energy pulsed around him in enraged disbelief. Ketil did not hesitate, unleashing his own golden energy in a powerful counterattack that struck the demon. The force of the blow sent Suga flying backward, his body a blur as he was propelled across the cavern. Falling through the air, a single word escaped his lips, reflecting his utter disbelief. "Impossible." Surrounded by a vortex of dark purple energy, Suga declares his identity and power. With his eyes glowing purple, he states that he is the demon of gravity, his presence radiating a heavy aura. The dark energy around him intensifies, as he reiterates his powerful declaration. A look of shock then crosses his face, his purple energy wavering, as he questions how his powerful attack was not only blocked, but also completely broken. Ketil, an ordinary barbarian who was reincarnated into a mysterious being, stands calmly, unaffected by the previous attack. Suga's disbelief grows, his words trailing off as he struggles to comprehend. His hand shakes, still surrounded by faint purple energy, as he whispers, "Impossible." Before he can react, Ketil's counterattack strikes him with immense force, sending him flying backward as his dark energy breaks apart. He is thrown through the air, his purple aura fading away. The demon of gravity, now completely defeated, falls to the ground, his body lifeless. Meanwhile, Ketil's hand emits a golden light, showing the source of his powerful counterattack. He stands tall, surrounded by a radiant golden aura, the clear victor of the battle. The demon of gravity unleashes his full power, a swirling vortex of dark purple energy erupting around him. The destructive force expands rapidly, its ominous glow filling the space with raw magic. As the purple energy intensifies, it forms a crushing sphere, ready to obliterate its target. The attack culminates in a blinding flash, a devastating explosion of dark power that rips through the air. But before the purple chaos can fully manifest, a brilliant burst of golden energy erupts, tearing through the darkness and shattering the demon's attack. Witnessing the sheer power on display, Greta gasps, unable to comprehend the magnitude of the clash unfolding before her. Meanwhile, the legend of Asurshur, the invincible and most powerful demon king, echoes through time, a chilling reminder of ancient power. Centuries ago, he single-handedly brought ruin to the world, a force of destruction unmatched by any other. Back in the present, Ketil channels his golden energy, a radiant aura flaring around him as he prepares to deliver a final blow to the demon. With a powerful surge, he unleashes a devastating golden arc, tearing through the air with incredible speed. The impact is cataclysmic, sending the demon of gravity reeling backward, engulfed in the blinding golden light. Ketil's golden power continues to surge, overwhelming Suga completely, leaving no doubt as to the victor of this confrontation. He observes her, noting that she is being held down by physical force alone, yet she continues to resist. Purple tendrils of energy constrict around her, but her eyes glow with a determined resistance. The barbarian presses his boot onto her head, attempting to force her into submission, but she endures the pressure. A look of surprise crosses his face as he observes her continued survival, despite the force applied. This realization confirms that pure physical force alone will not be sufficient to defeat her, a fact underscored by the lingering essence of the demonic power. In the shadowy depths, a chilling truth echoes. The first step in any confrontation is always intimidation. And the raw power emanating from the abyss is undeniably strong, overwhelmingly so, eliciting a mocking laugh from the darkness itself. A massive, dark-skinned demon, its foot crushing the very ground beneath it, demands to know what Ketil truly is, its glowing purple eyes fixed on him. But Ketil, surrounded by a faint purple aura, simply looks down, asserting himself as nothing more than an ordinary human. The demon's smirk widens, finding his declaration utterly ridiculous, its sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. Yet, Ketil feels a strange lightness, a subtle shift within him, as if shedding a burden. The ground around him cracks and shatters under an unseen force, purple energy surging from his very being. He knows, however, that despite this newfound power, there's still one final test he must face. Suddenly, a blur of motion, Ketil surges forward, a streak of purple energy leaving a stunned opponent in his wake. With devastating speed, he delivers a powerful blow, his form wreathed in crackling purple energy. The impact sends his foe reeling, eyes wide with shock and a spray of blood marking the force of the strike. A sudden, bright flash of light bursts forth. The ground cracks and breaks as a dark figure manifests in intense purple energy. Purple lightning crackles and swirls around the figure, creating a maelstrom of energy. A massive burst of purple energy expands outwards, ripping through the air. The figure, surrounded by the destructive aura, declares himself a barbarian. His eyes glow with a malevolent red light as he vows to pierce through any opposition. The swirling purple energy around him grows even more intense, forming a powerful vortex. He prepares to unleash the full extent of his power, holding nothing back. A focused surge of purple energy erupts from his hand, poised to strike. Ketil, observing the display with his axe ready, identifies the source of the power as demonic. A look of grave concern crosses his face as he acknowledges the immense danger. Adaz, glowing with her own power, realizes she cannot reach him, concluding that only divine power could intervene. A chilling grin spreads across Suga's face, and he declares this power to be sickening, pure, and evil, the same as the Demon King's. A torrent of purple energy erupts from him, striking Adaz and sending her reeling. The air crackles with dark power, streaks of energy tearing through the space. Adaz is thrown violently backward, the impact of the demonic energy leaving her disoriented. His eyes glow with a purple light, and the demonic aura around him intensifies, a clear sign of his overwhelming power. Ketil, refusing to yield, launches himself forward with an arcing strike of his blue energy blade. His attack cuts through the purple haze, a beacon of defiance against the darkness. From a distance, Adaz watches in horror, her face contorted in a scream of terror, questioning the nature of this monstrous power. The demonic force is too great. Suga deflects the attack, his purple energy striking Ketil with brutal force. The impact sends the warrior reeling, his body momentarily engulfed in the glow. He is overwhelmed, the relentless purple energy pushing him back, his effort proving futile against such destructive might. Adaz's scream echoes through the cavern, her face a mask of primal fear as she witnesses the dominance of the demon's power. The ancient text of Carmavian, chapter 3, verse 139, begins to glow, and Ketil is taken by surprise as a blinding light erupts. This radiant energy is so pure and strong that it seems capable of burning away all evil. From this bright light, Suga appears, holding a large golden axe that crackles with power, and the air around him glows with strong magical energy. Ketil is completely shocked, staring in disbelief as he realizes this power is like that of a god. With a cold command, Suga releases the golden energy, his voice full of authority, ordering it to quickly strike down his enemy. Even though he enjoys showing his great power, he knows the battle must end, and he cannot wait any longer. The golden axe falls with incredible speed, a blur of divine power, as Suga delivers the final, powerful hit, saying a mocking goodbye to the defeated leader. Swallowed by the burning golden light, Ketil can only say one desperate word, his mind struggling to understand the impossible power before him. The golden energy grows stronger, now mixed with dark purple strands, completely covering Ketil, showing the destructive power used against him. His face twisted in fear, Ketil tries to understand his defeat, the words stuck in his throat as he faces complete destruction. As the golden light completely covers him, Ketil finally gives in, a single, accepting thought leaving him. This is his defeat, a terrible loss to an unbelievable power. The golden and purple energies slowly fade away, leaving a scent of victory, as Suga enjoys the moment, a satisfied sound coming from him. Fresh. His arm outstretched as if reaching for something just beyond his grasp, the descent seemingly endless. Yet, in a sudden shift, he stands calmly, a chilling smile playing on his lips, utterly unfazed by the chaos he has wrought. The sheer terror on Ketil's face is palpable, his eyes wide with disbelief as the purple energy envelopes him, his defeat absolute. The victor looks down, his gaze piercing through the vanquished foe, who lies broken amidst the swirling power. A chilling voice echoes, "Still, thanks to you, it was entertaining." As the defeated Ketil is named, his terror evident. A desperate, Guttural scream tears from his throat, a final, futile protest against his inevitable end. The overwhelming power crushes him, his form distorting under the pressure, his screams echoing into the void. With his last breath, a monstrous truth escapes his lips, a chilling declaration for all beings in hell. An ominous red castle, wreathed in dark energy, looms in the distance, a stark reminder of the barbarian's true identity. As the purple energy finally consumes him, Keto lets out a final, pained gasp, his defeat now complete. From the depths of the darkness, a colossal red eye opens, its gaze piercing through the void, hinting at a power far greater than what was just witnessed. Following the appearance of the red castle and giant eye, a swirling vortex of crimson eyes emerges, each glowing intensely, seemingly poised to engulf its surroundings. The multitude of these glowing orbs is immense, their combined stares seeming to penetrate reality, accompanied by a low, unsettling sound. Suga, the demon who recently defeated Keto, observes the unfolding chaos, his face showing a blend of surprise and resolve as the unsettling display surrounds him. The red eyes continue to increase, creating an infinite, spiraling tunnel of fear, their mesmerizing patterns pulling one further into the darkness. A deep scream reverberates through the emptiness as the eyes come together, suggesting an immense power is being released. The turbulent energy grows stronger, the red eyes becoming blurred lines of destructive power with a deep, rumbling noise. Abruptly, the swirling red eyes focus on him, surrounding his body in a rush of red energy, while his own blue aura brightens against the powerful impact. The dark energy starts to enter his body, red tendrils moving across him, causing him to twist and contort as if being pulled apart internally. However, instead of being destroyed, the energy appears to be absorbed, swirling around his open hand with a quiet, echoing sound, suggesting a significant change. The view suddenly goes dark, leaving the demon's fate uncertain. Then his purple eyes open wide, a single question leaving his mouth. What? However, the voice is not his, as the scene suddenly changes to a young boy, who gazes up at a bright, clear sky, his blue eyes showing complete surprise, with a quiet, calm sound. Keto confronts Suga, who is on his knees, clearly distressed. Feeling as though an unknown entity has entered his body, prompting Keto to wonder about the darkness he believed was sealed. A surge of purple energy then bursts forth from the ground, its presence unmistakable, causing a blonde-haired woman to react with surprise, while Suga's eyes glow red, his expression hardening. The dark energy envelopes him entirely, consuming his form. As Keto observes the expanding aura, a thoughtful expression settles on his face. The ground crackles with the potent energy, and a subtle smirk appears on Keto's lips, signifying the completion of the ritual. High above the Gyrant Kingdom, located in the Barkhan territory, the sun shines down on a peaceful day. But then, a figure falls through a shimmering opening in the sky, heading towards the ground with a desperate gasp, their body twisting as they try to catch their breath. Meanwhile, in a quiet home, a woman cooks a meal while a man sits at the table, not knowing about the dramatic events happening outside. In another place, a scholar studies old, mysterious writings, the detailed script suggesting forgotten knowledge, his forehead wrinkled in deep thought. He asks about a recent event, wondering if it's a trap and how it could have happened, with his assistant listening closely. His frustration grows as he cries out, unable to understand how such difficult events could happen to their small territory, his face showing his disbelief. He looks at an old book, its pages holding secrets of a name that only appears in very old texts, a name now heard in their current time. Indeed, news of the Sword Master, a strong figure wearing bright red armor, is spreading quickly across the land, his fame growing rapidly. The scholar, thinking deeply, admits that at least some comfort can be found in the current situation, even with the increasing problems. However, he decides that they cannot think carelessly about what this return means, the seriousness of the situation affecting him greatly. Keto stands over a vanquished enemy, observing the scene with a somber expression, recognizing that the surrounding territory remains unstable. He understands that this is not a minor issue, but something far more significant. Elsewhere, Meja lies in bed, studying old records, contemplating that even the smallest details from these ancient writings might be important. Her foot rests on the book, indicating her deep focus on the material. Later, Keto speaks with her, telling her she should have informed him earlier, but she explains that she did not know herself. She repeats that she was unaware, apologizing for her lack of knowledge. In the quiet room, Keto watches her, a moment of unspoken understanding passing between them. She looks down, speaking his name with a hint of deference. He stands silently, listening as she continues to speak. She apologizes again for endangering herself, explaining that she felt compelled to follow his movements from the shadows. Keto interrupts her, stating that her gratitude is not needed. With a direct look, he clarifies his actions, stating that he merely saved a companion. Keto, with a slight smirk, extends his hand, suggesting they are now friends. Greta's eyes widen in surprise, finding the idea of a barbarian calling a servant a friend unexpected. He turns slightly, reminding her of her own position as the sun god's heretic inquisitor. Her eyes drop, a thoughtful expression on her face as she ponders if that would be a problem. she still seems to hesitate, a silent thought unfinished. Ketel dismisses her concerns, stating it makes no difference. A subtle change in Greta's expression suggests acceptance. A soft sound escapes her lips, confirming her understanding. She acknowledges the truth of his statement. Ketel then shifts the conversation to a more serious topic, asking if she found anything about the abyss. Greta looks up, surprised by his question. He looks away, his expression serious, as he speaks of a forbidden name. Her expression tightens with concern as the explanation begins, the danger stemming from what is known as the mark. A silent question hangs in the air, her gaze fixed, awaiting further details. He clarifies that a demon's mark is a sign of darkness etched deep into the soul, impossible to erase, and it allows them to be effortlessly tracked. Anyone bearing such a mark, he continues, becomes like prey, emitting a sweet, irresistible scent of blood to the demonic entities. A chilling thought crosses her mind. What if she herself carries such a mark? If she does, she would be in grave danger. The man before her, sensing her unease, poses a question of his own, wondering if he too might bear the mark. Her confusion is palpable, her brow furrowed as she struggles to comprehend the implications. He quickly reassures her, confirming that she is not marked. Despite the relief, a new concern surfaces. The beings of hell will still have learned her name. Ketel, however, remains unperturbed, stating that she doesn't need to worry about her location, even if they might send a target after her. A chilling visual of glowing red eyes in a dark, abyssal void underscores his confidence, as he asserts they will have no means of pursuit. Therefore, even if she were to encounter them again, it should not pose any real trouble. Greta acknowledges the explanation, her expression thoughtful, but a lingering curiosity remains. Ketel's hands are shown, perhaps emphasizing a point, as he explains that the true power of the mark, or perhaps the beings themselves, could never be wielded by mere physical force. Greta turns away, gazing out a window, as she admits that is something she cannot help him with. A long time ago, in the dawn of existence, the great God created humanity, a cosmic energy swirling into being. Even when humanity was weak and relied solely on instinct, the gods never lost their profound interest in them. But then, other entities, those from beyond the known realms, also began to take a keen interest in humanity. A terrifying figure, the Demon Queen, her form radiating dark energy and countless eyes, emerges from the abyss, a stark contrast to the divine creation. Ultimately, the gods settled into their own moral realm, distinct from the human world, allowing humanity to flourish in its own space. They coexisted with humanity, and alongside them, the beings known as demons also existed, their presence a shadow to the light of creation. In gratitude, humanity once again worshipped the gods, building churches in their honor. With the gods' benevolent assistance, humanity advanced rapidly, their civilization blossoming under divine guidance, as the demon king Asishur observes from afar. But as time passed, for some unknown reason, the balance began to shift, with the demon queen and the demon Suga now standing ominously over a fallen figure. The demons then began to fight for control of the human world, forcing the gods to intervene once more, bestowing their immense powers upon humans to defend themselves, a revelation that leaves Greta in deep thought. Greta listens as the Abyssal Emperor continues his explanation, stating that for demons, humans were simply food, lacking any divine power. He confirms her thought, agreeing that humans were the most desirable food source in this world. Ketel processes this information, finding the reality of it unsettling, like a bad dream. Greta maintains a calm and thoughtful expression as the story continues. However, the gods who created humans did not remain idle, and in response to the evil, a new divine power began to appear. This significant event, this turning point, started exactly 1 year ago. The information resonates with Ketel, his own statement about the past year carrying a profound weight. With a concluding gesture, Ketel states that their discussion has gone on long enough. Greta, showing respect, expresses her thanks to Lord Ketel for his information. She then turns to a woman with long purple hair, offering her help if she ever needs anything. Elsewhere, Ketel looks at a small, cat-like creature, remarking that it is not very friendly. As the journey continues, the vehicle travels along a winding road, moving its passengers forward. Inside, a quiet determination settles over Greta, her gaze fixed as she sits in thought. Even though her strength has not fully returned, she knows she must deliver her message to Ketel immediately. Yet, a lingering doubt crosses her mind, even with Ketel nearby. He, too, seems lost in thought, his mind pondering an unspoken question. A gentle chime resonates within the grand halls of an impressive building, its architecture suggesting a place of significant power. Inside, the elderkin walks with purpose, his demeanor calm as he approaches an important meeting, which is in response to Her Majesty's request. Kan's voice is calm as he states his reason for being there. He has arrived to present the findings of his research. A slight smile touches his face as he considers her response, believing she will be satisfied with what he has discovered. Elsewhere, in a richly decorated room, the Queen of the Magic Tower stands, her royal bearing noticeable among the elegant furnishings, a person of grace and power. Kan proceeds through the tower, moving further into its depths, apologizing that he cannot share all the specifics of his task, keeping some information private. This is the Grand Magic Tower, a famous place where the world's most powerful mages gather, a center of magic and learning. Its tall spires reach into the sky, glowing with magical energy, showing its unmatched strength. When Kan finally stands before her, the queen looks at him intently, her voice clear, asking why he has come to her tower. Kan, remaining calm, says his visit is just about a particular concern he had, but the queen, not fully believing him, asks for more details, wanting to know the real reason. With a firm statement, Kan repeats his original reason, maintaining that he was only presenting his research findings. Her Majesty looks at Kan, her voice questioning, asking if his visit is solely about the research results, or if there is another, more personal reason for his being there. Kan bows slightly, trying to avoid her question, and states that his intentions are only professional, but the queen is not easily deceived. As he speaks, his thoughts turn to a memory of an elderly elf, with long white hair and blue eyes, who once spoke of something terrible, an event that still affects him. The elf's words described a dark world, a place where the air felt heavy with evil, which he called Plaga. He recalls the elf's urgent warning about the growing darkness, and Ketil, the abyssal emperor, standing silently beside him, watching the coming disaster. Kan's thoughts continue, remembering the elf's frightening words, a prediction of a world where peace would be broken by a powerful force. He clenches his fist, the memory making him determined, as the elf's question repeats in his mind. Why would the emperor want to control the whole world? The elf's answer, however, was not about simple conquest, but a much more complicated and frightening goal that went beyond just power. Back in the present, the queen's voice interrupts his thoughts, her face serious, as she states that his concern is truly a very important issue. Kan, still thinking about the elf's words, agrees with her, admitting that the situation is much worse than he first suggested. The queen raises her hand, a soft light coming from her fingers, as she understands how serious his news is. With a firm movement, she gets ready to look further into the issue, her magic moving around her, prepared to face any hidden truths Kan has revealed. As the queen of the magic tower prepares to investigate further, a powerful magical circle appears, its blue light pulsing with energy, indicating the activation of significant magic. Observing the spatial magic, Kan asks if she isn't worried about the situation. However, the queen remains calm, stating there is nothing to be concerned about. A low sound escapes her as her foot steps down, and she asks if he thought he could hide something from her. Kan's eyes widen slightly, a look of surprise on his face as the blue aura around him grows brighter. Meanwhile, the queen's gaze sharpens, her eye glowing faintly purple as she states she is in observation. His surprise turning to a question, Kan asks when she managed to attach her magical probe. The queen, with a small glowing orb nearby, simply replies that it is one of her weaknesses, hinting at her unique magical abilities. With the blue aura still around him, Kan, now curious, asks if she is truly interested in this weakness. Her purple aura flaring slightly, the queen confirms her interest in the weakness he just mentioned. A moment of quiet thought passes before Kan simply acknowledges her statement, showing a hint of understanding. With a final, serious expression and her purple aura radiating, the queen declares the situation impossible, leaving the implications of her discovery unclear. She continues to speak, her gaze fixed on him as she reveals a surprising truth. She can observe him, even attach herself to him, sensing a weakness within his being. Her words create a tense atmosphere, as she confirms that she has been observing him for a while. This observation is not superficial, it's a deep magic, like a shimmering chain of energy, allowing her to perceive his fundamental nature. The revelation affects him deeply, as he understands the full meaning of her words. He stands there, taking in the shock, the weight of her magical intrusion settling upon him, a deep sense of unease washing over him. Her expression remains calm, despite the seriousness of her confession, as she admits her curiosity about his weakness is genuine. Kan, still processing the information, finally speaks, asking about the nature of her magic. His mind races, trying to understand how such a personal observation could be possible, his magical energy subtly glowing around him in his agitation. The queen, however, dismisses his question, stating that the details of her magic are not important to him. Instead, she repeats her main concern, the impossibility of the weakness she has found within him. The air fills with tension, the magical particles around them shimmering with her profound realization, as she concludes that she will leave him for now, but her discovery remains significant. Her words echo in his mind, a haunting whisper from a skeletal image, asking for his thoughts on this impossible truth. Ketil, in his skeletal form, faces Kan, his voice carrying an air of knowing as he questions if Kan truly believes he can conceal the truth, stating that Kan is the one hiding something. Kan looks down, acknowledging the mention of the Barbarian, a topic that seems to weigh heavily on him. Ketil, however, dismisses the idea of simple concealment, his gaze unwavering as he implies he already knows about the Barbarian. Kan gasps, his eyes widening in surprise as a faint blue glow emanates from him, while Ketil explains that the Barbarian has become a monarch, now controlling a whole kingdom. The skeletal figure warns of serious consequences, predicting a confrontation if the lunatic learns about the Barbarian. As Ketil speaks, a faint image of his human form, Kan, and the Queen of the Magic Tower appears in the background, hinting at a past connection, as he compares the barbarian's instincts to the monarch's power. He stresses the seriousness of the situation, stating that if these two powerful figures were to meet, the world would face disaster. Kan's hand glows with blue energy as he questions if the situation is truly impossible, his concern evident. He then challenges Ketel's suggestion, implying that Ketel believes the Queen of the Magic Tower is on the Empire's side. Ketel's skeletal face remains calm, admitting he cannot be certain, but adding a suggestive however. A faint blue glow appears in Ketel's eye socket as he reveals a crucial detail. The Queen must have noticed Kan's class band. Kan's face shows clear worry, as he states he is not qualified to comment on such a matter. His voice drops to a chilling whisper, the implications of his words hanging heavy in the air. He continues, painting a grim picture of a world on the brink, describing the barbarian monarch as nothing more than a lunatic, utterly incapable of controlling his immense power. Meanwhile, far from this tense confrontation, the sprawling capital of the barbarian territory, the kingdom of Gerbant, bustles with life, unaware of the dark prophecies being spun about its ruler. Its vibrant markets and towering structures stand as a testament to the barbarian monarch's power, a stark contrast to the chaos Ketel predicts. Back in the shadows, the elderly man remains silent, his mind reeling from the weight of Ketel's accusations and the terrifying implications for the future. His foot begins to tap a nervous rhythm against the floor, a subtle tremor betraying his inner turmoil. Suddenly, a new thought strikes him, his eyes widening in a flash of realization as he gasps in surprise. His hand clenches into a tight fist, the tension in his body palpable. Looking down, he finally speaks, a question forming on his lips about a wish that seems to connect to Ketel's ominous warnings. A memory flashes through his mind, a tender scene from the past. The Queen of the Magic Tower cradling a young boy, while he watches from a distance, a silent observer to a moment of profound significance. The weight of that memory, combined with Ketel's words, leaves him visibly shaken, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and dawning comprehension. Ketel, the Abyssal Emperor, finds himself in an unexpected situation, a slight whoops escaping his lips. A kind merchant woman thanks him, her words echoing in the bustling street. He walks away, leaving the grateful woman behind, a strange feeling beginning to stir within him. A moment later, a look of utter confusion crosses his face, as if questioning the very reality of the interaction. He continues his journey through the vibrant capital of the barbarian territory Kingdom of Gerbant, a city teeming with life and activity. As he observes the various stalls and merchants, including the woman who had just thanked him, a strange realization begins to dawn on him. His eyes narrow, a deep internal process unfolding as he grapples with the unexpected normalcy around him, wondering, why aren't people running away from me? Luke Barkon, his face showing concern, asks Ketel if he is all right. Ketel, looking thoughtful, replies that he is fine, but finds it harder to deal with nothing than with a clear enemy. Luke mentions he heard about the ambush and is glad Ketel is all right, his voice fading as he remembers the event. Ketel, with a sharp look, asks if the ambush happened around here, sounding suspicious. He then asks Luke if he knows about the people who died, his face serious. Luke pauses, letting out a soft, then states that the damage and people turning into meat must be the reason. He describes the terrible scene, mentioning the damage and the victims turned into meat everywhere. Ketel confirms the fear, stating that everyone is scared and trembling after the attack. He explains that by the time the barrier was broken, the living people were already. His thoughts turn to a deeper worry, as he wonders why he can feel an evil that has the power to devour living people, a sense of dread in his voice. He ends with a stark realization. Before he knew it, he was fighting against the Demon King's army. Still processing the recent ambush, he carries a fallen comrade, his voice filled with disbelief, asking what had happened. Later, on his throne, Ketel expresses regret for not being able to help, stating that everything was already over by the time he got there. He looks thoughtful, considering his reputation, and wonders if that's why people are afraid of him. Luke Barkon, looking serious, agrees, explaining that Ketel is known as the Abyssal Adversary. The meaning of that title sinks in, and he looks down, thinking. From his throne, he repeats the title, the words Abyssal Adversary echoing in his mind. Meanwhile, in another place, Boga looks surprised at a glowing screen, which announces that she has won the game and is now something new. She looks confused as the screen shows a strange question, asking Crank. The message then changes, confirming her success and revealing a strange detail. She now has the mark of the Devil's Eye. Back in his throne room, Ketel's eyes glow faintly, and a slight smile appears on his face as he says, "Good." Behind her counter, Boga explains the value of a new adventurer's plate, noting its low cost despite its importance and the difficulty of replacing it if lost. Ketel, curious, asks if he will also receive an adventurer's plate, and she confirms that as an adventurer, it is a magical requirement. This plate, she explains, is the key to the imperial capital, allowing entry and providing accommodation within its impressive structures. The busy streets and tall buildings of the imperial capital suggest its importance. Boga thoughtfully comments on the empire's strictness, explaining that a high noble's blessing is required to enter its gates. She then reveals that no one truly knows what happens within the imperial capital. only unsettling rumors that mention a curse on the demon realm. Boga considers the seriousness of the situation, her expression thoughtful. Keatle finds the idea ridiculous, but Boga, clearing her throat, explains another strange rule. Once inside, one cannot refuse any request, even from a child. She holds up a small item, highlighting the unusual restriction. A knowing smile appears on Keatle's face as he acknowledges the rule, remarking that he knows of a similar place. A slight smile forms on Keatle's face, indicating his understanding of the capital's unusual regulations. Boga's eyes widen in surprise as she reacts to the information about the Abyssal Emperor's curse. She continues her explanation, stating that the first Abyssal Emperor, a demon, was rumored to be cursed. She also mentions a persistent rumor that once someone enters the imperial capital, they cannot refuse any request. Keatle, however, responds calmly to the curse, saying it's a relief, indicating it doesn't concern him. Boga then recalls a past event, mentioning that the sun god's heretic inquisitor, a powerful figure against demons, was not the real problem she encountered. Her eyes show a lingering fear, as she remembers the day she stayed conscious and realized the immense power of her adversary. In her memory, a dark-haired figure stands over her defeated body, stating that an unexpected enemy had appeared and defeated him with overwhelming strength. She directly challenges him, asking what he plans to do now that he knows the dangerous truth about the capital. But Keatle's determination is unwavering, his face resolute as he states, nothing changes. He dismisses the notion of humility when facing a demon to become a monarch, speaking with a confident tone that Boga quickly warns him about, telling him not to be deceived. A strong purple aura surrounds Boga as her resolve strengthens, and she vows to do everything she can to stop him and prevent him from getting what he wants. Inside the tavern, a man with dark hair addresses Keatle, asking, "As you're a fan, then why don't you do it?" With a thoughtful expression, the man replies, "To be honest." A faint smile appearing, he elaborates, "I have always liked the idea of getting everything I want with my own hands, and then, but I'm not married to Lady Marina, so I can't just take what you like, Lord Keatle." Keatle's internal reaction reveals his contempt, as he thinks, to only be watching that now, as expected of a lowlife. Looking back at the man, he asks, "Then, what are your plans?" Boga, standing nearby, reacts with a slight cough, ahem. The man explains, "I merely spoke of Lady Marina," and Boga, looking down, internally wishes, I'd love to think of something else from her. Her expression shifts to one of slight annoyance, as she states, that's right." The man persists, "But that doesn't mean you can't be inactive." And Boga replies softly, "I see." A thoughtful expression settles on her face as she muses, "Is that so? Well, I guess I'll have to play along." However, a subtle purple aura begins to glow around her, her internal conflict evident as she thinks, "I don't believe everything. Is he waiting for me to tell him what I know?" Her eyes glow with a deep purple, and the dark aura around her grows stronger as she ponders. Or is he just teasing me? Her eyes still burned with an ominous purple glow, and sweat beaded on her brow, as if the intensity of her emotions or the recent conversation had left a lingering, unsettling feeling. However, life, even for those with extraordinary burdens, continued its routine, and she resumed her duties as a clerk at the Mercenary Guild. The crisp rustle of parchment filled the air as she sorted through the numerous requests. A sudden surge of excitement rippled through the guild as new postings became available, including a specific request for escort duty for 2 individuals. She shuffled through the stacks of paper, the routine task a stark contrast to her earlier emotional state. But then, a familiar, unwelcome presence made itself known, causing her to react with surprise. Standing before her desk, cloaked and imposing, was Keatle, stating his intention to make a request. A wave of exasperation washed over her, the thought of working overtime already causing her annoyance. She sighed, her frustration evident, complaining about preferring simple tasks and disliking overtime. Unfazed, Keatle presented the details, confirming that the request was for escort duty for 2 individuals. He clarified the participants, specifying himself and a young woman. Still processing the request, Boga notes that the escort is for 2 people, her gaze fixed on the document before her, wondering about the true destination. Her eyes narrow slightly as she reads the details, the Denong Kingdom listed as the primary location. A cloaked figure, Keatle, confirms the destination, specifying its capital. Boga's expression remains thoughtful, her brow furrowed in concentration. She processes the information, noting the escort is indeed bound for the Denong Kingdom, and, more surprisingly, that the request originated from the royal family itself. Her gaze shifts to the cloaked man, a silent assessment forming in her mind. If the royal family is involved, he must be concealing his true identity. A faint glow emanates from her, reflecting her internal skepticism, as she muses on the elegant yet humble disguise, finding it highly suspicious. Returning to her professional demeanor, she asks if there's any more information to report, her voice betraying a hint of impatience. A cloaked figure stands, his face obscured by a hood, as an unseen individual questions his identity. A hand then presents a glowing card, its intricate patterns emitting a faint blue light. A blonde woman, her green eyes fixed on the card, instructs him to use it. She examines the card, identifying it as a Mercenary Guild ID, a document known to be difficult to obtain. The cloaked man, watching her reaction, confirms that such an item is indeed difficult to acquire. Her eyes widen slightly, a soft gasp escaping her, as she realizes he is no ordinary man. The card glows brighter as the verification process completes, her hand still holding it as his reaches out. With a determined expression, the blonde woman states that she will accept his admission fee. The cloaked man reaches into his robes, producing something with a soft clink. A single gold coin is placed on the wooden counter, a silent offering. The blonde woman stares at the coin, her initial surprise giving way to a bewildered "what?" as she notes that it's enough for one mercenary. A vivid image of Keatle standing over a defeated opponent fills Boga's thoughts, his strength leaving her stunned. The memory of his power and the ease with which he defeated his opponent leaves her bewildered, her thoughts consumed by the mysterious cloaked man. She understands that even a small delay could be dangerous, the possibility of being late a serious concern. But this is not the moment for such considerations, she tells herself, as the cloaked figure departs. She will be too late if she does not act quickly. It is possible, she considers, that she might not succeed, the pressure of the moment weighing heavily. If strong protection is required, she understands, then only a highly skilled mercenary will suffice, and Keatle fits that description perfectly. A sudden idea comes to her, a request beginning to form, a clear understanding of her next step. She requires assistance, someone to aid her, and her attention turns to the cloaked man. That man, she considers, is the ideal candidate for the task, the sole individual capable of providing the necessary aid. She questions the circumstances and why he appears so surprised, her thoughts still processing the meaning of his arrival. Then, with a clear objective, she finalizes her choice, understanding precisely her next course of action. A cloaked figure stands in shadow, his expression unreadable. Then, a voice speaks. "All right then, let me tell you." As gold coins fall into view, the figure adds, "But the price is a bit high for that." Boga, looking concerned, responds, "It's an unreasonable request." The amount of payment suggests a treasure chest's worth, a significant sum. More gold coins continue to appear, their gleam visible. The cloaked figure's hand holds some of the coins, his thoughts unvoiced. Boga's expression shows deep worry, the situation clearly troubling her. Suddenly, the elderly man pulls back his hood, revealing his face. Boga gasps in surprise, her eyes widening at the reveal. Her shock quickly turns to a welcoming smile as she extends a hand, inviting him, "Please come in." The elderly man's long robes sweep the floor as he steps forward, entering the room. Still processing the recent revelation, Boga's thoughts churn, trying to understand the full extent of the circumstances. The elderly elf, his face etched with regret, confesses, "That's because I didn't tell you the truth." Boga looks at him, a silent question forming on her lips. "The truth?" Boga, still processing the recent news, speaks to the elderly elf, acknowledging his past actions, and he responds with a respectful affirmation. His gaze lowered, Aaron's face shows a deep sense of regret, burdened by his past errors. Above them, a bright, soft light shines, creating a gentle contrast to the serious atmosphere. Small, golden specks of light drift through the air, adding a quiet, almost magical touch to the scene. Boga's eyes show a hint of frustration, as she understands the extent of the trickery Aaron has faced. The elderly elf, with his head down, confesses his mistake, his voice filled with self-blame. Boga, her face a little softer, recognizes how hard his situation must be, understanding why he was so desperate for help. Aaron feels even more guilty as he talks about their low supplies, blaming himself for their difficult situation. Boga thinks to herself, wondering how someone could betray Aaron's trust, as she looks at the bag of food, which now represents how little they have left. Aaron shakes his head, refusing to tell the Lord of the Tower about their problems, his pride, and maybe a hidden fear stopping him from asking for more help. Boga quickly speaks up, her face determined as she gets ready to give an important warning. With a steady look, she states that they cannot afford to take any more risks, highlighting how uncertain their situation is. Boga, however, remains focused on their predicament, noting that even after all this time since their escape, no word has reached them. Aaron echoes her concern, confirming that no news has come, not even from the Lord of the Tower or his royal mage, expressing his deep regret. Boga gazes out a window at a distant castle, wondering if the kingdom of Gerbant is truly safe. She reassures Aaron, affirming that they will be protected there, for the Lord of the Tower is a man of his word. Still burdened by his past, Aaron muses that perhaps the Lord of the Tower would not have granted them an audience if he knew the full truth. Boga finds solace in their current situation, grateful they came here, her thoughts drifting to their princess, Mylina. Her mind then shifts to the thief, Kazan Hark, who had caught her and caused her to lose all her money, before she considers the mercenary, questioning if he can truly be trusted. As Boga holds a small pouch, the weight of her losses and the uncertainty of their situation press upon her. A look of confusion crosses her face as she ponders who could have been capable of blinding her to Kazan Hark's deception. Yet, her thoughts soon conjure an image of the mercenary, Keatle, surrounded by blooming flowers, a stark contrast to her earlier apprehension. A hopeful blush spreads across her cheeks, and a soft smile plays on her lips as she wishes for him to be a handsome, hero-like man. His gaze distant, he wonders what those other people might be doing now. Later, sitting by a fire, Greta shakes her head, saying she has nothing else to tell him. But then, a thought comes to her, recalling a dream she had last night. Her expression troubled, she confesses that ever since she woke up, it has felt like a bad dream. A memory flashes, showing her fleeing the magic tower, where she was with the Lord of the Tower and the Royal Mage. Yet, in her dream, the Lord of the Tower was nowhere to be found, even though he was supposed to be with her. And stranger still, no new quests appeared, leaving her with nothing. Listening intently, Keatle feels a sudden chill, as if something is wrong. Later, gazing out a window, he ponders if his experiences were just part of a game or if they were real. He remains uncertain, unable to distinguish between the two. But a familiar system window offers a glimmer of hope, promising to reveal whether it's real or not. He reads the document carefully, his eyes pausing on a specific line, the words, "a bodyguard," catching his attention. Keatle sits, holding a small, furry creature, contemplating the details of a new mission. An escort request document details the task, safely transporting one woman and one elderly man to the capital city of the Gerbant Kingdom, a D-rank mission. His gaze falls upon the creature in his hands, recognizing it as the one possessing the most mana. Meanwhile, a young woman with light blue hair looks down, a thoughtful expression on her face, while his sharp eye observes something unseen. The woman, Malina, declares her intention to act, the small creature perched on her head, though she's reminded that her mana doesn't match that of a certain Rosa. The creature tilts its head in question, as he continues to study it intently. He finds its unique qualities intriguing, a statement that seems to surprise the small familiar. A close-up of his eye reveals his focused determination. The escort request is once again highlighted, confirming the details of the mission. The creature huffs indignantly, promising to reveal its true power, while he watches its display. The small familiar begins to glow with a vibrant, ethereal light, captivating his attention. He holds a document, confirming the identity of the woman he is to escort, Mylina of the Akasha household. The sky above shimmered with a soft, ethereal light, suggesting a magical or cosmic presence. Amidst the quiet, Greta held a small, glowing creature in her hands, musing, "A request from a merchant house. I wonder if it will be difficult." The creature pulsed with a soft, purple light in her hands, and she remembered. She just said to give it to me. A confident smirk played on Keatle's lips as he stated, "Well, that works perfectly. I'll take the job." Suddenly, his eye glowed with an intense blue light, as a system notification appeared around him, surprising him. His expression shifted to one of surprise and interest, as the meaning of the alert became clear. With a focused gesture, he interacted with the holographic interface, which displayed a surprising message, detected the presence of a high-ranked mana stone. He thought, "Isn't this showing up right now?" As he looked at Greta and the small, glowing creature, the timing of the discovery clearly on his mind. With a renewed sense of purpose, he took a decisive step forward, ready for the challenges ahead. A blonde-haired woman opens a heavy wooden door, allowing light to enter the room. Her foot stepping across the threshold, with a soft creak of the floorboards, revealing an elderly man, Can, holding a small, glowing creature, causing Boga to ask, "Ah, Aaron." With a worried expression, she asks what's happening, but Can calmly tells her not to worry, that it's nothing serious. Can continues to stare at the glowing creature in his hand, a look of deep thought on his face as he questions its identity. Boga, however, smiles brightly, thinking about a C-rank mercenary. She asks if he's serious, and he confirms that she can come back tomorrow. After Can tells her to rest well, Boga enthusiastically agrees and bows. Elsewhere, Keatle's eyes glow with a bright blue light, his face showing strong determination. He looks closely at a blue system window, which displays a new quest, head to the kingdom of Gerbant. Back in the room, Can is still deep in thought, his mind occupied with the creature he holds. Keatle, now sitting, receives another important system message, confirming the detection of a high-grade mana stone from the glowing creature. He stands in the darkness, a silent presence, his thoughts consumed by the power he now commands. Back in the room, Boga approaches him, expressing her surprise that he intends to leave the merchant request to her, but he simply states he is busy. Even as he works, a realization dawns on him. Something has changed within him. His blade flashes with lightning, demonstrating the power he now wields. He interacts with his system interface, his focus on understanding his new abilities. Meanwhile, Boga gasps softly, her expression showing surprise and concern. She expresses her apprehension to him and Can, stating she is unsure if she can manage the merchant request by herself, but Can reassures her, offering his help. Boga, watching Keatle, begins to wonder about his true character, questioning what kind of person he might be. Elsewhere, Kane's swordmaster considers Keatle's reputation, believing that as a legendary mage, he would have a powerful mana aura. The Golden Knight, however, thinks differently, imagining a body covered in scars. Boga, still thinking about Keatle, feels a strange attraction, confessing to herself that she finds him quite handsome. As the dark environment whispers around him, Keatle remains a figure of quiet intensity, his path now clear. A sharp, metallic sound reverberates through the space as a cross-shaped mechanism activates, emitting a blue glow. Anticipation fills the air, then a voice breaks the silence. The elderly merchant, Kan, watches intently, a subtle smile on his face. From the shadowed doorway, a powerful silhouette emerges. Boga's eyes widen, her expression a mixture of awe and fear. He stands before them, an imposing figure radiating dark energy. Kan immediately bows low, a gesture of deep respect. Her mind races, struggling to comprehend his question. Still reeling, she questions his intent. Suddenly, Keatle seizes her arm, pulling her close. Kan stares, bewildered by the unexpected intimacy. Keatle, however, simply holds Boga close, a subtle smirk on his lips. A brief, unsettling memory flashes, showing the ashen-haired warrior standing over a fallen figure, his presence commanding. It is clear from his demeanor that he is an extraordinary individual, one who will profoundly impact future events. Returning to the present, a merchant confirms, "Yes, that is correct." She then states, "Allow me to make the introductions." The merchant then announces, "This man will be your escort." The introduction of the Ashen Barbarian causes a visible shock, leaving the merchant to question, "Wah? What?" The elder merchant, visibly angered, exclaims, "A barbarian? That is outrageous." He insists, "Replace this mercenary." The merchant's mouth sets in a firm line as she processes the demand. With a determined look, she questions, "Are you doubting the merit of his judgment?" The elder dismisses her, "That is not the case." She retorts, "And you call yourself a merchant?" The Ashen Barbarian, witnessing the argument, thinks to himself, "It feels like I have just stepped on a live bomb." As the previous conversation concluded, Keatle watched the scene with a focused expression, his thoughts unrevealed. Then, a new person approached, offering her hand in a polite greeting, her demeanor calm and inviting. Keatle, surprised by the sudden change in mood, let out a small, questioning sound, showing his bewilderment. The woman's hand stayed open, a clear invitation, as she stated, her voice expressing a desire for collaboration. With a pleasant smile, she introduced herself, stating her name was Eileen, formally entering the situation. A man with gray hair walks through a forest, pausing as a small, glowing creature flutters past him. His expression showing concern as he asks, "Isn't this a bit too far?" He continues walking, thinking to himself, "I thought it'd be better if I moved closer." The blonde woman, Char's summoner assistant, cries out in surprise, "No," but the man quickly tells her, "We're all right, really." She then states, "There are no signs of people nearby yet." However, the man's worried expression remains as he says, "I see. I don't have a good feeling about this." He looks down, deep in thought, as he and Char's summoner assistant walk further into the green forest, their figures becoming smaller against the tall trees. Finally, Char's summoner assistant sighs, a hint of resignation in her tone as she says, "So, this is how it ends up." Within the mysterious forest, a feeling of unease lingered from the previous night. She looks up at him, as Keatle expresses a strong premonition of trouble. Despite his words, the summoner assistant asks if their current situation is truly acceptable, her voice filled with concern. He gently takes her hand, asking her to simply trust him. Keatle offers a confident smirk, his eyes glowing faintly blue as he assures her of her safety while with him. However, a deep worry still clouds her expression, a subtle purple aura swirling around her as she hesitantly agrees. They continue through a desolate, snow-covered landscape, Keatle looking back, convinced this is their only option. The summoner assistant's distress deepens as Keatle announces their decision to spend the night there. As Keatle strides forward, a small, glowing blue butterfly flits past him, catching his attention, while the assistant tries to voice her concerns. He pauses, the glowing insect hovering near his face, as he notes the encroaching darkness making visibility difficult, realizing someone has gone ahead to investigate. With a resigned sigh, the assistant acknowledges his decision, watching him move further into the gloom. A sudden, horrified realization dawns on Keatle's face, his eyes widening as he understands the grim truth. The others have been ambushed and killed. Keatle continues his journey through the desolate, snow-covered forest, a quiet moment passing as he observes his surroundings. With a sigh, he decides it's time to prepare a place to sleep, acknowledging the need for rest in the harsh environment. His hand, holding a sturdy tool, prepares to begin the work of setting up camp. Suddenly, a glowing blue butterfly appears, flying through the snowy forest and catching the eye of both Keatle and his assistant, leading them forward. The assistant's eyes widen in surprise, a clear sign of her shock at what they are about to discover. The air around them seems to shimmer, filled with a subtle, glowing energy. Through the shimmering air, a tent becomes visible, causing the assistant to ask, "A tent?" Keatle confesses that he had also thought it was just a mirage. As they get closer, Keatle points to the saw he is carrying, asking, "Oh, this thing?" A confident expression on his face, he explains that he earned the saw after completing many requests. Suddenly, an older man and a younger man emerge from the tent, both looking surprised to see Keatle and his assistant. Keatle, calm despite their surprise, states, "All right, let's go with them." His assistant adds, "I see you," and Keatle finishes, "I don't mind," indicating they will join the two men. Keatle, standing firm against the cold, states his intention to take the solitary watch, considering it insignificant compared to their past hardships. He offers a slight smile, explaining that this provides a good chance for him to train. His summoner assistant, however, looks down with a troubled expression, a quiet sigh escaping her as she thinks of their previous struggles. Keatle simply tells her to rest without worry. But she quickly interjects, insisting she will take her turn, reassuring him that she is fine and he needn't be concerned. She then turns, looking back at him as she suggests they take turns on the watch. Keatle responds that it makes no difference to him, nor to their group. After a brief pause, he agrees to her proposal. He cautions her not to push herself too hard, and to remember something important. A sudden, bright light flares, accompanied by a soft whooshing sound. The light continues to expand, filling the space with its glow. His assistant looks up, her eyes wide with surprise and a hint of apology, as a distinct sound of impact rings out. Even Aaron, the elderly elf, finds himself in the presence of Keatle, who stands over him with a silent intensity. Meanwhile, the summoner assistant, showing her resolve, clenches her fist, stating her commitment to a task. A moment later, a more pressing concern crosses her mind. Her expression shifts to worry as she asks about hunger, both her own and his. Keatle, observing her, simply instructs her to wait for a moment, his gaze steady. With a bright smile, the assistant offers to take on the task of cooking, her enthusiasm clear. Soon, the sounds of sizzling fill the air, as a meal begins to take shape over the crackling fire. Keatle watches the preparations intently, the warmth of the flames reflecting in his eyes. Suddenly, her eyes widen in surprise, a silent gasp escaping her as something unexpected catches her attention. It is Keatle, after all, who takes charge of the cooking, his rough hands expertly preparing what he calls a barbarian's cooking. As they share the meal, the assistant exclaims in genuine astonishment, impressed that he possesses such a skill. Keatle, looking at her with a hint of satisfaction, simply states that his cooking is not bad. The assistant, reflecting on their journey, muses that while the villagers never cooked, the one who captured her certainly does. She couldn't bring herself to say it, kneeling before him, the words trapped within her. The dark truth, a crimson stain on her memory, was that he had been the one to kill her family, a fact that burned deep within her soul. Even after he had protected her, saving her from death multiple times, she still couldn't voice the words, listening instead as the elderly elf recounted his own harrowing near-death experiences. If only she had been able to speak then, perhaps her fate would have been drastically different. Kneeling before him, she offered to do whatever he wanted, to which he simply stated that there was no place he couldn't go. His words were stark, delivered with an undeniable authority, declaring that she would now be his slave. With a finality that brooked no argument, he announced that it was done. Later, a simple meal was laid out, and she ate, the food a stark contrast to the gravity of their earlier exchange. A soft sound escaped her lips as she savored the taste, the elderly elf watching her with a gentle gaze. He observed her, remarking that he wasn't fond of beggars, implying his expectation of her new role. For her, this new reality, this simple sustenance, would suffice. The elderly elf, too, cleared his throat, agreeing that the meal was more than acceptable. While the elderly elf rested, the journey continued, and Keatle prepared a simple meal over a crackling fire. His summoner assistant observed him, pondering if he always cooked for himself. He ate with focused intensity, remarking that it was a shame, but he would eat it all himself. The assistant, her stomach rumbling, gazed longingly at the steaming noodles, thinking to herself that she wanted to eat it. However, a more pressing concern quickly arose, a fundamental question about her current situation. How could she eat food, she wondered, given her new status as a slave? As the day transitioned to night, the sky was painted with the colors of the setting sun, signifying the passage of time on their journey. Under the cover of darkness, a single tent stood in the wilderness, providing shelter for the third night of their journey. Inside, the elderly elf slept soundly, his dreams likely reflecting his past or future. Even in his sleep, a faint sigh escaped him, a quiet acknowledgement of the strange new path he was on, hoping it would lead to the princess. An elderly elf, with long white hair, sits opposite a young blonde-haired mage, who appears troubled, as he calmly tells her there is no need to apologize. For he understands her gratitude, and she, in turn, expresses her thanks. Marcellia apologizes to Aaron, but he offers a comforting smile. Her gaze still lowered, she repeats her plea, insisting there is no need for apologies. Aaron, with a gentle expression, asks if she is truly Marcellia, reminding her that she has been keeping watch for a long time and must be tired. He then offers a heartfelt thank you, his words conveying deep appreciation. As he speaks, a shimmering cascade of purple and white particles begins to swirl, emanating from an unseen source and filling the space with light. The magical energy intensifies, coalescing into a vibrant, star-like expanse, a cosmic tapestry woven from pure mana. Aaron stands amidst the swirling magic, his form silhouetted against the glowing particles, a powerful aura radiating from him as he declares his intent to protect her, his words echoing with a profound sense of duty. With unwavering resolve, he reiterates his promise, the magical energy around him surging as he prepares to fulfill his vow. The ethereal glow intensifies further, enveloping the scene in a mystical light, as a voice proclaims, "It's my life," hinting at a profound sacrifice or destiny. The sound of meat sizzling over an open flame fills the air, as Ketel, the barbarian, skillfully tends to the grill, preparing a meal in the wilderness. Nearby, Marcellia and a young elf child watch with anticipation, the child's eyes wide with hunger. Yet, despite the comforting scene, Marcellia's expression is clouded with sorrow, tears welling in her eyes. A soft, almost magical glow emanates from the ground, a subtle reminder of the mystical energies at play. Later, the three share a meal, the child happily munching on a piece of meat, but Marcellia's sadness persists. Her distress becomes more pronounced, a sudden wave of emotion washing over her. She turns away, her voice barely a whisper, asking if she can be excused for a moment. Ketel looks on, concerned, as she declines his offer of food, insisting she isn't hungry. With a heavy heart, Marcellia offers a quiet apology, her sorrow palpable in the air. Marcellia's face flushes with a mix of indignation and sorrow, her voice barely a whisper as she questions, "Just because I'm a barbarian?" A single tear escapes her eye, her expression shifting from defiance to profound sadness. Nearby, the elderly elf, Aaron, watches her with a heavy heart, the young elf child peeking out from behind him, observing the somber scene. Deep within the tranquil forest, a faint rumbling sound echoes, a stark reminder of basic needs amidst the emotional turmoil. Ketel continues to tend to the cooking fire, the elf child sitting patiently nearby, while Marcellia remains withdrawn, her back to the warmth and sustenance. Aaron's concern deepens, his gaze fixed on her as he acknowledges her pain. "I know you don't feel like yourself." He gently offers her a bowl of food, urging her to eat. "But at the very least, you should eat for your body." With a heavy sigh, she pushes his hand away, unable to accept the comfort. Another tear streaks down her cheek as she confesses, "I have feelings too." Aaron's expression softens with understanding, a quiet "ah" escaping his lips. He settles beside her, offering a silent embrace as she leans into him, his simple affirmation, "Right," acknowledging her pain while the elf child watches, and Ketel continues his task in the background. Suddenly, Aaron's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise or realization crossing his face. The venison, perfectly cooked, sits invitingly on the plate, a silent question hanging in the air. Ketel holds out a portion, his gaze expectant, while the elderly elf, Aaron, watches with a furrowed brow, a soft escaping him. His concern deepens as Marcellia's eye, welling with unshed tears, struggles to hold back the pain. A pulse of emotion ripples through her, and she retreats to the quiet solitude of a sun-dappled stream, her head bowed in despair. The gentle flow of the water offers little comfort to her churning thoughts. Her stomach growls, a stark reminder of her hunger, and she admits aloud, "I'm so hungry," the words laced with a profound weariness. Tears finally stream down her face as she confesses, "My legs hurt." The raw emotion overwhelms her, yet a flicker of defiance ignites within. She clenches her jaw, a silent vow forming. "No, I can't cry," she whispers, pushing back against the despair. With newfound resolve, she rises from the stream's edge, leaving the quiet solace behind as she walks forward, determined. Her own struggles are immense, but a thought surfaces. Aaron must be having an even harder time. A single tear escapes Marcellia's eye, her gaze fixed on something unseen, as a profound sense of despair washes over her. Her hand trembles, clutching at her chest, the weight of her hunger and exhaustion pressing down, a silent scream echoing within her. From a hidden vantage point, the elderly elf and the young child watch her, their faces etched with concern, as the maid struggles with her inner turmoil. Aaron's brow furrows, a deep sigh escaping him, as he acknowledges the painful truth. This is not what it looks like. Marcellia's head snaps up, her eyes wide with a sudden realization, as she calls out his name, "Aaron." Her hand, still trembling, clenches into a fist, a flicker of resolve igniting within her. The elderly elf, still with the child by his side, looks on with a mixture of concern and understanding, his voice filled with a gentle inquiry, "Your Highness?" He continues, his words carrying a heavy weight, "This is not what it looks like." His gaze drops, a profound sadness clouding his features, as he contemplates the unspoken burdens they all carry. Marcellia turns, her expression now firm and resolute, walking away from her moment of weakness with newfound determination. Aaron's eyes widen in surprise, a gasp escaping him, as he witnesses her sudden change of heart. He looks down, his voice filled with a quiet resolve, muttering about the need to protect one another, a sentiment Marcellia seems to echo in her own silent resolve. Ketel observes a pulsating purple glow, a hint of concern in his expression as he quietly states, "That's not it." Greta observes him with a thoughtful expression, concluding that he does not appear dangerous. Maja questions this assessment, her tone indicating disbelief. "That's your explanation?" she asks, while Greta calmly advises her to relax. A sudden understanding comes to Maja, her eyes widening in surprise as she utters a small sound. Ketel, with a slight smile, admits to being the Abyssal Emperor, but suggests he is not entirely bad, stating it as his own perspective. However, his expression soon turns to one of deep thought, a quiet sigh escaping him as he ponders his next course of action. He considers the inherent dangers of the world, a brief image of skeletal warriors appearing in his thoughts, but maintains his belief in his own strength. With growing determination, a subtle dark aura surrounding him, he states that he is the only one who can protect them, even if it requires him to embrace a darker nature. His eyes begin to glow crimson, the dark energy around him growing stronger as he makes a sound of acknowledgement. A chilling smile forms on his lips, his glowing red eyes reflecting a formidable, new power. With a final, firm declaration, he confirms his decision, the sound of a lock clicking into place symbolizing his unwavering resolve. Greta and Major observe him, their expressions showing surprise and concern, as he points out a significant misunderstanding they have. He stands before them, his companions looking up at him with a mixture of awe and apprehension, as he begins to clarify the true nature of his power. With eyes now burning a malevolent red and a chilling, sinister smile spreading across his face, Ketil declares that the misunderstanding lies in their perception of the Abyssal Emperor, for he is not merely a monster, but something far more primal, a true barbarian. Ketil offers a slight smile to Greta, who replies, "All right, if you say so," she says, and Ketil's expression becomes more serious, his thoughts drifting as he considers. To put it more accurately, he states, his eyes distant. "I may have been born a barbarian," he finishes, as they stand together in the forest, causing Greta to react with a confused, "Huh?" The setting then changes, moving into a vivid, abstract memory, a swirling mix of red and gold, where a small, glowing baby floats in the midst of the chaos, a voice stating, "Only a week after my birth," the memory recounts, as a dark, cloaked figure appears from the flames, holding the child. The voice explaining, "And then, before I knew it, he appeared." Ketil's thoughtful face is shown against a cosmic background. As he states, even if it's a lie, but that doesn't matter. A well-placed lie can be a truth. Ketil continues his story, stating that he understands his truth might be difficult to accept, but he was born a barbarian. He doesn't expect her to accept it easily, but Greta begins to process the information, a single thought forming in her mind. He wants her to understand that he never intended to deceive her from the very beginning, assuring her that all of his actions were always for her. As he speaks, Greta's eyes fall upon a group of indistinct, cloaked figures, her internal monologue reflecting his sentiment. But look at them. A thought crosses Ketil's mind, that they might already be starting to feel pity for him. Greta's expression softens, a realization dawning on her, as she understands what Ketil truly meant. Her mind wanders to the cloaked figure from Ketil's memory, who had refused all offers of gold and food, yet even then, despite the refusal, the figure had still entrusted Ketil into their care, a testament to an unspoken trust. Greta reflects that the cloaked figure must have known the truth about Ketil, and yet, still chose to trust him. A sense of apology washes over Greta, as she realizes the trust that others had placed in Ketil. Ketil observes her, a silent moment passing between them. Greta meets his gaze, her voice soft with understanding, stating that it is understandable. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, as Ketil acknowledges his latest success. The summoner assistant, visibly distressed, attempts to deny any involvement, claiming she knows nothing and is just a simple merchant. Her desperate pleas are met with a dismissive "huh?" from Ketil, who seems entirely unconvinced. A silent "ah" escapes the assistant's lips, her expression shifting to one of resignation. Her hands clasped, she finally concedes, a quiet yes, escaping her lips. Her eyes wide with a mix of fear and confusion, she asks, "What did you do to me?" His eyes glowing with a fierce red light, Ketil asserts, "You can't hide from me, you little rat," as a system message announces his level up to LV24. His enhanced vision, the eye of observation, proves invaluable, as he notes how it aids his perception. Later, in a snowy forest, Ketil reflects on his current strength, thinking that while it is considerable, it is not as strong as can be. His glowing red eyes scan the desolate landscape, a sense of wonder mixed with suspicion as he muses, what in the white snowfield would produce such a backfield? How peculiar. He continues his internal monologue, considering the implications of this strange place, and how it might relate to the king in the backfield, implying a more organized power structure. His glowing red eyes fixed on an unseen target, he whispers to himself, just a little closer, maintaining his focused observation. Moving through the environment, a voice suggests that they should split up, just as a monster's presence becomes apparent. Elsewhere, Kane reacts with a silent gasp, his expression showing surprise and concern. Ketil, meanwhile, launches a powerful attack, a burst of blue energy striking a large purple monster. Kane's expression remains tense, as he senses another presence nearby. Ketil turns to Greta, his voice firm, instructing her to wait there. He assures her he will return, before moving away. The purple monster is violently struck, recoiling from the force of the attack. It continues to fall, its momentum carrying it further away. Ketil glows with blue energy, preparing for his next move. He delivers a powerful blow, sending the purple monster soaring through the air. Kane's eyes widen in shock, as he reacts to the escalating situation. Suddenly, Greta is seen falling backward, her cry of distress audible. Ketil unleashes a powerful blue energy attack, his body surrounded by a red-orange aura, the force of his magic visible in the air. The attack impacts the ground, causing a large explosion of earth and leaves to erupt from the forest floor. Watching the event, Kane's eyes widen in disbelief, a single word escaping him. Impossible. He knew the defenses were strong, a barrier designed to withstand a ballista. The question hung in the air. So how? Before he could fully process the thought, Ketel's hand, glowing with purple energy, struck him, sending a shockwave through his body. The sky above seemed to reflect the power unleashed, a silent sound echoing through the air. Even the trees of the forest trembled, their leaves rustling in a mix of awe and fear. Left kneeling on the shattered ground, Kane could only stare down, overwhelmed by the display of strength. As he slowly lifted his gaze, a deep realization settled within him, a strong admiration for the man before him. His thoughts echoed the sentiment, a silent vow forming in his heart. I just admire you, Sir Ketel. Still kneeling, his spirit moved by the display of power, Kane reaffirmed his loyalty and respect. Kneeling in the forest, Kane reflects on the immense power he recently witnessed, causing him to doubt his own strength. Meanwhile, a young man named Patrick, surprised by the group's sudden arrival, utters his own name in disbelief, his eyes showing clear astonishment. As he looks at Kane and the summoner assistant, who are with Ketel. Kane, still affected by Ketel's power, wonders if he was ever that strong, feeling a deep sense of admiration. The summoner assistant, seeing Kane's thoughtful expression, asks about Ketel, wanting to know more about him. Ketel stands quietly, his presence noticeable even when he says nothing. Kane explains that Ketel had been following them, then suddenly said he honored him, a statement that still confuses him. The summoner assistant, her expression changing, confirms what she has heard about Ketel, recognizing his powerful reputation. Kane, smiling, shares his long-held dream of becoming a famous adventurer, a goal he feels more motivated to achieve now. He speaks of the impressive stories about Sir Ketel, known as the Demon Inquisitor, a very powerful person, whose name is widely respected. As they leave, Kane admits that Ketel was once a hero he looked up to, his words showing both past respect and current surprise. Patrick, with a slight smile, acknowledges that his plan was successful, stating that his actual goal had been to get closer to Ketel. Therefore, he considers the entire situation a success. Ketel, looking at him intently, asks if that was the reason he had been followed. Patrick lets out a small laugh, admitting that his admiration for Ketel was so strong, he acted impulsively. After a moment of thought, Ketel states that he will finally release him. However, he adds that he does not have definite proof that Patrick is harmless. His expression remains serious, reflecting his caution. Finally, Ketel states, this plan should work. A voice emanates from a skeletal monarch, surrounded by dark energy, acknowledging a powerful mage as one of the greatest in the world, the one who broke its barrier and defeated it. A monstrous hand, surrounded by purple energy, shows the weapon's mana has decayed. Elsewhere, a man bound by ropes looks up with a surprised expression, as the same words about the mage who pierced the barrier are heard. A black-gloved hand holds a glowing orb, and Ketel looks down with a slight smirk, remarking that he will take it. Ketel stands over the bound man, who is now on the ground, with two guards behind him, and states that this was to be expected. The bound man's face shows pure terror, his mouth open in a silent gasp. Later, Ketel, Greta, and Maja walk through a lush forest, with the bound man still being led by Ketel, his ropes making soft sounds. The bound man looks nervously at Ketel, his body trembling slightly. He starts to speak, saying he can hardly believe it, but continues his explanation. With a determined look, the captive states he can finally inform Ketel of the situation, a low hum accompanying his words. Ketel, looking forward with a thoughtful expression, remarks that it will still be a formidable force. He stares down at the bound man, a silent question hanging in the air. The captive's mind races, acknowledging the formidable presence before him. This captain of dark-eyed magic, a figure both swift and immensely powerful. Even if he holds the title of Man of the Abyss, the bound man muses, he is still undeniably human, isn't he? The thought echoes in his mind. Could this truly be the captain of the Abyss? Finally breaking the silence, the bound man looks up, declaring to Ketel that he has something important to reveal. Ketel simply observes him, his expression unreadable. A slight smirk plays on Ketel's lips as he responds, acknowledging that the captive is finally ready to speak. The bound man, startled by the response, quickly affirms his intent, realizing that survival depends on his cooperation and promising to reveal everything he knows. As the group continues their journey through the forest, Ketel remarks that it was easy to discern the bound man had been hiding something all along. The captive nods in understanding, accepting the observation. Ketel acknowledges his understanding, though he points out the information could have been shared sooner, prompting an apology from the bound man. The captive apologizes for his secrecy, assuring Ketel that if it's acceptable, he will now disclose everything. Greta, still processing the captive's words, questioned him, asking if he truly believed he could leave after revealing everything he knew. Her eyes widened in surprise as Ketel calmly stated that the captive had already revealed all he knew. A single word escaped her lips, a sound of utter surprise. The full weight of Ketel's statement settled upon her, leaving her in disbelief. As they continued their journey through the dense forest, the ground began to vibrate with an approaching presence. Suddenly, a formidable group of armored knights emerged from the tree-line, their polished armor reflecting the light. Ketel watched their approach with a calm expression, noting that it appeared they had come to meet their group. The knights advanced with determined steps, their synchronized movements creating a rhythmic sound. Greta's face showed a mixture of shock and denial, as she whispered that this could not be true. The approaching figures were identified as the royal knights of the Lydian kingdom, led by their captain, who announced their purpose, to arrest Mylina from the Akasha household, whom they called a traitor. The captain of the royal knights, Cain, stepped forward, his expression resolute. Addressing Mylina directly, Cain informed her that she had been expected and ordered her to accompany them at once. Mylina's eyes widen in alarm as she hears the knight's declaration that His Majesty is deeply worried, a statement she immediately refutes with a desperate, no. Unfazed by her denial, the knight, Cain, presses on, his voice firm as he asks, "So you are a princess? The one who has been missing for 3 years?" He continues, convinced of her identity. "Then, that is Her Majesty, the princess who has been missing for 3 years." Cain's gaze hardens, his resolve unwavering as he declares, "Though I am a Latinian knight, I don't care about that." Mylina's face contorts in renewed panic as the knight insists, "Then I will take her with me." To which she can only manage another desperate, "No." Meanwhile, the true crown princess, her golden hair flowing, cries out in distress, "Your Highness! Who are you?" Cain, utterly bewildered by Mylina's persistent denials, can only stammer, "What? What do you mean?" The princess's eyes, wide with fear, reflect the gravity of the situation as she repeats, You. Mylina, now visibly frustrated and angry, demands to know, "Who exactly are you?" Cain, his patience wearing thin, snaps back, "Do not be ridiculous." The princess lets out a pained gasp, her face etched with despair as she cries, "Ugh, I don't know you." She continues, her voice trembling with the weight of the potential consequences. "If some poor girl is mistaken to be the crown princess, it will only be my head and yours, with the exact same face." She looks down at the fallen figure, her voice filled with a desperate question, asking what kind of being stands before her. Her panic growing, she calls out for her father, her mother, and everyone else, wondering where they have gone. Elsewhere, a dark figure watches the events unfold, its red eyes glowing as it considers the situation. Dark energy gathers in its hand, glowing with a red light. Surrounded by red energy, the protagonist remains standing, a calm presence amidst the chaos. A young boy, tied up and watching, expresses surprise, wondering if the powerful figure is human. In a moment of quiet thought, Eileen considers the situation, a pensive look on her face. A distressed eye shows the fear of the situation. With a green aura surrounding him, Cain declares that he will not let anything stand in his way. An elderly man, his face showing strong resolve, vows to avenge everyone who has vanished, telling them to just wait. Another swordmaster looks down, his expression thoughtful. Cain pauses, his thoughts unvoiced. While a nearby armored knight, his face obscured by his helmet, urgently questions, "Did you hear that?" The princess. The crown princess, her golden hair a stark contrast to the grim surroundings, recoils in disbelief, as her attendant knight insists she is delirious, a claim she vehemently denies, demanding he cease his nonsense. He urges her to think rationally, reminding her that she is the only one who believes everyone else is changed. Her wide, desperate eyes search his, questioning if he truly believes such a thing is possible. The knight hesitates, struggling to articulate his thoughts before reiterating that Her Highness's claims are impossible. He then extends a hand, pleading with her to come with him immediately. But the princess, her face etched with anguish and tears streaming down her cheeks, cries out a desperate refusal, a vibrant purple energy swirling around her. Her voice cracks with emotion as she declares, "I cannot leave the prince. Please, someone." Meanwhile, in a different location, Ketel, his expression grim, gently guides Greta away from the unfolding chaos, a sense of urgency in his movements. Back with the princess, the knight stands firm, his armored form a resolute barrier as he commands, "Step aside." Ketel, now facing the viewer, his brow furrowed with concern, holds Greta close, his voice filled with regret as he states, "I am afraid I cannot." A young woman's eyes widen in surprise, her mouth slightly agape, as if confronted with an unexpected and impactful revelation. Ketel stands his ground, telling the approaching figures to step aside. When they refuse, he calmly states, "I am afraid I can't," understanding the consequences if they do not retreat. Meanwhile, an elderly elf observes the situation with a quiet, thoughtful expression, his gaze fixed on the scene. Back with the confrontation, Ketel launches a powerful attack, his blade glowing blue as it cuts through the air. The attack connects instantly, sending an armored figure flying backward with a bright red flash. Another guard is hit by his rapid assault, staggering from a powerful, unseen strike. With a quick, strong move, Ketel kicks another armored enemy into the air, raising a cloud of dust. His attack doesn't stop, as several armored figures are thrown through the trees, breaking them as they fall. One of the guards, now on the ground and injured, can only call out to their commander, as Ketel's red power still glows around him. Ketel, now looking at the remaining, shocked guards, asks them what they thought they were doing, his voice firm. Greta, watching the powerful display, thinks about Ketel's amazing strength, realizing she had begun to admire his abilities. A soft groan emanates from the defeated guard. His form collapsed on the forest floor as Ketel stands above him, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He surveys the scene, the quiet of the forest interrupted only by the subtle sounds of his armor, his expression thoughtful. A voice then interrupts the quiet, asking him, "You mean he is Charlie?" Ketel turns to the blonde woman, his face firm as he corrects her. "You are mistaken." She questions him further, "Is it not?" Her eyes widen in surprise, and she lets out a small sound. He dismisses the name, stating, "I have never heard of anyone with that name." She considers his words, thinking that such information is not for her to know, before reluctantly agreeing, "Why yes." His gaze becomes more serious, his eyes showing a deeper worry as he explains the real danger. They appeared without any warning. The blonde woman's eyes widen once more, confusion visible on her face as she asks, "What are you saying?" Ketel clarifies, his voice serious. Simply put, every one of them appeared all at once without any warning. Her face twists in complete shock at the implication. What? His gaze sharpens, acknowledging the grim reality unfolding around them. With a casual tone, Ketel asks how quickly they can leave the area. One of the armored guards responds with a question, asking if that matters. Ketel, standing firm, states that they cannot afford any more casualties. His expression hardening, he asks if they have no intention of cooperating. Stepping forward, Eileen states that she will escort His Highness to the kingdom herself. A single word escapes his lips, a stark refusal. Eileen continues her argument, stating that the others have no experience. Before another word can be uttered, Ketel's hand moves swiftly, a dagger appearing and forcing a guard to recoil. The armored guard, now shaken, agrees that further discussion is pointless. Without hesitation, Ketel picks up Eileen, commanding everyone to fall back for a moment. Eileen observes the unfolding situation with a worried expression, her voice conveying a plea for Ketel to be careful. Elsewhere, Ketel faces a group of armored knights, who are described as the strongest in their kingdom, representing the elite forces of the realm. The knights respond by drawing their swords, preparing for combat. A dark-haired man observes the scene from a distance, a smirk on his face, finding the situation entertaining. His eyes glow red as he looks on, considering the knights to be inferior. Ketel, still facing the knights, acknowledges their high status, noting that each one is either a noble or connected to important secrets, which presents a challenge. He expresses his frustration, stating that this situation is problematic, because he cannot kill any of them. Despite his words, Ketel moves with incredible speed, striking a knight with a swift blow. He delivers a powerful kick to another knight, causing them to stumble. Within moments, several knights are defeated, lying on the ground around Ketel. He looks down at the defeated knights, a small sound escaping him. To conclude the confrontation, he delivers one last kick, sending another knight flying. Ketel moves swiftly, delivering a powerful kick that strikes an armored opponent, sending them backward. His face remains calm as he continues his assault, delivering a quick punch to another foe. With another precise kick, he sends a different armored figure flying through the air. He continues to strike, kicking another opponent with ease. With a dynamic movement, he repels several opponents simultaneously, sending them sprawling. Despite the ongoing fight, Ketel's expression remains calm, a subtle acknowledgement of the situation on his face. A voice from the armored ranks shouts, commanding the others to attack him simultaneously. Their renewed assault is met with Ketel's incredible speed, as he deflects multiple attacks simultaneously. He counters swiftly, delivering another powerful kick to an opponent. Another opponent is sent flying, unable to withstand his powerful strikes. A cry of pain erupts from an opponent as Ketel's kick connects. In the end, all the armored figures lie defeated, leaving Ketel standing victorious and unharmed. Ketel moves with incredible speed, delivering a powerful strike that leaves a green trail. His blade cutting through the armor of another opponent, who cries out as he is struck. The intensity of the attack causes one of the warriors to recoil in fear, while another desperately warns her companions. Ketel continues his assault, a horizontal slash sending another armored figure flying. The impact causing them to grimace in pain. He moves with incredible speed, a flash of green energy as he strikes once more. The blow so powerful that one warrior questions if their teeth have been broken. Another powerful blow resonates through the forest. And then, among the defeated enemies, Ketel stands calm, his gaze fixed on the last remaining warrior. The warrior looks at the devastation, the many fallen comrades, before making the only logical decision, a command to retreat. The lingering effects of the recent battle were visible, with a sharp blade having cut through something, leaving behind a trail of green energy. As the dust settled, a voice called out to him with concern, bringing Ketel back to the moment. His companions, Greta and Maja, stood nearby, looking at two tied figures, and Greta asked if he was unharmed. Ketel responded calmly, telling them he had not been hurt and there was no need to worry. Later, the crown princess, looking serious, spoke to him, promising to do what he asked, but first, she wanted to hear the complete story. He made a soft sound of acknowledgement as he thought about what she said. With a gentle smile, she confirmed that she would tell him everything. The aura from the Abyssal Emperor, capable of crystal creation, easily pierce steel, and crush the bones of monsters. This was a body capable of forsaking mortality itself, and the Abyssal Emperor's methods could truly kill mana. Yet, he realized the difference in their aura was too vast. His expression strained. He understood that the power gap between him and the Abyssal Emperor was simply too great. His eyes glowed with a red light, and he stood silently as Greta observed him. The boy's very flesh, now glowing with blue energy, was called upon. As the blue light pulsed around him, a moment of quiet contemplation passed. Later, around a campfire, the question was posed. What exactly had happened? The group sat around the fire, listening intently. The elderly elf, his eyes filled with sorrow, spoke of their kingdom. Ketel, still faintly glowing with blue energy, stated that he had been replaced by someone else. In a past memory, the Crown Princess and Kane's Swordmaster realized that by the time they understood the situation, the kingdom had already collapsed. Kane's Swordmaster's expression was grim as he was asked, "So you fled?" The elderly elf continues his somber reflection, stating that had they remained, they too would have been replaced. A deep, resonating sound echoes, emphasizing the weight of his words. He muses on the nature of the distortion, a phenomenon that began a year ago. A year ago, he repeats, the words hanging heavy in the air. He continues, explaining that now that he thinks about it, something feels off. The distortion cycles have become more frequent, and he can't count how many times he's seen things like this before. He recalls a time when he spared it, a memory that now feels like a mistake, as the beast matched his power at the time. Meanwhile, the summoner, Ketel, walks through a desolate, blood-soaked landscape, his past actions and the weight of his power haunting him. But perhaps, the elderly elf ponders, it wasn't a mistake at all. In a flashback, the Crown Princess and Kane's Swordmaster stand in a ruined hall, discussing the sudden collapse of their kingdom and the question of why they fled. The true nature of the summoner's past, and the horrors he endured, remain shrouded in ominous mystery, his eyes glowing with a dark, potent energy. He lets out a soft hum, his mind still processing the events of the past, which feel both distant and unsettlingly near. The weight of those memories, he finds, is difficult to express, a burden that cannot be put into words. His thoughts drift back to a time when the Crown Princess, her golden hair shimmering, spoke of the kingdom's fall, her voice filled with despair as Kane's Swordmaster stood by, a silent witness to their shared tragedy. Even then, the summoner knew a terrible feeling had settled deep within him, a premonition of the horrors to come. He had once believed himself a mere bystander, a simple observer in the grand scheme of things, but now, he understands the truth. He was always a part of it, a player in the unfolding disaster. The palace, once a symbol of power and hope, now stands as a monument to ruin, a place where a young maid named Cassie once worked, her life connected to its fading glory. Cassie, her hands busy with chores, often found herself lost in thought, her mind wandering to the whispers of the past, to the secrets hidden within the palace walls. Perhaps, he muses, some people are simply destined to be caught in the currents of history, their fates sealed by forces beyond their control. Cassie, however, refused to be a mere pawn, her spirit unbroken even as the world around her crumbled. He wonders if, at first, she simply didn't understand the true depth of the tragedy, or if her innocence shielded her from the brutal reality of their collapsing world. But eventually, Cassie too, would face the stark truth of the palace's demise. And because of that, the constant cycle of events continues, a relentless loop of despair and fleeting hope, as one tragic event after another unfolds. Kneeling amidst the debris, a maid cleans a dust-covered cup, a fragile figure who, by all accounts, should have been easily killed. Yet, despite the constant threat of death, Cassie felt no terror, even after nearly dying. In a memory, the elderkin observes her, recognizing the crushing burden she carried, and in that moment, he finally understood her quiet resilience. A glowing orb reflects his inner thoughts. The girl before him was utterly unlike the Cassie he once knew. Meanwhile, Ketel sits by a crackling campfire, a void escaping him and consuming everything, yet he remains, observed by the maid Cassie from a distance. As she walks away from a scene of devastation, a profound realization dawns upon her. She clutches her chest, unable to ignore the truth any longer. The Cassie she once was, now irrevocably changed. Back in his study, Ken gazes out a window, his thoughts heavy with the past. Her eye now glows with an ominous red light, a chilling transformation that has made her almost like Ketel himself. Meanwhile, Ketel sits with the elderly elf and the elf mage around their campfire, the quiet night offering a moment of respite. Can, still lost in thought, reviews a document, beginning to question if his own past judgments were flawed. Cassie's glowing red eye intensifies, as a voice within her whispers, "The protection you seek lies in other places, and the shadow you fear is the shadow of your own making." A young woman, her expression thoughtful, considers the true nature of humanity, asking what it truly means to be human. However, a thought arises that humans, despite their perceived status, are merely another race, susceptible to the influence of a single, powerful entity. A dark-skinned figure with glowing red eyes is shown, representing the immense power that can control entire kingdoms. This powerful being, a demon, once spoke of its own strength, a unique force capable of altering the world. Its words carry the weight of absolute control, a power that could change the very nature of reality. The demon's ability to change from a non-human to a human form was a frightening demonstration of its control, a clear sign of its great power. This power challenged common understanding, capable of blurring the distinctions between different species. A long time ago, a kingdom, possibly the Gerbant kingdom, made an important declaration, a choice that would change its future. The young woman, the crown princess, remembers this key moment, her eyes distant as she recalls the significance of that decision. She thinks about those with royal blood, the ones who have the power to make such an important declaration. Their family line carries the great responsibility of shaping the future, a heavy duty passed down through time. The demon's words are heard again, a cold reminder of its promise to change the world and control it. Its power was complete, a force that could alter fate itself. Meanwhile, Kan, the elderly merchant, watches the events, his mind working as he questions his past beliefs. He wonders if his view of the world, and of certain people, has been wrong. The crown princess, her eyes showing concern and resolve, recognizes the seriousness of the situation. She understands that the world is about to undergo major changes, and her part in it is very important. Kan, his expression now firm, recognizes the unavoidable changes happening around them. He knows that the world is changing, and he must adjust to these new circumstances. The crown princess, her gaze steady, confirms her dedication to her duty, vowing to continue protecting her people as she always has. Her determination is complete, a source of hope in difficult times. With a gentle, almost magical glow around her, she offers a quiet word of thanks, a silent prayer for strength and direction. Her inner light shines brightly, showing her strong spirit. Her voice, filled with royal authority, echoes a past declaration or an internal thought, stating that when the crown commands, any desire will be granted. Meanwhile, the elder merchant, Kan, stammers, confessing he doesn't know what to say. His gaze then shifts to Ketil, who appears equally surprised, as Kan questions the idea of a princess. This declaration, however, seems to conjure a terrifying vision, a kingdom engulfed in flames, its structures crumbling under destructive magic, a stark contrast to the princess's grand pronouncements. Kan, still processing, turns to Ketil once more, asking if he truly believes the princess's words. Ketil's eyes narrow, a flicker of doubt or deep thought crossing his face, his expression remaining unreadable. He responds with a measured tone, admitting he is not certain if such a power truly exists. Kan, however, seems to have a different perspective, muttering that the princess's words are merely an illusion. Ketil's gaze sharpens, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation, as he processes Kan's cynical view. Kan continues, his voice laced with accusation, declaring that Ketil has made an enemy of an entire kingdom. Ketil remains silent, his expression a complex mix of resignation and resolve, the weight of Kan's words settling upon him. Kan, with a knowing look, then advises Ketil to consider what he truly believes to be the truth. The conversation continued, and a question was posed. Kan looked at him steadily, his voice clear, asking if he had truly accepted the responsibility of the contract. Ketil remained quiet, his face showing no emotion, as if deep in thought. Kan continued, gesturing with his hand, suggesting there was more to the situation than just agreeing. His eyes, clear and perceptive, focused on Ketil, trying to understand his true feelings. A slight smile appeared on Kan's face as he spoke, making a comment about Ketil's understanding. Ketil's eyes showed surprise, as Kan's words seemed to challenge his control. Kan's voice, now showing some frustration, asked the barbarian for an explanation. His expression became serious, the importance of his words clear, as he waited for Ketil to answer. The tension in the air was thick, as Ketil seemed ready to explain his full intentions. Kan made a strong gesture, describing the serious results of Ketil's actions, while Ketil listened quietly, his thoughts unrevealed. Suddenly, Ketil's eyes began to glow purple, and a dark smile appeared on his face, as he stated his actions were merely for his own entertainment, showing a frightening aspect of his character. Still enveloped in a dark aura, Ketil's expression remains cold and indifferent. He speaks in a low, dangerous tone, contemplating, what more does one need?